He has done so many things that if you start following up on accountability, he cannot explain. Deals, stealing, scaring people. He killed a young person in Kimilili. He's walking free. And nothing is happening. Recently, he was in Kimilili, and he was speaking so nonsensely about the Gen Zs. And these are the first people that we should deal with. Some of the young politicians who are misbehaving, who are not being part of this movement in terms of even how they speak. We need to deal with them. Today or yesterday, I heard Sifuna has been so eloquent, very good. But after the ODM has gotten a deal, he has gone into hiding and he's speaking very nonsense. And we have a country to protect. We have a of this movement and how we started on this space and how young people are trying to excel. And then you have betrayed the entire generations. And we don't like such people. So I want to echo these people are here because most of you guys, you are doing your hustle. I'm sure 95% of you are not working with government. Either you're working in the private sector like myself, or you're doing your own business. And it is very hard in this country currently, even to do a business. Even to start your own kiosk, it is very difficult. Even if you start, people are eating once in a while. You cook in the morning, unaacha chakula, utasema itakula mpaka jioni. Unampea chai, anaenda shule, akikuja saa 7, mkate ule.
Have we lost Richard? Ama ni mimi tu peke yangu simsikii?
Maybe a simski. If you are in the request panel, kindly cancel your request and request again. I can't really see any request on my side.
Yeah. So tafadhali, because Edgar had an issue with the mic and he has been able to refresh the space. So kama ulikuwa request the mic, just cancel and you request again to Edgar aweze kuona your mics, because Edgar is not able to see any mics. Meanwhile, Dani, I think you can talk, tukingoja Achieng. So tunangoja chai ya Chirchir. Or now alituibia. So
thank you so much, Kenya Daima and Edgar. First of all, let me start by saying I am very ready for Tuesday. Very ready for Tuesday. Whatever. Actually, today I'm so disappointed because the reappointment, in short, Ruto alikuwa anatuchezea. Akasa cabinet secretaries wote, then akareappoint 6 of them. So in short, nini alikuwa anafanya? Ni kutupima alikuwa anatupima. It is that notion of garbage out, garbage in. You remove this garbage outside that ni chafu. Unakaa kidogo unafikiria tena unasema, oh, wacha tu nirudisha, I still need this, that around me. And by the way, with Chirchir is the most corrupt person in Ruto's cabinet. But kitu anafanya is rewarding his people. That is what he is doing. And he keeps on doing that day in, day out. Na kutupima, kutuona ni kama sisi ni mafala. Like we cannot do anything about it. So, as for me, yesterday, there's I suppose I was speaking jana ya K24 TV. And I said this. Actually, whatever we are fighting for, see ati we want the government to employ all of us. Tuko wengi sana. Tuko wengi for real. But now the problem comes in that the playing field is not levelized. Personally, mimi nafanya biashara. Yes, nilienda shule nikasoma nikagraduate, but ever since I graduated, I've never found a job. I've been applying, so nika resort kusema instead of being idle, let me do business. But then that business, when you are trying to do it, unapata KRA wako on your neck. You have to file returns. Bado umelipa Nairobi City County for the permit. Bado makanjo wanakufuata. You're supposed to pay for fire. All these things. At the same time, keep in mind customers wako. Because of the economy, inflation imekuwa high. Now the economy, I perform poor. So, like, biz pia haiko poor. Because you are like, whatever you are doing, customer, people, when you wanapata do. atalipa school fees, atalipa rent, ama atakuja kununua whatever you are selling. So like imekuwa ngumu kabisa. So for me personally, I was fighting. I've been going to the street fighting so that at least the playing field equal levelized. At least so that some of us when you tuna hustle, at least vitu zikuwe poa kiasi. So that at least hiyo do ikue. As in cash flow haiko kabisa. Cash flow imekuwa mbaya kabisa. That is why we keep fighting day in, day out. Of course, tuna fight pia for jobs so that at least people were employed on terms of merit. Because Kenya imekuwa like hii corruption ama hii nepotism inaanzia huko juu ama hii favoritism inaanzia huko juu. Ruto anapoint CS wao na ma-PS wake au anapoint watu wao wenye wanapoint watu wao wenye wanapoint watu wao. At the end of the day, sisi wenye hatuna watu wetu kwa gava, we end up suffering. So na tukitry at least hizi hustle zingine unapata inakuwa ngumu, inakuwa difficult. Wenye wana hawk kwa njia vitu zao zinaharibiwa, like smokies and the eggs and all of that inaharibika. So really, personally, I can say that for me, I won't get tired because I'm doing this for myself, my family, my children. I'm doing all this for them. That is why I'm not going to get tired in this fight. And something else about dialogue, mimi okay, nani ajui Raila? Hii Kanan Raila alianza kutupeleka mwaka gani? Hatujaifika. Who doesn't know Raila? Tumekuwa tukienda Kanan hatufiki. Raila is self-centered. That is why tumekuwa tukiona after elections kuna kwa na hizi riots. Once ameitwa kwa table to negotiate ni hivyo. Amepotea hivyo. Tunachiwa njiani hiyo Kanan hatufiki. So really, maybe by then let me just say that I'm not shocked. Rather, I'm not shocked. Neither am I surprised that he agreed to go for dialogue. He's fighting for himself. Ni tumbokarai. These people, all of them are just gluttonous. Ni self-interest. Because anajua, akipata watu wake waekwe kwa cabinet, those people are going to pay him. That is how this thing works. They pay him, or rather even they pay Ruto, and then hizi pesa zinapotea, they eat the money together. So really, I don't think it's time for us to back down, keeping in mind of our fallen heroes. Most of our friends, siblings, sisters, brothers have been killed in this revolution. So I don't really think that if we back down now, all of that is just going to be inaenda kukua wasted. And not forgetting, we are dealing with a narcissist. Ruto is just a very, very big narcissist. Still abductions are going on. Still people are being abducted. So, atujui hata sisi wenye tunatweet huku kwa space ama wenye tunaongea, they're just in these spaces. NIS wako hapa, DCI wako hapa wanaangalia. Nani anaongea vibaya sana? Nani anasema Ruto must go? Kesho atakukujia kwa nyumba, you know? So, it is still, I think we are in an era where we chose Moi in a different cloth, you know, because Ruto actually is Moi. We are just living in another era of Moi, where even the court orders are not being followed. Tunatumiwa mpaka ma KDF wakati wa protest. Are we terrorists really in our own country? Tunatumiwa KDF. How? Why? Not forgetting IDs. Una-apply ID. Siku hizo uki-apply ID inakuja na expiry date. You want to tell me that after those 10 years we are going to stop to be Kenyans? Ama really, what is going to happen? Because I don't really understand why IDs have expiry date. I think history ID we should push it kabisa. We should push mambo ya ID kabisa. We'll push for mambo ya ID, mambo ya expiry date ya ID tolewe. Actually applying for ID should be free. Siku hizo uki-apply ID unalipa. Ukipoteza ID unalipa 2K. Ukienda ku-apply ID fresh, like sasa umefika 18 years, still you pay. Like which country are we living in? Mimi hata nilikuwa na expect hata passport unafaa tupewe free. But see, a few months ago pesa ya passport iliongezwa. We kept quiet. We didn't complain, we didn't talk about it. From 6,000, I think, to 9,000 and something. Ukipoteza sahi passport, you pay 20,000. As in, life is becoming expensive day by day. So for me, when we say we occupy the airport, I believe and strongly agree.
What has happened? Am I the only one who is not hearing the conversation?
No, Marvin kindly nini, because everyone I believe everyone is anasikia Dani na kama uko kwa listeners to pay 200 kama you can hear Dani, alafu Dani make it quick ndo nipeane mics kadhaa.
All right. As for me, I should say that we should keep the fight going. We should keep the fire burning. We shouldn't relent. We shouldn't get tired. Remember, when we lose our fear, they lose their power. So time ikifika August, we should start recalling the MPs, because I understand they can be recalled after 2 years in the office. Also, lawyers in the house, please, mutusaidie kuunderstand hizi vitu sana. Nyinyi ndio mmelewa hii mambo ya law sana. So whenever tunahitaji kuchanuliwa, kindly you comb us thoroughly, so that at least tukue combed, tukue informed, so that when we are advocating and making noise and calling these leaders out, at least we have the points, we are saying what is valid. So kindly, also lawyers in the house, I will like to request you to continue with the advocacy, to continue with the teaching us, to continue with the civic education, because the more we get knowledgeable or educated, the more we continue to stay vigilant, the more we instill fear in them, na hatutachoka. Thank you so much. Let me mute so that at least somebody else can speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You've highlighted on a very important issue. We are asking for systems that can work. We're asking for people with integrity to be in the government, and that is something clearly. That's something Ruto imemshinda kabisa. We've seen that. We've seen all the vomiting amefanya. Meanwhile, I'm still waiting for Achieng to connect back to pay your chai, your expose ya Chirchir, because in these spaces tunakujanga kuongezeana knowledge, so that when we are out there we are able to understand. Yani uko na more reasons to be out there. I can tell you for free, Dani, what you've talked about, like we went from owning offices somewhere in Westlands tukajaribu a co-working space ya as low as $600 hapo GTC, and I can tell you ilibidi tumefunga tukajaribu a small co-working space hapo CBD ya as low as 25,000, and we could not still manage it. And those are the easy businesses, most of the businesses that have been run by young people. We went to working for mom. Say we are working for moms, but because of all the level field is now, hata tumefika stage we are even struggling to pay rent sasa, and you can see all that. Mnaona kwenye hasira inatoka, and we are not even asking. Me sitishi kiti ya OCS. That's why I am only asking for systems that are working. That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for the government to have people with integrity, not people who are stealing the little that is there. Let me allow the guy called Marvin Naonge, then I will continue with the rest of the mics. Thank you. Okay, Joanita, kindly jump in. Johnny, unanisikia?
Yes, can you hear?
Johnny Nalo.
Yes, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you. Jump in.
Okay, so I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity. I had 3 points to make. First of all, it is very disappointing to see what the president did. But again, I don't want to regurgitate what we've all said. I had 3 points to make, and I'll hand over. We've talked a lot about China, Singapore, and the differences that make these countries. And you'll notice that in China, for example, they have a national civil service exam that makes it open for anybody to take a test, pass that test, and be recruited into the civil service, contrary to the methods we apply today that seem to stem a lot from corporate tradition and practice. So we need to consider introducing something like a civil service exam that would provide a pathway for meritocracy in civil service. Secondly, I wanted to talk about the financialization of the economy. The The problem, as I see it in Kenya today, is one of upward social mobility. We talk of the American dream in the States. You can rise from nothing and become something. But we live in a country that you can do everything right, as Edgar has said. Launch your business, hire a place, get some money. But the odds of you succeeding are really low unless you're connected. So we need to work on upward social mobility. And to do that, we have to talk about capital flows. All of us listening to me have money saved in banks. Now, where the banks decide to direct money determines what grows in an economy. And what we are seeing the world over is a financialization of the economy, where money, instead of spurring industry and growth and jobs and being allocated to help people start businesses, money is being used to trade, money is being used to buy government bonds. So naturally, all our money is going into one sector and disappearing. So we have to talk about the way the market, the banks are distributing capital in our economy. Finally, the focus by the current government on foreign direct investment is completely at odds with the dreams and visions of young people as I see them, because for Ruto, any job is worth anything. And it's okay when you need to survive, you're willing to do them, Django. There's nothing wrong with that. But that cannot possibly be the vision that is being sold to thousands of us with all these ideas and rich expertise. And so that focus on foreign direct investment is well known. The idea is to get lots of money flowing in here, but none of that money really affects us and spurs growth. So unless we deal with social upward mobility and income inequality from a serious perspective, we'll change Ruto, we'll change whoever, but the systems in place also need to be tackled. So my final request is to those like Edgar and others who have platforms, please give us more opportunities to be able to address specific aspects of the issues that we face. Keep doing the spaces, and thank you for giving people like me the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Johnny. That was quite insightful, and yeah, that was a good submission. Tony, Tony, kindly jump in.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to also hear my thoughts regarding the current, or rather the current appointments for the cabinet. I would begin by saying, like, this is more or less a political problem, because if you look at the way we do our politics, especially in Africa, in Kenya, it goes without saying that if you want to make money in Africa, basically, like, especially in Kenya, if you want to make money, you go to public sector, you go to politics, to be specific. If you want to help the society, you go to private investments and all that, or rather in private practice or in business. In the West, like in the United States, in Europe and other Western countries, if you want to make money, you go to private sector, you open businesses, you become an innovator. But when you want to make money, but when you want to help people, you go to politics. That is why those countries are developed. In other words, they develop because people who have really sacrificed themselves, they are also able to help people through bringing policies that are. If you look keenly, in Kenya we have billionaires, We have dollar billionaires. And these dollar billionaires, they have invented nothing. They own no industries. They own nothing. There's nothing tangible that you can say this person has become so and so simply because of becoming an innovator, of having this so and so these industries which are employing XYZ people. I mean, but they are dollar billionaires. So it is more or less a mafia kind of hybrid governance. And Ruto has become a hostage of this system. I think he's a hostage of this system because he himself is a beneficiary of that same system. Look at the kind of people he's trying to bring back. The PA for CS Agriculture is now the new Agriculture CS. He was serving under Mithika Linturi. So this is Mithika Linturi in shadow cabinet. Look at education. The person who has been nominated was the deputy governor for Machogu when he was vying for the previous governorship in, I think, in Kisii or whatever. That tells you that will be Machogu in shadow leadership. In other words, it's just a mind game. I think Ruto was playing a mind game to us and trying to contain this situation. Look at Davis Chilchil. This guy has been mentioned times that without a number in so many scandals. Look at Duale. I think he has been brought there to balance the northern side of Kenya or whatever. I mean, it is the more things change, the more they remain the same. And as Kenyans, we need to change this narrative. This narrative of, for you to make money, you go to politics. People who owned nothing, right now they have bought posh places in Karen, in Ruda, and whatever. Someone who couldn't even, put his things together before this administration came to power. They are now, swimming in pools of money, stashing them offshores. Why? Because our system has literally failed. And when Gen Zs are calling for a total shift in leadership, I guess this is the pivot point where we are saying we need a paradigm shift of our way of governance, because there's no way that if you want to make money, you go to politics. If you want to help people, you go to private practice. And that's why politicians are so deliberate to kill industries. They are so deliberate in their policies to make sure no business thrives beyond a point where it can really bring powerful people in the society. Simply because they want the politicians to continue dominating, being the dollar billionaires, yet they have nothing to show that this is what I have done to make this much. And these are the people who are policymakers. That's why you saw the other day, the Senate passed the bill that was protecting the conflict of interest. It was they rubber stamped that we are for this. Even the most vocal politicians from the opposition, they are the movers of that. Why? Because the political class has really made sure that if you want to make money, you go to politics. Even the way we do our politics, even the way we do our campaigns, these people come give handouts. Why? Because they're showing you that I can buy you. That for me to get to this position, I have to buy it, and when I go there, I have to pay myself back 5 times, 30 times, 100 times. So even as we address these kind of vices, we also need to interrogate the way we do our politics, because William Ruto is a hostage of this same system. Is a beneficiary. First had a beneficiary. The guy has been in politics since 1992. I think he has climbed this ladder of opulence through all dubious means. He has been cutting deals left, right, and center. Everywhere you poke hole, he has interest. Everywhere you see, he has interest. He puts somebody there. Even when you're talking about these offices of the first lady, whatever, the first daughter, and all those opportunities are there to embezzle funds. And again, look at the research. They are defunding the research. They are not even concerned about the research. They are not concerned about education. That's why the education now is becoming like now a nightmare to anyone who goes beyond Form 4. Education will become so expensive so that the society can continue producing dumb people who cannot
when
make
msee walipata
logical
KPLC
decisions
iko na do zao kwa account
to
zao,
be able
actually
to bring
ibaki ile
a change. This is so intentional because it is like that so that the political class can continue. So an overhaul of this system is very important, right from the policy level, right from the way we do our politics, right from the way we follow these people. We need to have a total paradigm shift. And even if this war will not be won today or tomorrow, it must be consistent. It must be the more we repeat these things, even in social media, in prayer, in podcasts, in news, in everything, the more we continue hammering this agenda, the more we continue calling for a morally upright society, the more we continue calling for accountable leadership, the more we are going to get there. Because the change will not begin with anybody else. The change will begin with us. And it will begin with the way we do our politics. For anyone who has ever vied for a political post, I have ever been there. You realize you spend a lot of money, hard-earned money, you spend a lot of it, but even the people you are talking to, even your peers who have gone to the highest levels of education, these people don't listen to you. They end up electing these goons and mafias and corrupt people. You see, because the society we also have a moral problem. We also have a problem that we need to address within ourselves. We also need to change the way we think, the way we do our politics, the way we carry ourselves. Look at these people in those positions, in high positions. Most of them have gone to the best schools in the world. They are Ivy Universities materials. They have gone to the West. They have seen how good the system works. They have seen how good policies efficiently transform a society from that world to a first world country. But they consistently become hostages of this evil system of going to politics to make money. They have consistently sung the dances and the dirges of people who want us to be enslaved. In other words, as we interrogate this way, the way to go from now, we also need to see how we can change the way we do our politics. Because even William Ruto right now, he's becoming a hostage of this system. And he's making it so difficult to balance between the two, between us, the slaves, the taxpayers, and those people who propelled him to power. Those people he's appointing, they spent billions of money on him, and they are giving him threats. They're telling him, if you don't do this, I'm going to blow the trumpet. I'm going to bring a dossier or whatever. In fact, most of that whole cartel is connected. That whole cartel is connected, very well connected, and the sacrifice is us. They say, better sacrifice this person and this one and the other one. It is easier to contain them than you. So we also need to change the way we do our politics, right from the policy levels, right from the grassroots, all the way to the top. If we want to show the way, we as young people, we need to groom our people. We bring them up. We sell them online in our forums. We do everything. We do proper education to our parents, our brothers, our peers, and everything, and we show them reality of how things should be. Whenever you go to these Western countries, for those of you who have traveled, all those things that you see, we are denied that because of this kind of way of doing politics, where people pay their way up and they have to maintain that so that they can be able to please those people who propelled them to those places. Thank you so much.
Mkenya Daima, kindly.
Yes, okay.
Please give me a second. This is totally off topic, but I would like to point out something. Today, Edgar, please, I'm sorry, forgive me for saying this, but today marks exactly 1 month since Edgar was abducted. Personally, let me just say sorry for that. And also, I would like to kindly request Edgar and even the rest who have gone through that very bad ordeal to kindly, you can try to seek for therapy sessions, please, for the sake of your mental health. And please, if we have a therapist listening in the space, kindly reach out so that at least you can offer your assistance. I've been depressed before, so I know how this can drain somebody. I think perhaps in person somebody cannot understand the extent at which, if you are abducted, what you go through, how you are tortured, and the rest. But it can really drain someone mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, everything. So kindly, Edgar, we are sending you our hugs, even if most of us don't know you in person. But please, we are sorry. And if you can seek therapy session, that will be good. Let us be our brothers' keepers. Let us check on each other, even if we don't know each other. So kindly, somebody must be going through something, and we may not understand the extent of the damage. So again, any therapist in the house, kindly reach out. Thank you so much.
Okay, just to add a little bit on how bad the situation is. Up to date, if you go to Kamkunji police station right now, they are still holding Edgar's phone. His phone has never been released. The file has been there dancing. The date he was supposed to be taken to court, that was never effected. And it has just been back and forth. But luckily, Edgar's, as a lawyer right now, has been pursuing the case. The only crazy part is his phone has never been released up to this date that we are speaking. Go to Kamkunji police station, go and confirm Edgar's phone is still there. That's how bad the situation is. But I think it's a matter he has also captured it in his book about his abduction, which I believe it should be out soon. And I'm grateful that I also called all that in the book. Yeah, and thanks for that. You, Anita, kindly jump in. Okay, Caesar, are you there? If Caesar is not there, Ace on, unaweza ongea. Yo, Anita, mnamsikia?
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, we can hear you.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Thank you very much for the platform, Edgam Kenya. First, I'd like to say there is nothing new with what Ruto did today. It's something I was expecting, so I didn't get shocked. I was prepared for it mentally. Secondly, there is Chirchir, Kindiki, Duale, Alice Wahome, and I think a couple of 2 or 3 CSs have a hold on Ruto. It's not an easy thing as we are thinking it is. We have hold on him, so it's becoming difficult for him to do what Kenyans want and balancing the other sides. These people put out their money for Ruto to be there, because what I understand about the politic games of these people, if you check at Duale have been in the previous government, still in the opposition side. Like, he knows how to deal with the northern part of Kenya. He knows what goes inside the ins and out of there. That's why he was given the defense ministry, because through that he can be able to control things from the inside. Secondly, with Kindiki, they have, like, I would say they have a game they're trying to play as Kenyans. So unless we stand firm, even if we drop Ruto, let me tell you the truth, people, even if Ruto decides, like, okay, I'm done, I can go out, as long as these people still have a hold with the next individual that we're gonna choose, or the country gonna choose, things can never change in the country. The political class, I will not call it a political class, it's a mafia clan. The mafia clan in Kenya operates in a manner that they put you in power for them to enrich themselves. It's not about politics. Kenya, it's not about politics. I think that what people don't understand mostly, it's more of a mafia thing. When you look at the things that they do like, they install you in power because they'll be able to control you. Let me tell you something. Why Raila has never been able to be instilled in power, because Raila has his own way of thinking things. But the problem of him is, whenever things are going like, he feels like I can be there. He diverts the attention to the Kenyans so that Kenyans can feel I'm on your side, and then goes back into the department under the channel. That's how Raila thinks. Like they can never choose him because he does things his own way, and he knows that's how yeye hushiba. Acha niseme hivyo. Coming to this other people, I'll tell you the truth. We don't have a political class in Kenya. We have a mafia clan, and I'll not fear to tell you that, guys. We have a mafia clan that runs the politics in Kenya. Their work is to protect what they have stolen day in, day out. So when they instill you in power, they make sure they get back what they gave you to that power. Ruto has been in this game for a very long time, and he has been amekuwa kipenya katikati mpaka akafika kule, like on the front seat, and he has made it. I won't lie to you, he has made it. But he thought he could emerge and do things his own way. But now we have this mafia clan. The people who owns the country, we are made to believe that the people who owns the country are the people who are billionaires. Yes, they are billionaires, they are there, but these are mafias, silent mafia who control what they want you people to know and what they want the president to say, like their stomach matters. I'll say, and if it's gonna get me into problem, I don't have a problem. The Kenyatta family, the Odinga family, the Moi family, there are a couple of families whom I could say they have the hindrance of the mafias. These mafias are more private than the people we see on the front row. Actually, that's what happens. They are more private. You can never know them. You can never know how they're running their things, but that's how they run their things. Why did Ruto tell us he has fired the cabinet? Because that was the only way to try and calm down the system. They told him, okay, this is what the people want, do this. So Ruto is on a balance. We are first and foremost, yeye ni kichwa ngumu kivyake. So wanajaribu kumcontrol na yeye anajaribu kuwa control. So it's becoming a very difficult balance. So I'll tell you the truth, no matter what you do in this country, even if you have a good intention as a politician, I had an argument with some people some days back because they were telling me, oh, our area MCA, our area MP has not done work, and I told them no. The MCA might have good intention going to that post, but the problem comes when the people on top. I'll give you an example with the saga with the Kimani Wamatangi. Like he's my governor. My area MC has been having issues because of people complaining, oh, Jajenga Barabara, you've not done this, you've not done that. But when I try telling people, they are both having issue and he cannot do anything without funds. They will say like, no, you don't know anything about politics. No, unless the top bosses agrees on what you want. And if whatever you're doing doesn't go to whatever the bosses want, they're going to squeeze you. They'll squeeze you like the way they squeezed Mike Sonko, the way they squeezed Waitito, the way they squeezed Kambogo. They squeeze you to a point like you'll be a little bit silent because you're not going to their flow. They're going to dirtify you. So as long as we want change in Kenya, I'll tell you the truth. The mafia cartel they call themselves the political class. As long as it's still running Kenya, I will tell you the truth. Hakuna change tutafanya Kenya. It's a very long process, a very long process that it will headache us. Now, how this process came into power after the colonization, because it has been mentally instilled in Africans that, oh, unless we do this, our Africa hawezi sikia kitu, like we control them. That's why the IMF is in Africa, the World Bank is in Africa, all the international bodies feel like Africa is their dustbin where they can dump their businesses and remove money. It's the reason why you find like, I'm sorry for talking much, it's the reason why you find like the likes of Syria, the likes of Middle East. Why do they have war? Because these people, the IMF, the international bodies rely on chaos. The more you're fighting, the more they're gaining the more things are going their own ways. That's how they rely. And how do they do this? They control the people, the mafias in their own country, the mini mafias. I would like to talk about Boniface Mwangi, Eric Omondi, and a couple of activists. I'm sorry to say so. These are activists that we know, but their mission is to tackle the government, but at the behind the scene, the international bodies are controlling them. I won't lie to you. It's something, or if you do your research, you'll utapata answers zako. That's how the mafia control the people. They'll have activists who will control things. But let me tell you, have you ever asked your question? Time and time again, Boniface Mwangi is always like, hatutaki hii serikali, haifanyi vile ninataka, it's not going this, it's not going that. Why is it that Boniface Mwangi hajai finywa vile kunafaa? Wale wadogo ndio wanafinyangwa. Unajua kuna maswali tunafaa tujiulize kwa hii political class, kwa hii mafia clan ya political game ya Kenya, activism ya Kenya, mbona hajai finywa? Unajua tunaweza sema it's because yeye ni public and stuff like that. I'm sorry about and stuff like that, but the activism in Africa, it's not activism. It's more of money laundering scheme, second money laundering scheme. It's the mafias working in Kenya, the likes of Kindiki, the likes of NDUALE, the likes of Musalia Mudavadi, all those political classes you find in Kenya. It's more of the mafia talking, dealing with activism, because they feel like ndio maana mnapata Boniface Mwangi akiwaambia mkienda State House hiyo ni kifo. Kwa nini? Atawaambia mkienda State House hiyo ni kifo kwa sababu ashaambiwa wewe sasa hapa ufai kupita. Parliament mnaweza fika, but hapa ndipo hamfai kufika. Let me tell you one thing, the moment people occupy State House, that will be the end of the current regime in Kenya, the government in Kenya, because that means the international bodies will have to step down and say, hey, tumefika mwisho. Occupying State House means like the government has no power again. And that's why Boniface Mwangi, the rest are trying to warn you. Hata kama wanawaonesha we are there with you, lakini wanawaambia occupying State House is kifo. Kwa sababu gani? Wanajua mkioccupy State House mmeshamaliza zile the main thing. Hii issue ya kina Churchill. Hao ni watu ni makatels wa Kenya, by the way. Those are big cartels in Kenya. Alice Wahome, a very big cartel in Kenya. Churchill amekuwa kwa the government ya anaitwaje? Kibaki, Uhuru, and now in Ruto. Churchill ni cartel kivyake. NDUALE ni cartel kivyake. Alice Wahome, those are cartels. They are mafias in their own ways. So they have to control. So I would like to people, I'm not in the country. That's why I'm telling you people, if you want to occupy and if you want to pull down the regime that is there, occupy State House. They occupy the State House. I'm sorry. Occupy the State House. It's the only way that's the only. Someone said like, tunafaa tufinya mali tasikia uchungu. State House is the only way. Occupying everywhere, I'll tell you the truth, won't make sense because wanapiga kelele huku, wanapiga kelele huku, wanapiga kelele huku. No, it cannot be like that. You need to have a one stand, like we're gonna occupy here. Like the stand I saw of, let's occupy, what do you call it? Uhuru Park. Occupy Uhuru Park was very fine because you people all gonna be in one place. They cannot kill everyone. And that's why they cannot kill everyone because the human rights will still be watching them and the rest. The orders mostly comes from the international bodies, like if they wakileta ujinga weni. Hiyo ndio maana mnapatanga Syria, Palestine, Israel, like wanauana. If they resist, kill. It's the order from the international bodies. If they resist, kill. It's the only way they know their power. So they're gonna kill. I'm not gonna lie to you. Killing is the only way they know how to silence. And you have seen the masses and everything they've done. So someone who like tulipewa a bad picture about is Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi. These three people were people who are refusing to do their ways. That's why they had to be killed. The moment you refuse to do what they want, they will kill you. So there will still leaders in their own ground who will be able to control. They will be able to control. In Kenya, they've instilled leaders, but Kibaki at least alikuwa anaweza kubalance, Uhuru at least aliweza kubalance, but sasa shida ya Ruto ni moja. Ruto akona makatels wengi wenye ameshindwa kucontrol yeye mwenyewe. ndio maana inakuwa ngumu, ndio maana tunasikia imekuwa ngumu kila mahali, like it's difficult. So I'll urge you, like, if you're gonna occupy State House, that's the only place that's gonna make Ruto down. And Ruto going down, he will go down with his own cartels. Because the main mafia, mi nasemanga the main mafia, wachana kina hawa cartel kina Duale na whatever, the main mafia watamwambia wewe tulikupea hiyo nguvu but umeshindwa kumaintain, so they'll let him drop. Thank you for the platform and wishing you all the best, because if I was in the country, believe me, I could be on the forefront. Thank you everyone for your time.
Okay, thank you. The message is clear, and the only mission that we have right now is to occupy State House. Hii idea I've had, like, people like Erico Mondi, people like Boniface Mwangi. One thing I've always said, if hata ukikuja na your own agendas na nini, but I'm only every voice yenye ina support our agenda, it's okay. Ikifika mali ianze kuongea ujinga, we drop that voice. So we are getting every energy that we need to the platform. The only thing we should avoid is those external voices trying to distract us, because I think we know likes of Kina Boniface Mwangi for minutes now. We know likes of, the rest of the people for minutes now. Si ati tunawaambiwa sahi, we already know about them. But as long as they are pushing for the agenda, it's good. But wakifika mahali waanze kutuambia ujinga, you can't occupy State House, you can't do this, then now we know when to drop such voices. So that was very important, and the message is one. The message for Tuesday is let's occupy State House. These ideas mingi zenye tunafanya ni unnecessary. Let's gather, let's see how we'll be able to get to march to State House and have a conversation. We are not there to destroy anything. We just want to have a conversation with Ruto so that we can have an understanding. Sababu I think hizi vitu zenye tunaandika huku kwa online, wakati mwingine ni kama on hizi messages, because we can't tell you something different, something, then you go right, then you do something completely different. Tumekwambia tutaki kina Kindiki, umewarudisha. Hatutaki kina Chirchir, umewarudisha. Sasa we're going to have a conversation with you. I think the only way we can have a conversation with William Ruto ni twende pale tuongee naye. Meanwhile, I will just be requesting a small help from the guys who are on the space and they are listening. Apart from being an activist, I'm usually a software engineer, and one of the platforms that I've developed alongside my co-founder, it's called Codisha, and it was picked up by Total Energy. Now I will be requesting for your support via votes, and I've pinned it on my pinned tweet on my profile. Go check my pinned tweet. It's just sign up and you like. That's how you are voting for my platform to advance in Total Energy Startups Challenges. So it's one of a very good disruptive idea, and I'm really happy I worked on that project. And yeah, so that's all I'm requesting from Kenyans. Then meanwhile, let's continue with Ramadan. Ramadan, kindly jump in.
Good evening, everyone. Hello.
Yes, tunakusikia Ramadan. Continue. Yes, continue.
Okay, thank you, Edgar and Mkenya Daima, for giving me this opportunity. Okay, I just want to speak for just a few things to try to understand. First of all, if there is anyone that is more angry, is me. Reason why? Rito, he has shown us a middle finger in a way that, something that comes in my mind is that how comes, okay, in another way, you say that you have hidden to the call of the Gen Z demonstrating because for the good governance, good leadership, and accountability and transparency. But later on, when the pressure keep on insisting, then you come to the media, you speak to the national television, addressing the nation in a way that to show that you are more concerned with the cry of the citizens. So the question is, after hearing the cry of the nation, Then, to an extent, you come and dissolve the cabinet in a way that you are planning to reconstitute it again. Okay, that's good. We applaud that move. But the question is, now that today he has mentioned the first 11 of his cabinet, the ones who are being reappointed again, and the ones who are going to be nominated again. Let's keep in mind that in the first 11, we have the 6 ones who are in Minister of Interior, that is Kindiki. We have NDUALE Defense, and we have Chirchir, and the rest. McHugh, you should know that they will not go through vetting as per the articles of our constitution during the vetting, because these are they've already served, and the only ones that are going to be vetted, that the ones who are being now new nominated. Those are the ones that they're going to be vetted. So my question is, we have some lawyers here listening, and we need they should try to educate us more. Okay, you dissolve the cabinet. Later on, you gazette them in a way that these are the cabinet is being dissolved, and the names that appear in the gazette, which means the public names whereby they cannot hold office anymore. Reason being that the nation or the public, they have vote of no confidence to them. So today, Ruto coming to address the nation and renaming the same people that we have been in the streets demonstrating to be not nominated again, or to hold any public office again. So I want lawyers to explain to us, how is it possible that, how comes you gazette the names, you dismiss the cabinet, the names who are in the cabinet, then at the same time, then you come again, you reappoint them. So how does this work? This means that Ruto, he has shown us a middle finger in a way that he has the power. He controls everything. No matter what we say, no matter what we do, he doesn't care. In a way that we'll keep on ranting here and there. We come to the spaces, we do some civic education, but who is in power? Ruto himself. Remember that we are working according to our 2010 constitution. But the question is, does this constitution only works for the people who are below, as in the young people who even you don't, as in what I'm trying to mean is that does the constitution work for the big fish, but for these people who as we normal Kenyans, so whereby how comes when a matter is being addressed to the nation in a way that we have some corrupt politicians. In fact, even our parliament, we cannot say that these are we don't have leaders. These are just dealers. And McHugh, our politicians, these people, they are not here for us. They are there to cover their interest and the interest of the party. Whereby every time when you go to the general elections, remember that what I keep on asking myself, each and every the one who runs for the higher seat, the seat on the hill, why is it that every time that example like what happened to Ruto, Uhuru, and Raila, they always keep on visiting. They always visit to US. What is it that when we always hold our general elections, these leaders, they always visit US? What is it that? What is the deal? Does they go? What does the US offers them? In a way that when they come back, which means it is already done deal. So the question is, not even the question. What I'm trying to say is that when you keep on saying that, I know every space that we keep on holding, we have some snitches in the name that they are listening, and they keep on marking. who says this and who says that, because our country is being, our country in a way that, sorry to say that, so our country, we have a very, very good country, in a way that, why is it that when it comes to general election, our politicians, especially the big fish, the prominent ones, they keep on coming with this ethnicity, which means our country is being divided into ethnicity. But when this movement of the Gen Zs reappeared, it got them off guard in a way that they never expected. How? It is tribeless, leaderless, partyless, and in a way whereby these politicians, I can say politicians, but they're not politicians. We do not have leaders in our country. These legislators, they're not legislators. These are just dealers. They're there to pursue their own self-interest and to cover for each and every one of the one who is occupying any seat in any constituency. So, who are they? Who are suffering? It is we Kenyans. And this now that we are in I can say the Generation Z, as the famous word, but this is the third liberation, a third liberation. And this third liberation, it doesn't have tribe, it doesn't have leader, it doesn't have party. So it has become a threat to the political class. And you can see they are now regrouping themselves. Why? Because the movement, it has become a threat to them. Meaning, if they have put their differences aside, in a way that they need to counter the movement to protect their interests. To protect their interests. So, what can we do? We keep on saying, let's go to the streets Tuesday. After Tuesday, we rest on a Wednesday. Then let's go to the streets on a Wednesday. I mean on a Thursday. With what agenda? Then after that, we rest. So government, they keep on learning our moves. Yes, it is good, they learn our moves, but if we go to the streets, example, like on a Tuesday, they'll just ignore, say, they'll demonstrate on that particular day, following day, they go back to their homes. So look at what is happening in Bangladesh. We keep on coming to the space, we educate each other, we mobilize, but when it comes to the ground, we do not have numbers. And when it becomes a threat to a regime, we are not overthrowing the government. We need them to hear our cries in a way that if we mobilize in a large number, in masses, it will become a threat. In a way that if we decide let's occupy a certain public office or a certain public building. So how can we coordinate? So we need to be strategically in a way that we need to mobilize mass in number, in a way that when you go to the streets, if it is on a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so be it even in a 24-hour clock, not just because you go to the street, then in the evening we disperse. No, if you say that you let's occupy Uhuru Park, for example, this Uhuru Park, let it be a meeting point whereby we are meeting in a large number of people. So we articulate our views. We hear our views. But when it comes to the space, we will talk. We have some snitches. They have their notebook. Keep on writing down. Or Edgar, you say this. Then let's trace these people. The question is, how are we going to do this? We need to come strategically. So the thing is, what I'm trying to say that let's mobilize people. Let's have large numbers. If we decide to occupy a certain place, let's occupy a certain place. Then we can see when you keep on the pressure to the government. Because what now Ruto doesn't care.
Ramadan, we are losing you.
Some have injured, some have died. So,
I think,
sorry.
I was just telling you we are losing you. We can't hear you. Katika sana. So I don't know whether 6,000 you can hear us. Kindly jump in.
Yeah, Mkenya, you can hear me, right?
Yes, nakupata.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say Ruto is a madman, and madmen should not be given a chance to lead a country. They should just be participants. Secondly, vote for my boy Mkenya on that Twitter make up, or make sure you vote for him. As much as we are fighting this revolution, pia lazima unga ipatikane. So vote for Mkenya. Now I want to say this. Me nakuaga mtu, I don't believe in failure. Failure has never been an option to me. And when I decide we are doing it, we are doing it. One problem affecting Kenya is recycling leaders. And recycling this leader a problem since independence up to date. The same faces we've been seeing since independence are the ones that are fucking us up. They have created a cartel in the government, which is now legal. And Ruto is a very clever man. He has done this twice on purpose. One is put out a cabinet to set up his people. Wananchi wakikataa ataenda waambie niliwarudisha, wananchi wakakataa, sasa nyinyi endeni. Secondly, he has put up so that to test waters, aone what will the citizens do. Are they going to be angry, or are they going to accommodate this, because this is a poll that was given by TV47 somewhere. Now, when I come to us as a person, as a people, we have a problem. Na shida yetu ni kuanza maandamano saa 6 ya mchana. Hakuna mahali unaweza anza maandamano saa 6 ya mchana na ikuwe successful. Umepatia opponent chance. In football there is something we usually say. Kama unaenda game away, make sure you arrive on the field 1 hour earlier so that you can learn how the ground is. You can learn what corner kuna mashimo wapi. In case player anaweza umia, tunaweza tumia side gani poa ya kukimbia. That is what we do in football. We usually say before when the ball, kula 1 hour before game. Why do we do that? So that usikue mzito ukifika kwa hiyo ground. But sisi on this side tukileta the same context hapa is just that we are failing to learn our opponent, and we are giving our opponent time to strategize and come up with measures on how they are going to oppress us. And these policemen are they know. When we had large crowds, they could not manage us. And when we had lesser crowds, imagine kama Tuesday walitufinya katikati. Polisi walisimama Kenyatta Avenue, wengine wakasimama ile round hiyo junction ya Koja na Kimathi. Wanapiga tear gas huku, mnabaki na hiyo choche iko hapo, hiyo place inaitwa Jos. Hiyo ka restaurant hapo Jos karibu na Bihi Towers. Kuna choche iko hapo. Hapo wakaamua na wakapiga tear gas, wakapiga ile maji yao. Inamaanisha wameshawa overpower. So ni watu kuskata into crowd, wengine waanze kukimbia home. Tukiwa wengi, wakichapa Moi Avenue, Kenyatta Avenue ina run. Wakichapa Kenyatta Avenue, Kimathi Street inakimbia. Wakipiga Kimathi, Tomboya pia ni ngumu. Wakipiga Tomboya, Ronald Ngala ni kubaya. Wakipiga Ronald Ngala, Haile Selassie itembei. Haile Selassie, Uhuru Highway itembei. That means wenyewe hata watachoka waende home. So I'll tell you one, this country belongs to us. And I've always said, I will always go to these maandamanos. Why? because I love my country. And I said, it's not because I don't have money. And I want to tell any person who agava mwenye ako hapa. Me, I earn a very good salary. And I'm here because I'm fighting for my country. There is nobody who has funded me to leave my house to go to this maandamano. Hakuna. In fact, hakuna pesa inaweza ninunua niache my country. This country is very important to me. Mimi nimekataa kuenda majuu several times because I love this country. Hakuna ile freedom yenye naweza enjoy Kenya yenye naweza enjoy huko majuu. Imagine Kenya right now naweza cheza ball kama leo nimetoka job, nimeingia zoezi, nimepiga zoezi 6 to 8. Nimekuja kwa nyumba, sasa natoka kwa nyumba niende pale pool. Kesho ni weekend na enjoy. Siwezi pata hiyo ni nini nikiwa majuu. Majuu lazima nifanye kazi 3-4 ndo ni survive. Hapa salo moja pekee imetosha kunieka hapa na enjoy life. So guys, this country, this is what we are fighting for, that freedom. Wale wanasema sijui tenda maandamano tuko na job na mnalipwa sijui salary gani. Sare hizo ambia mdosi maandamano lazima tuende. Hata mdosi mwenyewe unamwambia si tunakupigania. Me I once told my boss tumeongezewa tax from 12% to 20%. Lazima tuende huko nje tupiganie hii finance bill idropiwe. Tukitolewa 12% peleke 20%, sisi kama kampuni si ndo tunaumia. Tutakuwa tufanyi kazi, tutakuwa tunafanyia KRA mboka. Already providers wanakula ido. So sisi wenyewe tukipata hii pesa haitusaidii. So guys, I just want to give you a challenge. Na hii maandamano si Tuesday pekee. Tuanze Sunday. Sijaenda kanisa for 11 years. But this Sunday nachukua ile kitu ya Mwabili. Mimi nitatafuta kanisa William Ruto ataenda. Na hapo kwa pulpit nitaitisha mic. Whether itakuwa nini nitatafuta hiyo kanisa. And if I get a chance to get to that church, nitaomba mic I speak. Because imefika point, tunaanza kudefend religion, unaona mapasta wanakuja side yetu, because wanaona sisi tuna complain. After washaona gava inaongea wanatuambia dialogue, juu washalipwa pale State House. Churches have been the biggest avenues zenye zimekuwa zina spread money laundering, corruption, bribes. Hizo ndo zimekuwa the biggest avenues, and we should stop them this Sunday. Sasa wajue, we are also against churches that are taking bribes from these politicians for these politicians to side with them. Why am I saying we occupy churches on Sunday? All the elderly people go to church, and that is where they get brainwashed. And when they are brainwashed in these churches with small handouts, wacha nikuambie kitu moja. Sasa ukienda kanisa yenu na useme nimetoa 100,000 kujenga hii kanisa mahali imebaki, you will always be wao mama watakusifu, mtoto wa so and so ametusaidia hii kanisa yetu ina develop. Why? Because they believe in that church and wamebrainwashiwa ku believe that church is very important to them. So huko ndo watu wana brainwashiwa na hizi pesa. We start with there. Tell these women, huyu jamaa amefanya hii. Kama Mkenya ataenda kutranslate kwa Kikamba Seikuru ni sawa. Elige akienda Shamahoho translate kwa Kidaho ni sawa. That is what we want. Secondly, kwa MP wamesha nominatiwa, which means hao makabinet wanaenda kwa parliament. On Monday, occupy all constituencies in the country and make sure if your MP doesn't show up, kama hata show up, break his office or burn down his office, he should know he doesn't have an office if he cannot speak to his people. They have to come out and speak to their people and listen to the cries of the people they represent in each constituency. And this should happen this Monday. On Tuesday, we occupy State House, we occupy all airports in this country. Watu wa Mombasa, enda pale ports, occupy KPA, Kenya ports. Go occupy everywhere. Wacha ferry isimame hiyo siku. Wale wa Eldoret, sijui ni Moi whatever, occupy. Wale wa Kisumu, the airport, occupy. Wale wa Nairobi, JKIA, Wilson, whatever airports that are in this country, we are occupying. And this one can only be made with numbers. Watu wa Mombasa Road tukisema sisi tuna occupy JKIA. Watu wa huku Tao wote tuna occupy State House. Guys, it has come a time whereby he will have to kill the 52 million of us. Lazima atatupiga sisi 52 million. Mimi nasema hivi juu mimi nimeenda maandamano zote since day one. Hata siku Avenida walituwekea ngoma pale, I was in town mpaka saa 5 ya usiku. So guys, it is a high time we now start doing this. Na tukianza Sunday, tunamaliza Tuesday, tuna rest Tuesday, tunapiga Thursday na Friday. Alafu tuna rest Saturday, Sunday tunaingia church. 2 weeks this country has to stand. Wale wajinga kama Gideon Kiteka wanakuja hapa wanatuambia we are banning this country. Since we started maandamano for 1 month, we've only lost 6 billion. Since Uhuru Ruto started stealing, they stole 60 billion in 1 month. 1 month tumeiba 6 million. Wao waliiba 60 billion. The difference is 54 billion shillings between us, which means they benefited 54 billion with 54 billion shillings. So nyinyi mkikuja hapa kutuambia we are burning this country down, God sit down and start thinking. Juu umelipwa 500, umeambiwa tutanunua tenda za sola zako, unakuja kutuambia hapa upuzi. Tutaangusha hizo sola zako pia kama unafikiria it's where we have to put. Wale wenye wanalipwa wanataka kufuata sijuma influencer. Let me tell you, Edgar, I know Edgar, lakini akiandika kitu ya upuzi mimi nitaruka. I will not like, I will not repeat. Because siko hapa kujengana, siko hapa kufuata mtu. I'm here to think individually as an individual. I'll think as an individual, go out there as an individual, because this country, I came as an individual. Hatukuzaliwa wawili wadau. Hakuna mtu, mimi sikuzaliwa na Mkenya, sikuzaliwa na pimp, sikuzaliwa na Dani. I was born alone. And when I was born alone, I'm fighting this war individually, but I need other people who are fighting individually. We join our forces and go out there and force for a change. Hatuwezi bebwa ujinga. Ruto alisema siji no public servant with the age of 60 will be allowed to hold office. Alice Wahome is 65 years of age. We have an attorney general who has not practiced law for 25 years. And we still want to come here and say that William Ruto, we need to give him a dialogue. Kindly majama tuanze Sunday to Monday, Tuesday, tuwape time wa rest Wednesday, Thursday tuingie, Friday tuingie, wacha wa rest Sato, tuingie tena Sunday, so that Ruto should know it is not business as usual. Now this time it is personal, and they should know we are not our parents. We don't forget and we don't forgive. That is something they should know. Na ikifika point mzazi anakukataza, wewe pia kata black tax. Usimtumie hiyo pesa yenye anataka umtumie nyumbani. Mimi nawaambiaga siwatumii, make your own decisions now that mme decide. Mimi amjui penye hiyo pesa inatoka. So hakuna haja uniforce ni kuwekea pesa na utaki nipiganie nchi yangu. Guys, tutoke. Now we are all hypocrites and we are all fools. We listened to people who told us not to go to State House. We listened that day and we were prepared to march. Then we listened to people. Guys, we are all fools. I'm also a fool. I listen to these people. Kindly let us stand up as a nation, as a people, and take back our country. It is time to start taking back this country. This country is more important than any individual, than any cartel. Kindly, I beg you, the people of the Republic of Kenya, we are demanding for good governance. We are not trying to overthrow our government. We are trying to just make things work out in this beautiful nation. This country has a lot of potential. Thank you. Edgar. Edgar, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. 6,000. Kwani Mkenya amedrop?
Mkenya sasa anatumia Infinix kwa space. Shida watu wa Infinix ikiboil mic inakuwa mbaya, unaanguka.
Oh, okay. Kuria, you can take over. You can give your submission.
Yeah, thanks everybody for having me. Hopefully I'm audible. Thanks for the host and everybody. So I'll just give a quick submission. So the beauty of all these resubmission and reappointment has really reinforced something that who Ruto is. He's really a convincing liar. And all along, people generally were tending to starting to warm up to him. But I'm really loving that we can see and convince it to our parents and everybody, this is who he is. So I agree with all the previous speakers, what they have said, and we really need to hit hard where it hurts most. So it's a genuine consensus that State House is where we should be, and we're not going to change our mind. That's where we should be. And in addition, I just want to just throw something in there. So there's this image that he has really tried to portray that in terms of getting international media, I think that's another thing we need to have. I think we should add we should actually also try to picket at an embassy. And I think the American embassy will also be another place that we should actually probably go and picket there. Because this definitely, I think he really portraying that good image, that to give us the mass outlook to everybody. So I think it's another target we should actually probably consider. I'm just throwing it out there for anybody for consideration. But that is a thought that, I just needed to say. That's all from my end.
Thank you so much for your short submission. Mkenya, can you hear me? We're Mkenya. Okay, kama Mkenya unisikii ni sawa. Ajadelo.
No, nakusikia. It's only that continue, please. Continue. Nasikia.
Ngoja. Kindly, when you are given the mic, kindly stay on mute until uambiwe uongee. Sasa ukiunmute, Ruto anatukasirisha, wewe ukuja pia utukasirisha ya bure. Adadelo, kindly. Sawa, kama hayuko. Dominic.
Hello and good evening, everybody.
Good evening. How are you?
Yeah, good. Edgar, Kenya. Thank you guys for being here. I want to make some few remarks or comments pertaining this. And first and foremost, I want to applaud you guys for the good job.
So
it is always very serious.
Spaces, not even this spaces.
To start a fight
I don't even give
and
it
you don't end it.
Bot account Neko space like
a revolution
on this space and on the other space. Anyway, so
is something that is very serious.
Okay,
we have learned this from
Patrick, jump in.
The French revolutions of 1776, where the peasants or the middle class, the young one, sorry, were being oppressed.
Patrick, jump in. And also,
and the oppression can only end when the oppressed wake up and demand for their rights. In this case, we are handling dealers, as my colleagues have said. We are not dealing with the leaders. And Ruto is one very skewed person. I do call him myself the incorrigibly corrupt character. If we guys are keen enough, and if you have studied him or his political history, he earned them a financial muscle by grabbing and cutting deals. So bringing back the 6 CSs, Duale, Wahome, these are people with questionable characters. I think we remember all the case of Wahome during the last election, the Jubilee, how he was manhandling the IBC personnel. These are cartels. And this guy is pretending to be very smart. Today, he came with a list of 11. But this guy was just purposing to test the waters. Bringing back the 6, trying to blend or to sugarcoat with the 6 whom he called technocrats that will be subjected to scrutiny because the 6 already served in his government. That means he will have them to go and scrutinize. Davis Chirchir is his ICT guru, and he cannot manage to lose him. And these guys manipulate the elections process, including that of the president and their cohorts. The people who are in the assembly are misbehaving because they are not the elected leaders. They are the selected leaders. These people are the people whom were given certificate and warranted. Are we together, guys? Are you there?
Yes, we can hear you. Proceed.
Yes.
Continue injecting.
So we guys need to fight this war and sanitize this country once and for all. If it doesn't take us to do that, and then we have no option but to lie low. Unless we stand up, we fight the fight up to the end, we are doomed to fail and never to be alive again. This was a good trial. It was a good shot because at least for now, it means we can bring sanity. Some people can sacrifice and something changes. And I want to tell you, even the world greatest consuls were brought down. Think of Napoleon Bonaparte, the Prince Metternich. These people almost conquered the world. But at the end of the day, it called for the people and they were able to bring these guys down. I can equate Ruto to one guy who was called Prince Metternich, that a lady said, my daughter cannot sneeze because Metternich will hear. Given chance, this guy will be the worst dictator in the world. So it is up to you or up to us to mess with him. And the worst thing is to trigger with a lion and you don't act on the same. I want to make it very short because we have other people who want also to contribute. But I am telling you guys, we have to be strategic. We have to fight on seriously and with devotion. They are going to kill. They are going to maim. But all these are scheme of threatening. They have prevailed there before. And don't be cheated. Okay, we are taking Raila for some times back as a liberal. But this guy is worn out, and he is also taking chances and opportunities, going to the table. Think of him he is going to bring to the table. The very people who served as governors. Where is a Gen Z there? Talk of retired governors. These are people who have stacked money. So whenever they want to do something, they do it because they have the money. Look at like the people of Eldoret. This guy, Murkom, the former senator, the current senator and the former governor, Mandago. We are losing integrity. Why? Because of the power of money these people steal from the public coffers. In the Western countries or the advanced countries, somebody like Murkomen should not be in power. He should have been recalled long, long ago. But because when they see Kenya or Edgar being a voice, they start attacking him or her who is airing the views of the voiceless. Or you are just being, or you get bored. Think of the millions those students contributed for the said scheme. But the person is still there, have a case in court, and you can hear Ruto. Ruto will come out and say, if he is found culpable, need you be found culpable? Or if they suspect, you should resign or step aside. So this list of the nominated CSs should go down because this is not what we were demanding from Ruto. It was a fresh whole thing. It was an overhaul. And he cannot just take us for a ride, give us a needle finger, pretending to have scrapped off the whole cabinet. Otherwise, he should have retained the so-called, if you think they had the sanity or the integrity, why did he have to fire them at first, then bring them back? What is that? They have just come back to the very same docket. He knows what they were doing and they must finish business. For the few remarks, I would want to give back the mic and thank you guys and let us fight on. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, sir.
Okay, before I give the mic to Joy, I'm going to request everyone, mwenye alikuwa request mic earlier because Edgar can't see the mics and I'm the only one who is able to see the mics at this point. Drop your mic and request it again, please. So, Joy? Okay, SK Musa.
Unanisikia?
Yes.
Mine will be very brief. On the cabinet nominations, one thing that we should be very careful is the characters that are coming back that have been nominated for consideration as cabinet secretaries. This guy, Kithure Kindiki, and Kome, they were part of the security organs that ordered the killing of demonstrators. So those people should not be anywhere near the Ministry of Interior or any position in the government. Because we are demanding for investigations into the killing of innocent protesters, Kindiki cannot head the same ministry because first he is going to influence the investigations. So he's a suspect. So a suspect cannot be in charge of the investigating department or the ministry. So he should not be allowed anywhere near that ministry. And we should be firm on that. We have better and qualified candidates, including Jay-Z's. So I completely oppose or I'll be against anything to do with Kithure Kindiki. There's this guy, Churchill. Yo Jama, he messed up the energy. Everybody has been complaining about steamer bills, every time now and on. There's no power for days, for weeks. So, and if you can remember, that guy used to be one of the commissioners in IEBC. Before that time, I think it was something else. I don't remember the name exactly, and he has been mentioned in different corruption cases.
So somebody who should not have been in the cabinet before and now is in the cabinet, being nominated for consideration as a cabinet secretary. That is to show that Ruto is not serious, he's just assuming. And that's why he's now talking to Raila, so that their aim is to get kingpins from different locations. From Mombasa, they have Joe. From Nyanza, from Western, so that they can try to neutralize the protesters. Because they will have those kingpins go there and start to mobilize people so that they start to oppose the demonstrations. Those characters should not be allowed anywhere. We should start to mobilize all those regions so that we tell them this movement is for accountability, it's not for those oligarchs who have been part and parcel of damaging the economy of the country. So we should not allow. It is time for Raila to go back home to Bondo. By the way, I've been supporting Raila for a long time. But the moment he started talking to Ruto, I'm done with him. I think it's time we start thinking about how we can have a Genesis. I mean, although I think in the constitution, to be a president, you should be about 35. So millennials, we should be able to start considering somebody when the time comes. These old guards, they should go away. We have to stay focused, and we start to collect information from all sources so that when the time comes, we are loaded with all the information so that we take all those guys down. That's what I have, but I just want to encourage everybody to stay strong, stay focused. All these propagandas going around in the social media by Kenya Kwanza and the NIS, DCI, we should ignore, we should look after them. And if you know some of them, it's good to share that information so that we can call them out. I've been calling them out, some of them, so let's call them out. We are not afraid. We are fighting for our country. We should not be being taxed to pay debt that we don't know where the money went. So let us stay strong and stay focused. We'll get there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to remind you something, guys. Let no one tell you that we are not achieving anything. I don't want you guys to think that we are not achieving anything. Since this conversation started, there are things that we've learned. We've learned about our public debt. Even if it was in the public domain, I'm not going to lie to you. A day like today, I would be somewhere chasing whatever the world has to offer, just to, But right now, we've been able to learn about the finance bill. We've been able to learn about our public debt. And we have realized that we are paying a debt that is non-existent. We have realized that we can also decide not to be taxed something that we did not consume. We have realized that we did not even consume the money that was borrowed. So it is not in the Kenyan hands for them to pay for it. That is one thing we've realized. And I want you guys to understand, the moment we touched on that topic and the moment we started pushing for the idea that we are not going to pay for what we did not take, that is the moment you've seen likes of Raila and everyone coming together. Because the conversation that is there and the conversation that now the public, the information we have as a public, this money is the money they take, they share among themselves in their accounts. When they share among themselves through Kina handshake, then they go and they pretend that they are fighting each other. They are not fighting each other. Our enemy right now is the political class. We must disband the whole political class. But the mission that we have right now is to occupy State House on Tuesday and make sure that we end Ruto's regime. And when we are ending Ruto's regime, we make sure that we fix the country. That is the mission that we have right now. We start fixing the country from the top. Tusidanganywe hadi kushinda tutakimbizana na MCAs and everything. What we deal with Ruto. And when we say Ruto must go, there are people who are pushing at we mean Rigathi. You think we are mad? When we mean Ruto must go, we mean the whole system. What the fuck is Rigathi? Mnafikiria tukitoa Ruto tutashindwa na nini? Tutashindwa na that farmer from Mount Kenya. Hatuwezi shindwa na huyo mkulima. No, well, we can't be defeated by someone like Rigathi. We'll deal with Rigathi. So don't worry, we want the whole system equipped. We drain the swamp. We must drain the swamp for us to fix the country. Look at the taxes we are paying. Nigeria, they are only paying for oil 58 shillings. And if we are to do the math right, without all the stupid things that we have to pay that we are not supposed to be paying, we should be paying for petrol for only like 78 shillings when we look at the global prices of the petrol. So those are some of the things that we need to put in order. The moment we put things in order by cleaning the whole system, we'll have money in our pockets and tutakuwa tuna relax. You see the new Singapore watakuwa kitutumia kama example. Korea, South Korea watakuwa wanatutumia kama example. Okay, let me have Dr. Brian.
Can I add one more point?
Yes, unaweza ongezea.
There is this position, Raila aired the African Union infrastructure something. The money that Raila was being paid and his office was being paid by Kenya. It was not by AU. So that is something that we should be aware, and maybe we should also be demanding that money should be refunded, because the money was from Kenyan taxpayers. It was never paid by AU. That's why you find currently there is no such position in African Union. It was just a position that was created for Raila, paid by Kenyans, and when he left the position, I think sometime last year, there's nobody in that office because it was just a position that was created for Raila. We should demand refund for the Kenyans' money. Thank you. That's all I wanted to add.
Yani unataka kusema mtu anaendelea kutuibia? You mean hata jameni, asira sasa nasikia imeongezeka. Na the asira that imeenda over the roof. 6,000, kindly ongezea kitu.
Mkenya, what I wanted to say is that to create awareness on during this time, we need to do a major space that will pinpoint on all platforms, a space that can be projected on YouTube and TikTok, so that people can know this is a stand we are taking. So we might reach also people who have a huge crowd and tell them we are putting this thing live on one platform, so that when you are creating this whole awareness, to create awareness kwa watu wote, everybody knows we'll have this stand and this is where we are going. Right now, we are kind of divided because those people on TikTok are doing their things, on X are doing their things. Kuna Mukuru kwa Zuckerberg. Mukuru kwa Zuckerberg is one confused place where people even don't know whatever they are doing. So it is upon us right now to start thinking how we are going. Hey, Morris.
Yes.
Mute bana. Kuna kitu ya papo hapo kando, mute tu. So Mukuru kwa Zuckerberg huko kuna shida kubwa, but we should try and reflect on all these areas so that when we go out there, people know we went there as a crowd and as a unit. Now we need to start moving as a unit. We should not segment these social media pages and say, wacha watu wa TikTok wafanye yao, FB wafanye yao, YouTube wafanye yao, Telegram. No, we should now go as a unit known as Kenya. Now it is not the Gen Z. This is a Kenyan war. And a Kenyan war is a Kenyan war. Mimi saa hii naongea hata niko police station hapa, nimetulia nacheza pool na wenzangu. So Ruto should know that I'm going out there to fight for my country starting from Sunday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Brian. Last time to call you. You need to jump on the mic. Dr. Brian. Okay, Overdose, are you there? Overdose. Okay. Okay, Maurice.
Yes. Fellow Kenyans, hii sasa Kenya Ruto anatuonyesha hii, si ati turudi nyuma. Inabidi tutoke sisi wote, hata kama ni kutumaliza, tumalize tu. Tu ya wote, takataka yake wote, inafaa apeleke aende nayo nyumbani kabisa. Hatuwezi lipa ushuru mara mbili.
Kwanza wote ambao walitolewa inafaa wafanyiwe investigation, tujue vile wametolewa, pesa yao ni ngapi. Kina Kipchumba Murkomen, kina Mauchogu, hatuwezi wangoja kabisa, tumechoka. Wale ambao waliuawa hata investigation hajafanyiwa, wengine wanashikwa tu. Hapana, enough is enough. We need to come out in large number. We won't fear anybody. Hata mapolisi pia ni raia tu kama sisi, na hii kipiga ambayo tunapigania, wao ndio wenyewe ndio watafaidika. Asanteni.
Okay, that was some fire submission. Hiyo takataka Ruto ameturudishia hapo. It's a clear sign that Ruto is not someone who is ready to change the country, and what looked like more of like a second chance for Ruto to give us an outlook, yenye inakaa someone who is ready to make any change. Ruto is not ready. When he says he consults, sijui anaingianga tu kwa choo anajiconsult. And one thing is, Ruto tu ni mtu anaji-advise. When you listen to what IG Muturi said, tangu aingia aje consultiwa na Ruto. Ruto is just, a know-it-all. Then I don't know who Ruto listens to. I don't know. Most probably anaji-advise, and from the things he's doing, the advice looks like he's consuming an advice from a madman. And since he's the one who is advising himself, I'm not trying to say he's a madman, but I'm saying whoever advises Ruto is a madman, and Ruto advises himself. Because how do we tell you something this, then you completely go do something else? Like Ruto, who has kizi kabisa. Americ said in a certain space, Ruto ni kichwa ngumu kabisa. And now I can totally agree. Ruto ni kichwa ngumu. I've seen a post asking, ama Ruto ni wazimu. Those are some of the things zinatufanya tujiulize. Those are some just a minute. Those are some of the things zinafanya tunajiuliza, are we dealing with someone who is mentally okay? Because now if we tell you this, then you completely do something different. Tena, it's madness. It's really madness. Kuria, kindly join me. Okay, there is overdose. Then it means I have to empty some mics because, and the people who are requesting the mic, I think I'll have to send some of the mics directly in the DMs because, wow, wamefanyia ile space ile kitu, we've refreshed the space like 3 times. Edgar can't completely see the mics, so unaweza stop requesting the mic, join tena, request the mic, ndio niendelee kupeana the mics. This Dr. Mwenda, sorry, inakaa your mic has refused. Meanwhile, okay, Isalia.
Hello.
Yes. Can anyone hear? Because is it her or it's he? But just Isalia. Isalia?
Yeah.
So I don't know who is speaking. Is it Isalia or Joy? Who among you is speaking? Oh, sorry guys, I'm removing, I'm fixing the mics here while we are doing whatever we are doing. Just to make sure that everyone gets an opportunity. Overdose. You're not speaking. Overdose. Opio Mjomba. That should be your name. Okay, fine. I think I'll have to do away with that mic. Stitch, Dominic. mnafanya this kupeana mic inakuwa ngumu because okay, if you having the mic, kindly speak because I'm trying to accept the mics as well.
Let me try and accept the request zenye naona hapa tatu. Dominic Cheche, ni aje?
Okay, we are trying to reset the space, so refreshing the space basically. So it's not going to drop, but we are just refreshing it. So don't worry, guys. It's just for a few seconds, and everything should just be working fine. Fion, are you there? Na mnapick his mic za nini kindly? Kama mnapick the mic, then we can't. If I sent the mic to you via the DM, well, let me see who else. Okay, I see he's on board. Adadelo?
Oya Mkenya. Unanisikia?
Nakusikia fiti.
Thanks for the space. Na niko na points kiasi hapa nataka kuleta through. The first point ile imenibamba kwa hii space ni kuna a previous speaker alitaja akasema hatupatii women chance sana ya kushowcase potential yao kwa hii nini, kwa hii hizi protest. Women saizi vile mimi naicheki, vile nimemedi nao naona nikaa women ndo the most valid card tumebakisha sahi juu ukiangalia nini revolutions mingi women ndo wanakuwaga the last option na wanakuwaga the most valid card ina play. Ukiangalia time za kina nani akina Wangari Maathai hiyo 1992 time women wali strip naked for Moi, ile time ya wakipigania political prisoners, women ndo walikam na ilienda fiti sana. Kuna time bado hapo kitambo kiasi akina Mudhoni Nyanjiro wakipigana against the white, wale makaro white. Ilikuwa sijui ni 1920 ngapi huko, 1922 huko, na ili go through fiti sana. Mimi naona ni kama hizi demos sahi Ruto amekuwa lethal sana, na ile card si tunafaa to play sasa ni ku play the pity card, na itakuwa ni the best card hata internationally juu ukiangalia international laws zinasema protest against children na women, if you shoot women especially wa mama ka pregnant hivi, but siwezi advocate for pregnant women in the protest, but international laws zile zinapelekaga wa CICC zinasema ukishoot women ama children, hiyo automatically wewe unakuwa ni case study ama wewe unakuwa ni defendant huko kwao, watakupeleka ndani. Na women, mimi najua women ukiangalia vitu mingi hata hizi vitu tu local, women wakijam fiti. Mimi ni victim wa women, wale women wamesema enough is enough. Women wakijam fiti buda ni hivyo. Women wakijam mambo mambo hufanyika, mambo huenda vile inafaa. Women ndio inafaa tumewapatia tumewapatia privilege pia watu show kama hiyo Tuesday mimi naona women wakuwa mbele na tunafaa tu tunaenda state house. Hizo vitu za Uhuru Park hizo mkae nazo huko, tunafaa kwa hiyo time tuna march tukienda state house tunafaa tumeka women mbele, na maybe au wase disabled kama wanaweza tokea. The next thing niko nataka kuongelea ni hii imetokea leo au MCS wamerudishwa Wera akina NDUALE hao. Na nilikuwa naangalia document fulani ya 2021 inaitwa The Refugees Act of 2021. Wale wase wako familia na hiyo ni kitu fulani ilipitishwa na the World Bank, ilipitishwa chini ya maji. Wase wengi wako waje icheki. Hiyo ilikuwa inasema the World Bank itupatie hiyo loan, Kenya inafaa integrate 500,000 refugees. Unacheki 500,000 refugees walikuwa wanafaa wako integrated into the system. Hiyo ni kumaanisha 500,000 people wenye si wa Kenya wakuje wapatiwe same rights na Kenyan citizens. Na that was the brainchild of somebody like NDUALE. Ukiangalia deeply, hiyo ilikuwa ni brainchild ya NDUALE na fala mwingine ka nani anaitwa nani Faramalim. Hao ni wase wali push for that thing hadi kakuwa signed, kwa sababu wanataka kuleta 500,000 illegal Somalis wapatiwe same rights kama sisi Kenyans. Hiyo ina include pia the right to vote. Ndio maana unaona Ruto haezi taka kukosana na akina NDUALE na akina Fara, kwa sababu the 500,000 illegal Somalis wakikuwa incorporated into the system, that means 500,000 more votes for that nigga in 2027. Hiyo ndo maana unaona amerudisha akina NDUALE. Alafu bado nimecheki kuna PA wa Linturi Murithi or something. PA wa Linturi pia yeye amepatiwa sasa CS. Kwa nini? CS kwa agriculture. Buda bana Ruto sijui hata nitamuita. Umseni this guy is a blatant liar. Ni mythomaniac, ni mse hataki kujua anakudanganya. Unaona mse anakudanganya kwa macho yako. Umeona mse akifanya kitu lakini ukimuuliza analenga kabisa, alafu anajaribu kukama up na vitu fulani na kukoroga macho ngumu, au ndo tunaoitaga macho ngumu. Na hiyo ndo kitu Ruto anadu hapa. Ameleta akina Linturi, akina Duale, Kindiki, that motherfucker. Amerudisha Kindiki kwa nini? Amerudisha Kindiki Wera. The next thing kwa nataka kubonga ni hiyo story mnalialia huku Occupy Uhuru Park. Mimi naona hiyo ni crap, hiyo ni the lowest level of shit. Hiyo ndo ile garbage iko kwa garbage bin, ile iko chini kabisa. Kwenda Uhuru Park vile nimekuwa tu nikisema, hiyo ni kujienclose kwa area moja. Nikaa dogi kwa kennel, hata ibweke aje mwizi ataiba tu bado. Dogi kwa kennel hata ubweke uko Uhuru Park huko mnaimba Ruto must go. Hiyo di music to the ears. Dogi kwa kennel huko inabweka ama ni kama vile wase huko kwa stadium ni thousands of people wana watch ball kwa stadium huko. Vitu zinaendelea CBD fiti. Ndio hii gava feel issue yetu, hii kitu tunajaribu kuwa show. Lazima to hit where it hurts the most. Na where it hurts the most bwana ni the house on the hill. Inafaa tumemachuko, come rain come sunshine. Yani hiyo ni kitu inafaa ikuwe ni iko kwa kichwa wako. Ukiamka asubuhi ka ukijua siku moja, one of these fine days lazima tuende State House. Hiyo mambo ya kusema tunaenda Uhuru Park, hiyo sunda kwa tampon and shove it up your ass. Ingine ni Raila Odinga, that motherfucker. Nimeishi kumchukia kutoka kitambo. Hata 2022 nilivote state juu nilikuwa napenda Ruto. Nilivote liamka mapema sana kwenda kuangusha Raila. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa my main motive. Juu Raila ni sellout. Kama uko na the third eye in politics, kama wewe ni the smart type, una medigi na vitu deeply, utakuwa notice Raila amekuwa part of every government. Hata time KANU ilimpeleka Nyayo, wakamfinya mbegu, jamaa katoka huko hadi sijui Kane zaza. Watu wasiosema hizi zaisha, si alifinywa mbegu Nyayo, and the same motherfucker alifinywa na KANU Mbegu Nyayo akarudi akakuwa chairman wa the same party ile ilimfinya Mbegu. Then Kibaki akaingia, mkate nusu ikakam. Uhuru akakam with the handshake. Alafu sasa kuna hii ya Ruto. Unacheki huyo jamaa anapili gitu to the stupid one. Watu hawana the that die. Alafu kitu ingine ni hiyo story ya kuuza uoga na kusema sijui wase ati tunataka kuban the nation bana. Fuck you bana. Fuck you. Hakuna mtu anataka kuban Kenya, hakuna. Tunapigania liberty, freedom. Give me freedom or give me death. Give me freedom or give me give me liberty or give me death. Hakuna in between. Ni uwe ama unipatie freedom. Si ati nitaishi kulak in the shadows. Tunakawa in the shadows. Sisi unafinyiliwa huku, lakini umejificha huko magizani huko, unaicheki tu. Unajua unafinyiliwa lakini huwezi jibonga. Hii time tumefika, kwanza the beauty of it ni ati most of us tunaweza soma. Hata kama wewe si avid reader, unaweza read, unaweza soma, unaweza pata article fulani. Make books your best friend bwana. Soma something political. Kachini uta notice kuna a lot of bullcrap tumekuwa tukikula. Tumekuwa tukikula a lot of bullcrap since we were born. 30 years ago, 20 years ago, kimedina unapata ndugu yangu bana, nimekuwa nakula mavi the entire time. Hiyo ndo kitu nilikuwa nadai kusema. Alafu nadai ku appeal to all of you maze. Juu si wote nadhani tuko united in a common cause. Hii mambo ya kukuwa traitors, na that's the worst sin. That's the ultimate sin. Ukiangalia nini kwa kila kitu, kila group of people, the ultimate sin, the worst, ile kitu itafanya utokane na wasee kabisa ni betrayal. Maze betrayal, hiyo kitu ina hurt. Una betray an entire cause. Back in school, hao ndo watu tulikuwa tunaita akina nini, the Benedict Arnold. Mse ana sacrifice a good cause on the altar for his own personal gains, his selfish interests. Usikubali ati we sasa ndo utakuwa on the wrong side of history, kwa sababu we are writing history, we are rewriting history. History ni bullcrap. Mimi sidhani kuna mse anafaa asome Ruto pahali. We are rewriting history. Usikubali because of some, usikuwe kaki na Osama because of some few coins, 1,000 bob, 1,000,000 bob. Uko on the wrong side of history. Nadhani Mkenya wacha niachie watu wengine wabonge, juu mimi naweza rantadi rengo, naweza rantadi ngware. But nitakuwa tu hapa, nitakuwa na pitching 2 points kiasi. So Mkenya.
Okay, sawa. You remember the lady mwenye akona chai ya nani ya Chirchir? Finally I think nimempata tena because mic yake ili drop na akakataa kujoin. So I think we are going to get that tea about how rotten our guy Chirchir is and how crazy it is. So I hope she'll manage to pick the mic. So Achieng, I can see you there. Hiyo chai bana tumeingoja, we've done everything. Tafadhali kama wamekukujia kwa nyumba sema, but we must get this tea. We must know what we are dealing with. And the good thing is, why I like these spaces, we come here, we educate each other so that when someone is having a doubt on the next steps or why we should be out there and why we should be fighting to take back our country, you get the knowledge, you get the information, and you realize that systemically we are being impoverished. And when I said this, I look at all the sectors. I look at the agricultural sector. Why is it that they are pushing for seeds that can't even grow? That's what the people in the village are doing. In Sekuru right now, ile mahindi yenye tunapata pale, it can't even grow. Na ujua watu kazi sisi tulikuwa tunagrow mahindi, ile kidogo inapatikana tunapanda the next season. That is what used to happen. And I will tell you where this has happened. I've lived in Austria for a couple of years. When you look at early 2000s, what Unilever used to do, walikuwa wanakuja, Austria was big on growing potatoes. So what used to happen is Unilever used to come, wananunua hizo seeds zao that can regrow, wanaenda wanazitupa Mediterranean. Just check it. In the early 2000s, they go through those seeds in the Mediterranean. Then wanawapea seeds za Unilever that can't regrow, so that you can depend on that. Look at what they are doing to our agricultural sector. They are pushing us to that end. You get? I want you to understand even the education sector. Look at the financing model they are bringing. I used to pay how much? I looked at how much I paid for my degree. At most, it was for total of 4 years. It was 186,000 total. Yeah, 4 years. Now, do you know what they are paying right now for the same course, mathematics and computer science? It's 300. It's almost 350,000 I think it's per year. No, actually almost, yeah, it's either per year or per semester. Right now for the same course that I paid 186,000 miaka yote. That is what is happening. You know, even the fees doesn't make sense. When I see how much I paid for my masters, how much did I used to pay for semester for the 2 years? It was way cheaper on what I paid for my masters. But look at what we are having right now in the country. Angalieni what we are having. But all the systems, they are being crippled by design. And when we see this, I'll give you an example. I've given an example for agriculture. I've given you example for education. Let's go to energy. Look at the cost of production of energy. How much it costs in Kenya. Yes, I specialized in energy informatics in my masters and everything. So look at how much it costs. It costs 25. It costs now above 25 Kenya shillings per kilowatt for production. You might not understand those figures, but let me tell you what other countries that investors are running to, how much it costs. When you go to Ethiopia, it costs around 7 shillings, only 7 shillings for energy production per kilowatt hour. Go to Egypt, our competitor in terms of manufacturing right now, it costs 3 shillings. You get? And I want you guys to understand one thing. We cannot pull ourselves out of poverty if we are not doing manufacturing. We cannot pull ourselves out of poverty if we are not using our agricultural land that we are having. Those are the tools that we have for leverage out there. You get? And that's what I want to understand. That is what we use for trade. You know, if we want to do everything, if we want to do post-production, it means we have to depend on energy to do post-production. But if the cost of energy in the country is over 25 shillings, I'm sure that's over 30 shillings per kilowatt hour. Who do you think is going to set up anything for production in this country? No one. No one is going to do manufacturing here in the country because the cost of energy production is too expensive. Ask yourself why we are not even having like smart grids in the country while we already have the infrastructure. It's all by design. They are not allowing us to be able to produce our own power. There are so many things we can go on, but it will be too much jargon that is unnecessary. But again, I've noticed Kenyans, we are very sharp. Just break down the information na tunai understand. Tunajua, kumbe we can now be having kumbe tunaweza kuwa tukilipia nini token ya so inaweza kuwa ikinipeleka for a whole month. You get? Because most of the things, Kenya, if you look at it globally, our energy, most of it, it's what we call renewable, or it's from the hydro and everything. We can have that conversation, but look at those main sectors. Yani wameharibu the food sector, the energy sector, the education sector. Wanataka to make sure that sisi wote ni madwanzi and we don't have critical thinking. But lucky enough, they are trying to do that when most of the Kenyans have critical thinking. Yes, Edwin, kindly jump in before Danny says something. Edwin? Lefant.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yeah, sure. We can hear you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for the opportunity. My take on the country right now, together with this Nabi, announcement amefanya, cabinet, I think we are facing someone who is not used to yielding, someone who's not used to losing, someone who's not used to any just where he's always on top since his political career. And I think the Gen Zs came to change that. the protests came to change that and give him a wake up call. However, bado tu ako vile vile. Occupying State House, as much as it's a good thing, I believe I have an idea which is much more effective. It's much more long lasting. And occupying State House, I'm thinking about this like a battle with a president who cannot serve his people, and his people are telling him that this is the wrong place to be at. Na yeye aski, na sisi hataki kumsikia. Kwa sababu we are seeing how he's carrying out the everything that he's doing. Occupying State House is a good thing, but I'm thinking about the lives that are going to, because this person doesn't care. This person doesn't care about anyone. And for me, I'm thinking about the power that the Gen Zs brought when they occupied parliament. Because while they occupy parliament and they were already in. So right now, this platform, the reason why we are all here is because we are displeased with 6 people. 6 people who have been brought with allegations of many misdeeds in the government, many corruption cases, many other illegalities that we cannot even tell. Atujera zingine zinakuwa much more worse. So if we can take this thing into a step further and we start occupying, nani ametuambia tuwezi occupy these people's houses? Who has told us we cannot occupy these people's businesses? Who told us that we cannot occupy these people's schools where their children are going until they resign? Right now, there's a tweet. I think I saw it I think it was yesterday, where we are being told the IBC has stopped registering for IDs. Who do you think it's blocking? It's blocking the Gen Zs, who have now come in numbers. They have now come at age where now they can overwhelm every other generation. They can overwhelm the millennials. They can overwhelm the Gen X. It's a move to block the people who are supposed now to change the country. Why can't we start occupying places that we are displeased with? Unaona kama saizi venye tumechukia watu wa sita because they're coming in and we know what they're about to do. Why not take it a step further? Because si tulisema tunaweza andamana mpaka 2027. We have a lot of time. So why not have an agenda? Na kila wiki tuko na agenda. Because me, I'm thinking about this like a chess game. I'm thinking about how this person is reasoning. I'm trying to think about nini koko kichwa ya Ruto. As much as he's doing this wrong thing, what is he thinking? So the thing is a person who cannot accept defeat, someone who cannot accept reason. It's like he has taken over any ndo kusema. He move on. He cannot take advice from anyone. He cannot take direction. He cannot take control. So the only way for us to do this is to cripple him. And how do you cripple this person? You cripple him because he cannot run a government alone. That one is a sure. So we have a step further, and I think it's a light in the tunnel because we can occupy these people until they resign. Tunaweza occupy NDUALE's place mpaka achoke. Mpaka yeye mwenyewe aende kwa president aseme enyewe mimi sitaki kitu. I don't want this thing because now there are 5,000 youths in my businesses. There are 5,000 youths who are occupying my office, they're occupying my home, they're occupying my school. That is the way. We're supposed to find an agenda that we are displeased with. An agenda that will help us make sure that we're turning the country around because the Gen Zs have opened up a door where we can exploit everything that we do not like, everything that we do not dislike. The presidency is difficult for us to it's like he's playing games. And I've had so many people saying that in order for you to become a president, you're not supposed to be clever too much, especially at this particular time. You're supposed to yield. Yield. Ajui. Now I'm saying the only way for you to defeat this person, when the fish starts rotting from the head, Si ati utupe samaki. Hapana, you have two choices. Unaweza tupa samaki, by the way. But for me, I'm looking at a situation where we can isolate him. Akue peke yake. You cut that head of that fish, and then we use the rest of the body. Na tujipikie hapo na tuchikarangie. Because that's the only way. The only way for us to, the only way, in my opinion, for us to make something concrete, is for us to make sure that everything that we don't like, every person that we don't like, and it's about individualism now. You now take it a step further. You make it about individuals. Now, if you're caught in corruption, hii Tuesday tuna occupy office yako. Hii Tuesday tuna occupy business yako. Hii Tuesday tuna occupy shule zenye watoto wako naenda. Hadi utoke penye unafaa utoke. Because ule mwenye ako juu yako anakataa kusikiza. So lazima wewe ujitoe. Me, I think that's the only way we're going to get out. Hiyo ndo mimi ndo natundo njia ya kutoa kwa heshima. Because you see how he has introduced the 11 cabinets, these cabinet sectors. He's trying to test whether he can bring back Murkomen, whether he can bring back Moses Kuria, whether he can bring back other CSs, so that atupime ujinga. Instead of this dissolving, it could reshuffle. Because who wins at the end of the day when we yield, us as the people, we start yielding, it is him. But the only way, it's like a chess game. This thing is like a chess game. And you have to think like a chess player who's playing an advanced game with an advanced player who is very good at battle, very good at manipulation, he's very good at psychology. Na saizi, when you know, he is trying as hard as possible to bring your psychology to a halt. This mental, this mental fix, like there's no hope, like there's no hope, a state of hopelessness, that whatever you do, no matter how many lives you lose, I will still do the same things that I'm about to do. That is the wrong mentality for a leader. And for me, once umejeka kwa hiyo category, umejeka wewe ni kichwa ngumu, me, the best thing for me is to isolate you. And that's me, I figure out, is the best place for us to put this person. Because he cannot run a government alone. It is impossible for you to run a government alone. So if it is impossible, that means kuna watu hapa chini yako wenye wanafanya vitu vibaya, wenye tunafaa tuwafikie. Na hata ikizidi tuwasalimie na tuwape hizo machapati. Kwa sababu there is no way you can harass us through your minions. It's not possible. We will get first your minions. We will make sure that we force the right people in those offices. And how do we force this? In legality, not in terms of illegal terms, in legality. We just, tunaandamana tu kwa ofisi zako, tunaandamana tu kwa biashara zako, tunaandamana everywhere that touches you. Anything that is called by your name. Whether Ndwale alinunua shamba fulani, tuko hapo. That is how you occupy. Because State House, I am afraid, is going to get a lot of lives lost. We rather focus on this little thing, on this other big thing that is on this other side. Because you cannot run institutions alone. It's impossible. So why not occupy those institutions that we feel like are corrupt? Come on, you occupy JK. That's a good thing, because we're trying to prevent something that we know. The selling off of JK. That's a good thing. You see, that's a pinpoint. Any key to exact. And that's what made the Gen Z protest a very big success, because when you say occupy parliament, and they were there, and they entered, and they did what they did. And that was a win for them, because it was objective, any objective. State House, and I'm so sure he's ready to put many lives down just for his pride to be on top. And for me, I cannot afford to see this. So the only way I see fit, in my own opinion, is to cripple the people who are seen to be corrupt. When you say corrupt, those are the people who are supposed to be on their houses, on their businesses. Until he puts the right people. Now we'll be doing this until 2027. We will have already reformed a heavy amount of things that are there. Because if right now let's say there's a problem, and the problem is in ministries. We cannot know the problem in the ministry because we are focused on Ruto must go. Sawa ameenda, but the problem still is there. Let's say he goes. Bado tu ako pale. Ako tu pale pale. So we need to reform everything using this reawakening that the Gen Zs have brought. Because it's a reawakening. Because it shows that we can occupy a place. And that place reforms. And if you occupy pahali, inazaa matunda immediately. That is how you're supposed to do it. Anything you feel like is a problem, you just make sure that you occupy it. Come and say JK, occupied. Come and say IBC, when you block IDs, occupied. You must make sure that every place that is a fundamental institution in the country has been occupied. And it's being occupied until there's change. Because that's the only way we're going to change the country. Fully. And on my second agenda, the political parties. It's so sad when you find political parties aligning with one another, especially when the people have an outcry. They have an outcry of making sure that they have good governance. Lives have been lost. People are dying because of seeking good governance. Not because someone has stolen, not because someone has killed someone, because they seek good governance. I cannot imagine someone getting shot because they want a balanced kind of country where they can pay taxes and they see a reflection of what their taxes is. Do you see the magnitude that this person is trying to ignore? And for us, for me, when I saw Rao with Ruto, okay, and I can understand because of the AU position and everything, but sometimes you need to put certain positions aside because there is something bigger that is brewing. Yes, the AU is much good. Sijakata ni mzuri. But wewe nchi yako iko aje? When you're busy entertaining someone who is harassing the country will never be stable. So the best thing for Rao angekaa kando tu, even if it's just a brief. I don't know his plans, but me, the way I see it, you cannot be there, especially. In fact, you're supposed to give a contrary opinion with solutions. And for me, the next election, which I prefer, is E2027. Our best solution is for us to invite independent candidature. Independent candidature, we have been through a one-party state. It has not helped us. Okay, the helping is much less than the benefits. We have been through a multi-party state. Right now, it's becoming a problem because now the opposition is merging up with the government, which is harassing the people. So meaning it's like they're killing your voice. But imagine a situation where we have 50% of government positions occupied by independent candidates. What does that tell you as a person? If you can just imagine that means that there's 50% of people who are people-driven agenda. And they're agenda people-driven. There's nothing else. And it is easier for us as Gen Zs, millennials, to control independent candidates. Why? Because they have nobody other than us who have elected them. Meaning it is easier to recall an independent candidate as opposed to recalling an MP, to recalling a governor, to recalling an MCA who is in a political party. If right now there is a project that is going to benefit you, let's say Governor Sakaja has a project that is going to benefit the people of Nairobi. If this project contradicts with the idea of Nabi, of the president, there is no way that project can reach the people. But if an independent candidate has an idea, who is stopping him apart from the constitution? Nobody is going to stop him from giving the people what they need. So right now, it is the political parties that are getting in the way of development because there's a lot of kissing asses. Oh, I must kiss this person's ass so that I can get what I want. But in a nutshell, you're supposed to do whatever you want. You're supposed to do whatever you were elected for. We're supposed to be creative. Right now, kuna a lot of consultations. Oh, nataka kujenga barabara hapa. Will it be able to contradict with President William Ruto's thing? If it's a yes, that means that road will never be seen. But as an independent candidate or any other independent candidate, if I'm there, I will do it. And if someone has a problem, tunapelekana kotini na constitution inafunguliwa na tunajua nani yako kwa pande nzuri. And of course, it's usually the independent candidate because yeye anafanya vitu according to the law. Sisemi wacha wengine wanafanya vitu in the law, but there's a lot of lobbying. Lobbying where it's delaying a lot of progress. So for me, I think we should start focusing on independent candidatures. We're supposed to focus on occupying these places. At the same time, una focus na independent candidates. Because me naona, hiyo ndo solution yetu. That is our awakening. If you're going to do a revolution, as the Gen Zs, as the millennials, you're supposed to do a revolution on every political party. You're supposed to do a revolution on government positions. You're supposed to make sure that it is easier for you to reach an independent candidate. And it's not hard. Me, I can imagine everything going well. Because we will have people who are giving you straight facts. Wanakuambia tu Rosafi, hapa tuwezi, na hapa tuwezi, na hapa tunaweza. Because right now, you cannot know where the truth is. Even right now, if come on, let's say, any person from these political parties akuja anze kuongea ati Raila is doing a good thing, you cannot necessarily believe whether he's doing it because of himself or whether he's doing it because Raila told him, because you have seen Kalonzo being roughed up because he was giving a contrary opinion. So you see, such scenarios are telling you that if you're not in the line of this political party leader,
Hey,
there is no way.
kindly wind up. Kuna watu wengi sana wanataka kuongea.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. There is something I wanted really to mention, and this is on a very important matter. We shouldn't be planning Kenya every 5 years. That's why we are insisting on systems that are working.
Edgar.
Yes.
Mnanisikia?
Yes, tunakusikia. Who is
Edgar?
Yes.
Kwani Mkenya? Oh, sawa. Huyo the previous speaker mazee, kuna vitu fulani ametaja hapo na mimi zinani piss off. Hiyo point ya kusema ati tuanze hiyo tunaanza ku attack sijui au chala transfer route wao ni ufala mazee. Hapa unaambiwaga strike the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. Saizi point tumefika ni ile point reality ina defy logic. Tunafaa tuende straight for Ruto, tuende straight to the house on the hill. Ukianza kusema mimi nitaenda kubisha kwa Duale, nini itani prevent from kushikwa na trespass? Duale ni citizen, nikienda kubisha kwake nitashikwa na trespass. Nianze kusema ati watu wengine waende wa occupy sijui kwa Duale, wengine kwa hiyo ni kukatanisha watu. State house ni moja, tunafasi wote tumeenda huko kwa state house. Hiyo logic yao msema zejo inanipiso. Hao ndo wale wasi unapata bibi yako ana cheat. Wewe sasa unakuaga tu ana cheat leo unapiga huyo niga. Ana cheat kesho unapiga huyo niga mwingine. Badala tu wachane na bibi yako. Sasa hizi tumefika ile point tunaendea the root of the problem. Tunaendea Ruto mwenyewe. Hakuna kuendea Kindiki. Nani anaweka Kindiki hapo? Si ni Ruto. Unataka sisi tuende Kindiki na Ruto ndiye amemweka hapo. Tukienda Kindiki atolewe, ataweka another fucker worse than Kindiki hapo. Hiyo ndo point yangu. The next speaker bonge mazee, lakini hizo point zingine mazee mtu anajekea tu. Alafu kusema ati state tunaenda kukufa nini? Kukufa, what is life without freedom? Nini importance ya kuishi kama huwezi jibonga ni nini? Hakuna mchana mkaga asubuhi unaenda protest. Umetoka kwako umeoga unadhani unaenda kuchukua kandi huko. Hakuna mchana peana kandi. Umeoga unavaa vizuri umevaa bendera yako na expect kupewa kandi. Hii kitu bana, revolution is not a bed of roses. Hakuna kitu watu unaanza kuniambia hapa people will die. Lazima watu wakufe. Angalia, look at the Arab Spring. People, watu kwanza the Arab Spring inanibambaga sana juu wase walikuwa wametoka na roho yao yote. Twende tukufe, kufa dereva, kufa matanga, kufa abiria. Wasekaki na the famous nani Mohamed Bozazi alijiset on fire kwa City Square for the greater good. What's the importance of life? Mbona niishi na siwezi jibonga? Twendeni State House. Hizi ujinga za kusema twende kwa Kindiki nini? Twende State House wazee. Twendeni State House. Sawa, the next speaker bonge mazee.
Hope mnanisikia, yangu ni haraka, nataka kusema vitu mbili.
Tunakusikia.
Kwanza, wase wenye walidedi hawakudedi bure. We must acknowledge that some of us, hao wenye wanaogopa kwenda State House, kuna wenye walidedi na wako wamefikia State House. Another thing that I want to say ni sisi wote tunafaa tu tukue tuna siku moja ya kwenda live. Tukue tuna one page ya kucommunicate. Venye kuna previous speaker amesema, hata kama ni YouTube tushikanishe na TikTok na Twitter, zote zishikane tu, watu waongee kimoja ndio tuelewane, because mira sielewi kwa nini tubishane kwenda State House na tuliambiwa virahisi sana tukiingia airport na masufuria. Hakuna venye Karawa anaweza shoot raia juu ajui ni nani anaboard ndege ama ni nani anagoma. Hiyo ni trick moja tungetake advantage of. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi na feel. Tushike tu airport zote juu wenye wanamfund ni walami na hakuna watu waoga kama hao. Tunagoma, tunapiga kelele tao, hao wako kelelesho huko kwa manyumba zao. But the moment tume seize transportation in and out of Kenya, that is via airport, hakuna kitu igava itanyamazia tena. Itabidi watusikize. Na hiyo story ya kupiga tu kelele na masufuria na mavijiko is the best. Na watu wajitolee. Wengine kama si lazima, kama wewe ni muoga, baki nyumbani ukipikia wenye wametoka, letea watu chakula kwa kiwanja. Tupige hii kitu kama Bangladesh and 1 week, game over. Ni hivyo.
Sasa mtu anakuja kunitusi DM jameni. Mimi walai sioni request naona hapa ni moja na ni ya
Mkenya nikaa yuko. Edgar pia naona nikaa yuko, hayuko fiti. The next speaker si bonge. Achieng si unaweza bonga.
Hi guys, Neza Bonga if there's no one who's fallen. Nimejaribu could join in severally, but I kept on dropping in and out. But I guess most of everything tumejump si wote. Anyway, let me just condense my thoughts without being biased or anything. Kwanza mi Ruto naona tu anatubeba ufala and no matter how many times we'll give him a chance, it's like a violent man. See madam tuna relate, although I've never stuck up to the end with a violent man. Like a violent man atakuchapa, alafu the next time amekuserenade na magifts, amekuserenade na M-Pesa, amekuambia some sweet words, umelegea nyuma. The next time kama alikuwa amekuraise your voice, the next time atakugonga kofi, akuje tena, and that's what you're doing. That's what Ruto is doing. Some people, even me ni wakili, some people like, oh, go slow, he's done this, he's amefire his cabinet, and now he's showing goodwill. But after here leo, mi sioni goodwill amefanya, ametenda yoyote. I won't repeat on everyone. Kila mtu mnajua hawa watu venye wako na makosa zao. It just, kwanza Kindiki na NDUALE should not have been there, because Kina Rex and all the others who've died, meaning they've died for nothing. I don't want to say the cause has achieved nothing, but these people are belittling our cause. The finance bill, legally speaking, it should automatically have been law by the 16th. Ni 16th ama ni lini? I think by the 16th inafaa kuwa law. But the National Parliament wamesema waliandika ati, by dint of what the president said, it can't be law, nini. But if you're to really just look at everything strategically, because nothing in politics is a coincidence. You see the appropriation bills were signed, and then you see people like the first lady now, they're starting to demand for 500 million ya maombi. Mi personally nikitaka kuomba kwa nyumba na manga chini na siti watu ni walipe ndio tuombe. But you see, such small things tell. And one thing I also want to, our politicians are also kind of betraying us. Mi ni Mjaluo, and I'm sorry to say, and I've had allegiance to Raila Odinga for so long. But at this point, I feel like Ruto got his voice after Raila said we want dialogue. Because after that, ndio watu wajinga kama kina Osoro sasa wanaanza kutweet left, right and center nonsense. Wamepata sauti ya kwanza kutukana na wananchi. Before that, all these people were silent. So right now it feels like it's the government versus Kenya. And originally it's supposed to be the government of Kenya, but now it's the government versus Kenyans. Just sit kupeke yetu. Our voice is on the streets. And let me now start on what I wanted to cover. So many people have said strategy. We are lacking strategy. We have the numbers, but we are lacking strategy. Sioni ugumu ya wale watu wana host hizi spaces and have all these people and have all this, you have the voice. Mnafaa kushikana. I think 6,000 alisema mnafaa kushikana mhost space ingine ya ajab. Instagram people collaborate, we do collaborations as influencers. Mnafaa kushikana mhold space so that people know what's our strategy, what's our agenda. Wale watu wanakuja kutuzia baridi, I don't know, State House. Kwanza Fako Sama nilikuwa nimesahau, najua mimi ni wakili, lakini Fako Sama wherever he is, manze. That is the first person who gave Ruto a platform. That is the first person who made these people feel like, right now we have a voice. Nimona Cairo apologize. I don't want to, me personally, I muted him because he was kuna kitu Cairo. Anyway, let's continue. Let's have a strategy. If you guys are saying we are showing up and you're marching to State House, mnasema, let's say we meet at Nation House. Watu wengi wakikuwa hapo Nation House, mkwe tu hapo mnashikana mkono, mkwe hapo meet and then you start match. Dispersing you is going to be so hard. And that's why you see Bangladesh and all these countries, Egypt, you move in one crowd. And I've heard also people saying that women wakwe kwa frontline, and we start stripping. I think it will reach a point that because we wear booty shorts and bralettes and we go to clubs, pale watu wanatusukuma, inafika point manze tutaanza tu kutembea kwa hizi streets uchi ndio Ruto atusikie. And people are saying, wale wanasema, oh, you're gonna die. If you die, you die, honestly. If you die, you die. This government where it is, it's reached a point, mawakili is newly admitted, you guys would be surprised. Newly admitted advocates, some are being paid 40,000 Kenya shillings. And that's an advocate. Atujaenda kwa kila mtu ule ako huko chini. And some people are still saying, oh, Ruto, no. I want to say we need to have a strategy. Anyway, my main point was IBC. And Chirchir. So Chirchir, this guy, this guy has been in bed with the government since 2013, yeah? He's an IT guru. We can't dispute that. Chirchir is an IT guru kabisa. And him being nominated, Ruto giving him the docket here, transport, him and Murkomen, hakuna difference. Yoni replica tu of Murkomen. Huyo ameenda hapo kumaliza ile deal ilikuwa in the process of being completed huko na Murkomen. He's just there so that he can finish what Murkomen started. These people have their own interests. And in addition to that, Chirchir has always, from time immemorial, he's always had his hand in elections. I'm going to try go slowly so that mnipate. But yeah. Okay, so first of all, right now, I saw IBC, wamesema, through the budget cut, they're not going to be able to register new voters. I'm going to go slowly because all these things, 2027, if we're going to reach there, but I'm hoping we're not going to reach there, have an impact. So, walisema, they can't do new voter registration. And remember, the thing with ID cards, all these are tied. The Gen Z movement, 8 million, the Gen Z movement, I don't want to quote a number that I don't have, but I'm not sure of. But most people didn't register to vote in the last elections or weren't eligible, and the ones that were eligible did not vote or did not register to be voters. So right now, they've seen you guys have a crowd. It's true kuna crowd, but I feel like tutanyongwa hapo kwa voters card na kwa voter registration, which is truly incompetent of IBC, because the only work that IBC should be doing is to conduct consistent voter registration and to conduct elections. Let's go back to Chirchir. So Chirchir, from 2013, 2013, he served as a commissioner. There's a time he is a former employee of IBC. So ukiwa employee, a former employee, unajua watu wamekuwa wakiwaka hapo, you know how the system works and everything. So 2017 and 2022, he's been the guy in charge of IT. Mkisikia, vitu zinaibiwa kwa server, nini. Chirchir is the guy he is the brains behind all these elections from 2013, 2017, 2022. He's the mastermind. Bila Chirchir, Ruto hizi by elections. Bila Chirchir, Ruto hizi by elections. And now Chirchir ameletwa hapo juu. You know, he has power. Even though he's kwa transport, his transport, he's not ICT. But the fact that he's been given that platform, okay. So in 2017, if all of you can remember, the petitioners, that's Raila's team, they were granted an order to open the server, But at that time, Chirchir was in charge of the ICT team, So what happened is Chirchir alienda, he went there and sat in the server room and made sure that the IBC team did not grant the petitioners access. How did he do that? So you see, in court, that's why, God, the way orders are drafted determines so much. So the way those orders were drafted, it was like, you people go to IBC, they will give you guys, they will be there and they will grant you what you guys wanted. But what happened is Chirchir was the one in charge. Now wako kwa room and the server is there. So the order that Chirchir should have given, hapo anapeana tu vitu basics. Akiambiwa na the petitioner's side, okay, this is where we want to go, open this and this and this. This is what we want to see the trail. He didn't command he didn't obey on any of those orders. The orders that he obeyed are very sham that favored only the IBC. And that is why when they went back to court, they were saying they were not granted access to the server. Ile access walikuwa granted ni kama unaenda unapewa computer muangalia hivi kama mang'ombe, mambuzi, but Kenyans thought that they were really given the access to going to that server and to dig in all the dirt, but no, Chirchir was there. So CEO ikanguka hivyo, 2017 ikanguka. 2022, let's go to 2022 now. So in 2022, they were in bed with the company that was in charge of the operation, the company, what is this company? Smartmatic International, they were awarded the tender. The tender included supply, delivery, installation, testing, commissioning, support, maintenance of software and hardware equipment. But one thing Kenyans, we need to start believing in each other. Waswahili wanasema palipo na hata nisiseme sipite sindwele juu ya hasira guy. Palipo na moshi kuna moto, something like that, Whenever you see some of these things out there, don't just dismiss them. You can dismiss them with 10%, with 80% to say, but 30% chukua ufanye research. So when people were saying that Smartmatic was in bed with Kina Chirchir, people denied, but it's true. There are photos even outside, not just in Kenya, even outside Kenya. He meeting with this company. It's just like how we were fighting the senators for the bill. They were, what was that? Nachanganyikiwa, guys. The conflict of interest bill, We were saying we don't want these people having the power to deal with the same government, and they're the ones who are supposed to be putting checks and balances. But Churchill was here meeting Smartmatic when anapewa all access and everything. So how did this go on to play? Remember when people were saying that the IT servers were that Ruto had access to the IT servers. It is true. I just want us to go how are elections conducted. The KIMS kit, yeah, the KIMS kit is the traffic on the KIMS kit is directed to a server. Yeah, that's what we know. Is directed to the IBC server. But remember, there was also a whistleblower who came out and who was part of the team. Alikuja kasema ati the illegal entities kina Smartmatic na David Chichir was set up illegal IBC data transmission centers at their back office, and through this is where we get the issue of things being edited and retransmitted to us. So what in essence, people might dismiss this, but the KIMS kit was essentially transmitting, because in IT, you can give, I'm not an IT guru, but you can give somebody full access. Yeah, full access. So the KIMS kit were transmitting, but they were transmitting to another server. And then after Karabati Mefanywa, wana transmit tena. And then remember, there were duplicate ballot boxes, the 34As. See, there were, I don't know if you guys remember that saga, but people dismissed it. Well, when 2022 at the Supreme Court, we found, I was part of the team, we found some of those ballot papers. They were the 34, the batch B of the 34As were tampered with. Yeah, it was an exercise that was conducted throughout the whole night. Like out of so many samples that were brought, like 80% were tampered with. So this was, I remember Tulilala High Milimani Siku when we were doing all this. And then we slept at 5 a.m. hoping that the DR or High Court would go and give a proper account of everything that happened. Why did the report reach the Supreme Court saying that there was no tampering, everything was clean? We were reading this thing and I'm like, Allah, kwani what is happening? And then kidogo tunasikia ati mtu alipewa 15M ndo andike report yake. I know I'm an wakili na vitu zingine za choma, but hii ni hearsay. I'm saying as hearsay. Let me just say it over there so that people don't come at me. Yeah, 15M ndio a doctor the results. And that went to the Supreme Court. And you know what gets to the file of the Chief Justice? She takes it as the truth. Okay. Judge Njoroge, they were granted access, partial access to the IBC servers, yeah? What did they get? They got a lot of things, and that's why I keep challenging people. If we are serious, if we are really serious, and we push for the servers to be opened, I saw mneza cheesy, by the way. I saw mneza cheesy. If you're just serious about accountability or good elections, call for the servers to be opened. If Ruto is Ruto and he thinks he won a clean elections, kama yeye ni mwanaume na alishinda clean elections, atufungulie server, by the way. He won't, by the way, and he will not, and that server is never going to be opened in the history of carrying out election. And that is why I'm worried about us, because our voice, we go out to the streets and we demonstrate and we think we are having change. But hawa watu washaanza kujipanga, wanapanga elections. Right now, the IBC bill, it has a clause on vehicles can be used as polling stations, yeah? Sasa kama Chirchir, kama CS or transport, akisema maybe there was, what reason could warrant, maybe remote areas, and because of insecurity, some people were, tulikuwa tuna carry out, watu wanatupimanga na vitu za ujinga, watasema tu ujinga. How many cars can be used as polling stations? And in those cars with the ICT team that they already have, what kind, like, mko ready to jump for 8 years? Because me, that's, unless we're really serious, people who are saying, oh, let's go for these small wigs, the MCS, for what? In the house, the lion is the king of the jungle. The father is the lead of the house. If you want to talk sense, you go approach the unambia, baba kuna kitu. You don't go to the MCAs. So I'm still standing for, if we really want change, let's just go for Ruto and Ruto alone, because he's the one who's commanding all these people. All these people are listening to him. Just like the way they were saying, Raila Kisema jump, some people ask how high. It's the same thing. We really need to drain the swamp. And for Chirchi to be there in Mchazoya town, 2022, 2027, it's the same thing that's going to be played on us. And like they're saying, they're the silent majority. They're really doing what they're doing. If Ruto was honest, why would he go and appoint the same people? And Article 75 of our constitution states that if somebody ametolewa ofisi juu ya reasons zingine mbaya mbaya, hafai kurudishwa. And the worst part of this is those people, they won't be vetted. They're not supposed to be vetted because they're already CSs in law, unless these people apply the law the way they reverse the way they do. So they're going to go ahead and vet 5 people who are already cronies of Ruto. So tell me, what are we doing in essence? Tumefanya nini? Finance bill amenyamazia, hajaongea, akasign appropriations act. Ndo huyo amerudisha kina Aden, Kindiki, Murkomen amerudishwa via Chirchir and all those people he said he wouldn't employ people who are 65 years plus. Tell me why. Let me yield the mic. So I don't know. I think if I go past there, I'll repeat myself further than what is there. But let's just, if we are serious about this thing, we need numbers, and wala watu wanatuzia woga. If you know why you're going to the streets, kwani do you need somebody to tell you, oh, I'm going to fight for you? Do you need somebody to convince you? No.
Quick one wakili.
Yeah.
Hebu tuambie kama finance bill ishakuwa law, because hiyo unajua sisi watu wa siasa za vinyozi huko nini, it was said after 14 days itakuwa law.
So now, the finance bill, in my view, my 2 cents, that thing is law because the appropriations bill was signed kitambo, and that act is supposed to be spending pesa ileko kwa finance bill, unless wakuje na supplementary. But as of the law that si tumesoma, tunajua automatically after 21 days, a bill that is not assented to automatically becomes law. But I saw, if you go to parliament, hata kwa Twitter handle yao, they were saying, oh, story 2 za jaba, they were saying, oh, because of the way the president has returned it has failed in totality. But if it has failed in totality, why can't the speaker call for a special sitting so that we know imeangushwa in totality? Mbona wanatubeba wana all this? And the thing is, Ruto anaona tumeingia uoga. People are not showing up to the streets. So right now he knows he can do whatever he can. And right now he knows, I have Raila Odinga by my side. Mtanisho, fuck you guys. Yeah, so the final, unless anapenda kupeana speech, apeane speech, ama aenda aseme kama hiyo finance bill, because we are in a limbo, literally speaking. Legally speaking, the finance bill is an act, legally speaking. But kama Mkenya, we are in a limbo. That's just all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for that. And mimi nilikuwa nimejam sana kama Adadelo about ule jamaa alikuwa anasema we go sijui occupy Ruto to small places. No. My focus is on Ruto, and we must go where it hurts. The moment we change the conversation to Ruto must go, that is when Ruto started to respond. That is when Ruto started doing a little bit of drama. And, we want him to do more drama until he is exhausted of the drama. He told lies, and he is back to lies. I mean, Ruto is a liar and everything. So that one. And the things that I want you guys to understand, we are not just fighting for the offices. We are not just fighting individuals. We are fighting to establish offices zenye zina work. We are fighting to make sure that in the next time when we elect people and everything, we are not worried about those people sharing the resources. We want the Kenya to have a plan. We want to know vitu kama Vision 2030 zilifikia wapi. Those are the things that we are fighting for. Hatutaki mtu tu anaamka anasema leo nataka kuwekea sewage line hapa na nini. No. We want systems to be there so that when cities exist, kuna city planning. And when there is a city planning, it exists for the next 50 years ahead. When we plan for Kenya, we've planned for Kenya for the next 30 years. si ati kila mtu akiingia after 5 years. No, we can't have a country that is running after every 5 years everything is disrupted. After every 5 years everything is disrupted. No. We want when we select a leader, is when we select someone to represent us, he's just going to be there to be to represent us internationally and every other aspects, but we have systems that are working for us. That is what we are fighting for. If systems are working, I wouldn't care about Ruto. I supported the guy like the idiot that I am, and sorry guys, I'm part of the problem that unaona. I'm sure we won't have a problem creating systems that work for us down here. So that's why we are fighting to make sure that the political class is not responsible for distributing our resources. We want to make sure that we plan for our resources and how we are going to use them for the next like 50 years. We want things that are planned. Hatutaki, having a city like now, Sakaja anakuja na akili yake kidogo ya kupiga sijui guitar and everything, sijui kucheza piano ama ni keyboard, ati sasa ndo anaplania our city, ndo sasa anakuwa our city planner. That's why you see guys stealing left right. Anyway, Judy Titus, kindly jump in.
Yes, thank you so much, Mkenya. I've waited for this space since 3 p.m. But anyway, I'm here. So Achieng has dropped quite a heavy load. But anyway, today's events, I'm not shocked. And last week, I was talking to some of my friends, some of my colleagues, and I told them, some of them were celebrating, and I told them not to celebrate. And even they shouldn't celebrate once Ruto, dishes out that list. And we've seen what has happened. The NDUALEs, the KINDIKIs, the ALIs, the Linturi PA. It's not a shock for me because I've known Ruto for a while and he's the same. He's a narcissist, and we all know that narcissism is a cover for a very weak self-image, and that is who Ruto is. Now, I've been listening to pundits all over, and there's this popular pundit called Herman Manyora. To some extent, if you listen to him keenly, yes, he's supporting this revolution, but somewhere in there, he's belittling this movement, for example. And it's very sad because this country needs better. I'll give context. A country like Namibia, for example, 81% of that country is a desert. But in that country, health is free. You go into a hospital and you're treated for free. Free electricity, water, etc., etc. And Kenya, we are a better country. We have more resources. We have great minds in this country. But because of the leadership, because of corruption, hatujafikia hapo. So what I want to tell people is, tutoke maandamano peacefully, na kama mse anaenda kuloot, he or she is not with us. And the other important thing is, once time ya kuvote imekam, ama kuchukua the voting, whatever, let everyone achukue hizo votes, because that is the only way we are going to uproot all these people and throw them out once and for all. Lastly, because there are people amongst us, because you realize that we are also there are divisions in this revolution. There's some people who are saying we should have leaders, but personally, I think this is a leaderless movement. Because the challenge is, for example, Raila Odinga, personally, he is the biggest leader in this country. However, he has been taken under the table, slept with the devil, and also given a few pieces of silver. Mwangalesa, he's that AU thing, that is what he's focusing on. So we need to do better going forward. So that is my 2 cents.
Hey, jameni. Yani, there was a girl alikuwa request mic hapa, nilingangana kumpea mic but manage. But yeye ndo ameachilia hiyo dozia ya nani is already hosting an event. Yani asha host, amebuka whole hotel, imeandikwa Simba is back. Yani Jamani, hii Kenya hii. It's crazy. Sir Brian?
Okay, thank you for giving me this space. Are you getting me?
Yes, tunakudiglo.
Okay. So far mimi today nimekuwa pissed off sana. You know, for the last 2 days pressure imekuwa ikirudi chini kidogo, but today sijui prezo nani anamuadvise by the way. And I want to tell you guys, we are dealing with a politician, not a leader. You know, Ruto has never been employed in any office. Ni kama hii politics nimekuwa career yake. And what I know about this guy again, ni mtu anaonanga na play card zake safi sana. Okay, we all know upstairs is very smart, but currently he's also dealing with intelligent guys. You know, people are learned, Gen Z are learned people. And another thing, unapata Ruto ni mse anafikirianga mbele sana. Why? Ukiangalia sahi, unapata ameweka Rao ndani. In fact, I'm a strong supporter of Rao, but so because amemwagiwa pesa zingine pale. And what I want to tell you guys, we are alone by the way. Even these people like Kalonzo, when you wanasema they are behind Gen Zs, nothing like this. Huu mtu saya kimwagiwa alikuwa anasema we occupy these CS businesses. Why? Mbona najamna huyu mzee? We are not against these people. Snake, and if you want to kill a snake, unaua kichwa ya nyoka. Why should you beat the tail of a snake? No. In fact, nimejamata na wife alikuwa na msupport. And I want to say another thing about the election. In fact, Achinga amesema points zingine hapo fiti. We are going to fail somewhere by the way, like in 2027 about election, about Chirchir. We all knew that Chirchir ndiye aliibia Ruto kura 2022. And the same might repeat in 2027. Unapata nini ya preso, like strength ya preso ni parliament. And I think, what if we send all these MPs home? Another fear I have also is, what if the members of parliament or the MPs tutakuwa tunawavote pia anunue? Because that is what he did last time. So I don't know how we are going to strategize these things again. And I want to ask, Achieng is the one of the legal minds guys we have. Nimesikia currently kuna petition about these guys when you walikuwa dismissals. When you dismiss a person, you fire this guy because he was an incompetent guy. And the law says that this guy is not ready to hold any public office again. I don't know, Achieng maybe will elaborate for us here. Someone like NDUALE, the president dismissed these guys. Are they allowed to occupy any state office? But we all know Ruto ni mtu by the way afuatangi law ever since. Because kama ni msi angekuwa nafuata law, in fact ile the CSS azingekuwa. Kama ni mtu anafuata law, mtu kama Mudavadi angekuwa na ofisi sahi. Are you getting? So I think we have been played, but let us not lose focus. Tuesday tupatane maandamano guys, and let's be peaceful, okay? Mtu anasema to occupy this mtu kama unaenda kwa ofisi ya Kindiki kufanya nini? For what? You guys, even kitu nimeona leo, I've realized even Kome ni kama alilipwa ndiye resign. Ndio tufunike macho. Are you getting? Kome maybe was paid ndio at least tuone ameresign nini. But it's not good at all by the way guys. So what I want to tell you guys, let us not lose focus and you are going to win this thing, okay? Let us strategize it again. And unapata kitu prezo alitumia last time, all these guys they were using divide and rule game. Why? Unapata wenye wanatumia most of the influencers wenye wako on our side, wanakudiscourage, umepata umepanga kesho maandamano. Ikifika usiku, wengine wanakuja, don't march to State House, don't go to the street, let us give them time. I've seen mtu kama Cairo. Unajua by the way, Cairo amekuwa mtu mwingine like ana inspire youth. But tangu anza kupigana about the demonstration, niko like this guy alikuwa anataka fame ama nini? Are you getting? So don't be a sellout. Usiuze watu because maybe of 1,500,000. Najua uchumi maybe sahi ni ngumu, but remember ukiuzwa ama ukiuza watu, wale wenye wamekufa damu zao zitakufuata. And I know we have many people want to speak. Thank you again for the space, Mkenya, and let us do it, guys. Let us not lose focus. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I think kuna swali ya Cheng aliulizwa atajibu. Don't worry, Lasape, I can see you. Austin Masero, your mic is accepting. So meanwhile, guys, Acheng, just
If I
respond.
can answer. Well, it's true. Article 75 of our constitution talks about the conduct of state officers. And I'll just jump to 75(3), which states a person who has been dismissed or otherwise removed from office for a contravention of the provisions specified in the clauses, which over here they all fall under, is disqualified from holding any other state offices. So Ruto disqualified them by dint of Article 75. But you see what we've said, he doesn't respect his own authority and he doesn't respect law. And actually, I want to challenge the people who voted for Ruto and everyone over here. Ruto, his party, wanasemanga hao ni Kenya Kwanza. That means they put Kenya first. If Ruto is truly and his people put Kenya first, waingie tu hapa Twitter, wa read the room na kitu tunataka. We wouldn't even have to go out and demonstrate. Tunaweza amka tupate me and my government we've resigned like the way French na tuanze upya tuachane hata tuta na fujo na billions lost, but see, it's the government versus Kenyans. That's all I'd want to say.
Activist here, also a software engineer who has worked on different platforms, and one of my platform was accepted by Total Energy in the startup challenge, and we have developed this disruptive platform that is bringing a change through. It's called Condisha. So kindly just go vote for us. You just create an account and you vote for us on that project. So I would really appreciate. Meanwhile, let me give the mic to Mose. Check my pinned tweet, please. Hey, Mose, what's happening? Okay. Amesha join. Okay, Mose, the floor is yours. Dani, Delo, pia mnaweza prepare, we start winding up to see ndo mpate pia energy ya muendelee kukasirika, tukasirike properly for kesho.
Nani Mkenya sijui kama mnaning'am, mnaniwahi nisho na emoji. Nani huu lawyer fulani nilikuwa nadai kukuulizaje, kuna act fulani ilikuwa inaitwa the Refugees Act of 2021, ilikuwa ni requirements za World Bank ndo watupatie loan fulani. Hiyo yenye ilikuwa inasema Kenya inafaa integrate 500,000 refugees ndo hiyo loan ikuje. Hiyo kitu ilipita ama ikupita?
To be honest, sipendi kuongea vitu sina actual facts because hiyo itakuwa hearsay, but I've heard people say that iko kwa pipeline and it's supposed to come with 500,000 people. Let me research on it. Give me 3 minutes, I'll come back to you.
wazi wazi. Hiyo kitu kailipita mazee Josi, hiyo ni ticking time bomb. Hiyo itaja tulipukia vinoma juu ikaweza pita.
Actually, I have facts right now. So, it was signed into law. Yes, it was signed into law. Kitambo tena sana. 2021.
Sawa. So nilikuwa naangalia hiyo shit sana, nilipatana tu nayo out of the blues, nikaamua kuiangalia sana, and turns out wase walikuwa na push for it ni Farah Maalim na NDUALE walikuwa na push for it, ndo ama ma illegal Somalis wapate citizenship Kenya. Na hiyo kitu inanikula kichwa sana, na kama ni au 500k wameingia na huyu jamaa amekaa ndani ni mwaka moja na nusu something, mwaka moja na nusu, kumaanisha by 2027 tunaweza kuwa tume integrate kitu kama mita 2 million. Hasa wanataka kuchange the demographic, of Kenya, na nadhani hii kuintegrate 2 million people, ukipatia Msomali citizenship Kenya, umpatie na rights za kuvote, huyo jamaa automatically atakuvotia. Na kama 2 million Somalis watavotia uniga, hiyo ni kumaanisha 2027 huyu jamaa ana kazi ngumu. Sidhani hata jamaa anaweza amua hata kuiba kurig elections 2027 kwa sababu ako na 2 million votes. Zile ni shua zao wa Somali. Hii kitu inafaa pia tukipigania hizi vitu Ruto must go, tunapata tuangalia wakina nani, akina Duale sana sana. Alafu Duale hii kurudi kwa UCS nilikuwa naiangalia sana, nikaiangalia na the third eye, na nikaona bana, what are the odds that Duale anatolewa kwa kiti leo alafu tunapata an Al-Shabaab attack the same day. Wacheki vitu kama hizo, alafu jamaa amekuwa kwa kiti hizi siku zote, hatujaipata Al-Shabaab attack ile imehit the headline, but akitolewa tu kwa kiti hivi kuna kuwa na attack. Mimi nadhani wameshika Ruto by the balls na hiyo story ya nini ya Wasomali wao wanampromise votes, na alafu wanampromise kanini ka security kiasi. The next speaker is Abonga.
Guys, pole, nilikuwa nimeinformiwa nimeconsult kama we'll try to refresh the space so that we can see all these other mics. So yeah, we are going to be here until a little bit later. So I'm going to see how many speakers I can accept here. So I'll give all the mics zenye zime request a chance. Speaker panel. So yeah.
Okay, asante kwa kunipea nafasi. Mimi shida yangu ni bona hizi seat za CSCs, bona like this for health lazima iende Western, hii ya agriculture lazima iende Mount Kenya. I'm from Mount Kenya, but sasa hii kitu ni kama inakuwa imetengewa watu fulani. Like hii education naona ni kama education ya wa Kisii, kwa sababu hata Magoa alikuwa Mkisii, huyu mwingine Matiang'i ni Mkisii. Sasa Machogu alikuwa Mkisii. Mimi ni mwalimu yes, lakini sasa alafu sasa tunawekewa mwenye alikuwa running mate wa Machogu. Alafu sasa the Mithika Linturi ameriplisiwa na mtu wake mwenye alikuwa PA wake. Sasa hii kitu ni kama Ruto anatucheza, anatuchezea, na after we are through with Ruto, hiyo ingine naonelea to curb the corruption kabisa. Tukisikia msee ako na scandal kama ni karao wakisimamisha gari kwa barabara, tunampiga picha, tunaituma kila mahali. At least we curb the corruption. Hii corruption iishe kabisa, kwa sababu hii Kenya bali imevika kila kitu, huwezi pata, huwezi pumua. Kaskando fulani ya corruption tunakuendea, tunakusalimia. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, asante.
Okay, Sailoji, kindly jump in. Mr. Moses, it's your turn to speak. Alafu if you had requested for the mic earlier, unaweza drop then request again ndo niweze kukuona kindly, because the space is having serious bugs there. Okay.
Wewe Mkenya?
Yes.
Hapa chini naona request za mic 174.
Ngapi?
174.
Okay.
But nikikuja kwa space yenyewe ku accept hao watu siwaoni. Alafu kuna watu wananiambia they can't fetch.
I've also realized that the space has been reported heavily. The only thing that is keeping us alive is that there is nothing derogative that we've said. That's the only thing that is keeping us alive on this space. The space has been attacked and been reported heavily. That's why we know that we're having struggles with giving the mics, and it's okay if it has gotten to this point whereby you are just even attacking the mouthpiece, like just a platform where Kenyans they can meet. But I'm not surprised. Kama tukienda tu just kuandamana tunakula risasi. I know you're going to deploy all the tactics, but msijali, there is no point. Some of the guys you have are going to, to stop the conversations. They are not going to stop the conversation. So, yeah, let me save you. Ken, you anaitwa Ken ama Keno? I am Keno. Ken Odu. Kindly speak. Ken Odu, are you able to speak? Stephen, I'm trying to accept your mic. I can see. I can see all the new mics that are requesting. Davis, I can see your mic as well. Edgar, while your man.
Moses, you have the mic. How are you? Moses ni aje? Unanisikia?
Sailoji, si unaweza nini? Unaweza jibonga tukusikie.
Davis.
Ama Davis.
Hello, Wazito ni aje?
Poa.
Yeah, mjadala wa leo ni mkali sana.
na pia sisi tuko na machungu sana kwa sababu ya what this government is trying to do to us. Actually, this government ni kuwa tu imetuua. It's only that haijapata time ya kutubari. So it has already killed us. It's only that maybe they are looking for space to bury us. Now, I am going to talk about, nataka nirekebishe one of the friends ameongea that ya kwamba Magoa is coming from Nyanza. Magoa was not from Kisiland. The guy for education that was from Kisiland was Machogu and Matiangi. But now Machogu naye wamepatiana mtu wake ambaye ni Ogamba, who was a running mate. So definitely what they've done ni swap. They have done the swapping, of which now that is what we call mediocrity of the highest order. Na ukiangalia hii government, mtu kama Ruto is not for the Kenyan interest. His interest is not the people of Kenya. His interest iko kwa his cronies completely. So ni kama venye one of the friends amesema like mtu akuume ama panye ikume alafu ikupulizie. So that is what Ruto is doing exactly. Yeah, anakuuma alafu anatupulizia. And the thing is, if we go to the finance bill, hata pia mimi naona ni kama wametucheza. Until they come out clearly watuambie like this bill enyewe ilishadropiwa. But legally, as our friend Wakili said, ni kama hiyo kitu itakuja kupita. So I'm just saying that we should not relent. And I know right now there are so many guys who are listening to us. We have the DCI, the NSIs, all of them are here. But that is bullshit. We are not going to fear. Yeah, kama tumekanyagwa. Ukiangalia nowadays, for those guys who are employed, your pay slip is just a paper. You are just taking a paper home. You have a family to feed. Yeah, you have a family from your mother's side, from where you married, from all over. And you cannot tell them that you are not working. So that's what I'm saying is like we are already dead. It's only that wamekosa mahali ya kutubari. So this engagement, we should make it live in the sense that kama tumesema let's work on something. Na ukiangalia
blockchain technology, all these technologies that are going to bring transparency. We should do it hand in hand with the people who are reciprocating the same, who are singing the same message that we are having right now, that we are going to implement this, so that as we push them forward, we are telling them we are going to push you there, we are going to make sure that you get these positions so that you implement these technologies. And through that, we are able to do things in a different way. Remember, when you look at the world global system of financial systems and all that, you'll find that these technologies, most of the countries, especially in the West and largely the developed countries, they have integrated them, especially in the private sector and all that. But in governance, they are not more, or they have not yet integrated them in governance and all that, because there is also people with a lot of interests in other things. So as we advocate for this thing, let us also advocate for the right people who are going to push this agenda to the powers that be, and be able to implement them at the policy level, at the top level, so that they will trickle down to be adapted even in other places. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent points, and that's why we've built the mkura.vote. But what we need is a mass of people to basically be able to vote in parallel with the systems that they have and say, this is what we want. Because you're 100% correct, they won't put them in. There have been blockchain systems that have been put in voting all throughout the world, but they're all on private networks. They cannot be trusted one iota. So, look, as I've said before, Kenya is one of the rare places on earth where this can actually happen, because of the population of the young people is over 50%. So, yeah, please join the DAO, and yeah, we can make this happen.
Yes, thanks a lot, Vincent, and thanks a lot, Tony. You've raised a very important point. And if you've been around, I think Ngudi is one who raised a very good idea about where we start subjecting our politicians, even at the local level, to a debate. And within this debate, actually, we rely on currently like emotive, AI to basically detect the lies, and we compare those lies. And citizens are already doing that. Basically, on Twitter, you can see clips of an old Ruto and the new Ruto. All the things he's doing is saying he never did. All that conmanship, we can see it. And also the past politicians and the local politicians at the same time. The chameleon nature of our politicians, you can see it in all these clips. So I think if we can, as citizens, demand public debates on policy before we elect, and we have to force them through these things. We can, for the first time, Gen Z, we have the power to be able to force these changes through. And Gen Z and millennials very well understand these platforms very well. But also coming back to the idea that we cannot implement a system without good implementers. Tony raised a very good point, and I tend to think that in the immediate, we may not have gathered enough steam, and that's why it's very necessary we assess someone's character. Are they open to basically to proposals from this generation? Are they willing to follow on those? Do they have the technocrats within the system that are good, have a goodwill for Kenya and can take on this challenge of implementing and educating the wider masses? At the same time, education of the wider masses and adoption, this will be something that ourselves we have to fight for and continue to educate even those close to us, because education is such a critical aspect that we must basically sell transparency to the masses, and we have to sell them a better system, a system that is open. So I think once again, having video education, short format, Twitter videos, YouTube, and TikTok, that will be critical into informing the wider public that there is an end solution that we can use, integrated together with good implementers and a responsible citizenry that participates in the public space and in monitoring and of the government, that we can be able to achieve a more transparent system. I'll move on to the next person here. I have Ratspro. He's been here, and then I'll have Mukumu, and then I'll have Boniface and Kimuzi address us, and then we'll continue in that order. So, except for the main speakers, Richard, Vincent, I think Stay Hidden has dropped off a bit. I can see him, and probably Tony for now, because you may have questions coming your way. Once you have finished your contribution, you can drop the mic so that we're able to add other people, because we do have like quite tens of requests lined up. So let's go ahead, Ratspro.
Oh, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think the points that have been raised are very important, especially the person who said, how can we implement decentralization under a centralized system? I've been thinking, so I've been living off crypto for the last 2 years, since 2021. And I've always been thinking, how can this tech be used in a way that all of us can benefit, and also like the power that decentralization gives us is, I think it's even divine, if I'm being honest. Because like, if like besides voting, I think there's a lot of power that we can take back by just taking control of our money. Like being like a blockchain gives us this opportunity of, yes, having a decentralized system, but having full responsibility over your money. Forget about these centralized systems like banks and like governments, all this. I think that's where the loophole is. When we talk about decentralized solutions like using the blockchain, and then we still expect centralized like implementation, I think that's kind of impractical with how the technology has been set up. I'm thinking of like a future where we can even have our own economy besides depending on centralized money, like from CBK and like the shilling, blah, blah, blah. We can have our own decentralized economies where even businesses can have the alternative of taking either cash or our financial, like whichever system we're using, that's decentralized. I think that will go hand in hand, and over time will slowly swallow all the power these centralized systems have over time, and even people will see the benefits of the people who are using this decentralized system versus the people stuck in this government or dealing with corruption, blah, 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 blah. So that's what I had to say, and thank you for the opportunity.
I love the fact that you've been living off crypto, and you're right. I haven't interacted with bank accounts for a long time. I basically live off crypto also. You can absolutely do that at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Let's have Richard. I think he might want to address a question there, and then we can have Mukumu. He's a design up, and then we can have be addressed by Kimuzi and Boniface there, if they have something to say.
Thank you, and I'm glad as well to hear someone's living off crypto. I've been doing that for quite a few years, and we've got colleagues from around the world that do the same. In terms of decentralization, this is why my approach and my proposal to the community is to build our own publicly owned blockchain so that we can then increasingly decentralize a lot of the centralized processes that we have in country. And then over time, we will integrate this blockchain with other blockchains across the world, and then form, inter-blockchain communications and transfers of tokens, values, stable coins, and various other things. But being blockchain, you can't do it in a hurry. You have to do it in a very considered manner and in a way that will be safe. And in terms of decentralizing this particular blockchain, there are various plans around this. The initial one is to make sure that it's fully owned by the Kenyan public. And then, the node operation is also decentralized to node operators that are whether in country or some of them outside of the country. And that's deliberate because this blockchain will carry quite a lot of information that's mainly relevant to Kenya. And it will be decentralized within the country in terms of node operation and also in the way that votes and referenda are run on it. And over time, I think we'll be in a position to vote on every single issue. And if there are future revolutions, we could vote whether to go out tomorrow or not and be able to take the vote in the night and in real time and be out there based on the result. And crucially, it will take away this once every 5-year effort of voting and just make it easy to vote every day on everyday matters and give the power back to the citizens in a way that's already within the Constitution. We're just making it much more efficient.
Yes, thank you. Before Mukumu speaks, I would just like to add on that. I think in Kenya, when you look at the culture and Africa, we are obsessed with this idea of having people in government, the politicians, as if we don't have the politicians, countries wouldn't run. When you look at even countries like Switzerland, they have direct democracy where they vote directly on a lot of these things. But the key difference is that they have a trustworthy election system, a digital electioneering system, basically a voting system, even without the blockchain. And the reason we are proposing blockchain instead of a centralized system is that none of our politicians can be trusted, not the opposition, not the government. Those in government, of course, they're all looking out for themselves and they're willing to betray the entire country to get, what they want. So the idea that we cannot trust the next person and the next person is just ludicrous at this point, because if they were stealing small, that would be understandable. But these guys are just looting the entire country to a bone. The other thing I would like to give is an example of Luxembourg. These guys ran for like 18 to 22 months without any politician at the helm. The doctors did their work, the cops did their work, the bureaucracy did its job. They didn't steal, they didn't anything, no laws were enacted during that period, no politicking until they could form a government. So I think, we are very far from such a system right now because of the nature of the deep-rooted tendency to want to grab power and corruption. But that kind of a system is one that we can force with a blockchain where we know systems are running. Even if the president is not there, even if the ministers are not there, we know the systems are running. So that's one of the key benefits into getting to that promised land. I'll let Mukumu go, and then Kimuzi and Boniface. After that, if you are the co-hosts, so you can say something. If you have, if you want to contribute to the forum. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, guys. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important matter of our country. And I'll build on where Tony has left. Tony has spoken of getting the right people to implement, and I'm in agreement with whatever he has discussed. So what I'm bringing on board, I'm adding, is how to get these people. I believe we have been leaderless, we have been faceless, but at the end of the day, I believe that we need to have leaders. At the end of the day, we need to have leaders. We need to have people in parliament. We need to have a president who is for us. So those are our leaders. And how do we get them? We need a political party. A political party. Right now, the reason why Ruto could control how MPs could vote is because of the power of political party. Many MPs voted for years during the finance bill, yet deep their heart, they were not for it, but they voted because of the forces in their political party. Likewise, we can have our political party. A political party that is not like the current system, whereby we have a political party that is owned and controlled by a few persons. Like UDA is controlled by Ruto. So he is the one who says what to be done and how it should be done and when. So let's imagine a scenario whereby we can have a political party that is for the people. It does not have outright leaders, the chairman or whoever who can say this MP should do as I say. But it is the people who say what the MPs should do. We have been talking about voting, real-time voting, and that's basically how it can happen. Let's imagine a scenario whereby we have this system where it's a social system, where Kenyans register. They register where their voting area, that is ward, constituency, county, and there's, of course, Kenya. And we nominate leaders those who want to become MPs, we nominate them through the system. And those who win the nomination, we vote for them during the election. Because now the election will have to follow the constitution, which is manu, because we cannot put away the old guys who cannot be on the platform. And now these MPs are under the party. What the party says is what the MPs will say. And the party is not controlled by one person. It is a system of the whole nation. When, for instance, let's say we end the finance bill. The finance bill is subjected to the people through this social network, and the people vote. Do they want this bill to go ahead? Yes or no? What the people vote is what the MPs replicate in the parliament. Remember, per constitution, we cannot vote in the parliament. It's the MPs who will vote. So we need to have a system where we can direct those people how to vote. Let's take a case scenario here. We have the housing levy, and almost 100% of Kenyans were against the housing levy. They subjected it to public hearing. All people saying we don't want the housing levy. We have our homes. Even someone who does not have a house. But you can see we still have the housing levy. Why? Because MPs voted against the will of the people. Why can't we have a political party that is controlled by the people, and these people direct what the MPs will vote? And when an MP votes against the will of the party, that MP is punished by the party. The same way the current MPs could not vote no for the finance bill because they didn't want to be punished by UDA party. Likewise, we can have a party that will punish those who will go against the will of the people. And that party cannot be owned by a few, but it is a party that has no leaders, but it has more of a secretariat kind of a leadership. And it is controlled by every member, where every Kenyan who has registered there does not belong to another political party, and they have an equal vote, one vote equal even to the president, if we have a president from our party. I have written a similar thing on an article on the same, and I've shared it on my LinkedIn, and I've shared a few tweets on my profile. You can check and go through them. Okay, personally, I don't know how to code, though I learned a few people who do some coding in a different project, but I believe we can come together and implement such a system. I believe in as much as we are talking of blockchain, implementing these other systems, we need also a system for us to get the right leaders. Without the right leaders, we cannot achieve it. For instance, let's say, yes, we have come up with this system, of a blockchain, we want to implement it. And those people who are there, they say, no. Let's say we adopt a blockchain voting system, and the IBC says, no, we will not take that. What will we do? There's nothing we can do because the people who are there have said, no. So we need now another system that will ensure that the people who are there are people who will do what we require them to do. Yeah, that's my point. Thank you for the chance.
Thanks a lot, Mukumu. That was very eye-opening. I mean, that's why we need this forum. And there's that connect is brought in where we have this idea of how Kenya looks. But before we get there, there's all this connectivity between here and there. And I tend to think the people, especially we had Tony, and then we had Ngudi, and most others all have agreed that we need good implementers and good leadership to be chosen. And you've brought a very good and realistic aspect of how things can flow. And thank you a lot for that contribution. I'll request you to also DM me those articles, and so that I can be able to go through them, and I'll refine the ideas from there. And as we expand this document and include the suggestions that are being made, as we create the document of formative ideas and let us share the link, we can also include those ideas that you have there, and then we can always reduce the ones that people disagree with. Thank you a lot. And
it's who is speaking? It's Web3 or Richard?
It's Web3 who is speaking basically. So do DM me and the links to the articles.
It's well. Thank you.
Web3, could I jump in there for a few seconds?
Yeah, no problem. Jump in.
All right, thank you. Komu, thanks for your presentation. And it's a good one. I like it. In our presentation, and I'd like to catch up with you actually regarding this, but in our proposal, when it comes to your suggestion, and in the spirit of decentralization, we're actually proposing a system that supports the selection and election of independent candidates. Unlike you, I don't think political parties are right for us, especially at the moment, because we can see the kind of damage political parties are causing us. We elect MPs at a local level, but then they when they get to parliament, they only serve their party and their political leaders whose interests are normally running contrary to what the people need. So our proposal is to present a system that manages and executes ways of selecting, electing, and appointing independent candidates, managing them directly while they're in parliament, and that's in the spirit of decentralization. But I'd like us to discuss offline to see how we can refine those proposals together with yours. But the platform that we're proposing for the people will be able to reflect or respond to some of the challenges that you're putting forward. I also add that our approach is to build a platform that's in keeping with the Constitution as much as possible, and that is designed to purely ease the way of its acceptance within the confines of our law. But like I said during my presentation, technology most times goes ahead of the law, and the law is normally catching up. And that will be the same in this instance. And we hope by selecting the right people, using these platforms, demonstrating that they work, we'll be able to get the right level of buy-in from various stakeholders within the legislature that will make it more acceptable. So we keep working.
Can I say something short, please?
Yes, go ahead.
I consider that the current design of the political party, where a party belongs to a certain individual or to a certain group of a few people who are pulling strings on what to be done and how it should be done. I will share also with you the article, and you'll see how have stated that we can have a political party that does not belong to anyone. It belongs to like a foundation, an open foundation that is for the people, and where we have everyone there as an equal voting right. Nothing happens without members voting. Whatever the matter it is, even if it's a trivial one, an insignificant decision, it is subjected to the will of the people who vote, and the decision of the majority takes the lead. But I'll share with you, we'll discuss further.
Okay, thank you a lot. And I would just like to add, I'm not very specific on the article. I'll read it, but it also sounds like the idea Vincent and Richard presented, which can be implemented at that level, the DAO and basically the blockchain voting system, which can be used at that level, instead of basically initially going ahead with the government implementation, because that might be, we may need a bigger basically base to convince initially. So as we go proof of concept, that may be a good place to start. But I'll read your article, and also Nini, I'll also share the resources, basically the MKURA, and we'll go from there. So I'll assess them, just send them to me. Okay, so if you are done with your points, you can drop off because we are full here, so that the other ones I've approved can be able to talk, and I can be able to add more people. As we move on, Kimuzi, are you there? Kimuzi. Okay, Boniface, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you have anything to contribute? You can go ahead and contribute. Then we move on to the other basically speakers.
Maybe just a suggestion. I've been here since we started, and I'm very happy that you made this possible together with Kimuzi and everyone that's listening. And I've been keenly listening to all our previous speakers, and I've taken note of every contribution that they made. And maybe to retaliate what it was, not Vincent, I think it was Tony who said that the genesis of the problem that we have in this country is the issues we have with the elections. Like in this country, we elect people that we were in doubt whether we really put them in office, and that's why everything falls apart. And I am happy that it was Vincent whose project is based on the same. I believe it is a very important starting point that will sanitize everything that you probably would work on later, and everything will ultimately fall in place when we effect our election process. And Webb, you mentioned about Switzerland is a very good example of how effective public oversight is, and the role it plays in decision making, how significant it is in bringing sanity. You can see the society that Switzerland is. It's the richest country in terms of per capita. I acknowledge and recognize all the technical bits you've spoken about and everyone that's here. I'm not well versed in terms of IT and everything, but probably I'll advise going forward, we'll suggest specific measures to curb different problems that we have as a society. Very, very small bits of our society that we could solve through blockchain and everything. I appreciate your time, and I'm here. I'm glad to listen and take note of everything. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. As we move on, we do have, let me see, let's have one of the ladies speak. Danny.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, the host and the co-host. My contribution specifically will be on the blockchain voting system. The first question is, do we really understand how this works? I think first of all, we need civic education on this system of voting. I've on the comment section, I've posted some 2 images, just a simplified explanation of how the blockchain system works. And on summary, I would like to perhaps we can go through it for those of us who do not understand. But basically, this is a very transparent way of voting, because the blockchain system of voting is an electronic system in which protects the privacy of the voter, and also it reduces more on this issue of mara kura zimeibwa, mara nini imehappen, because of the transparency it offers, and it also allows integrity to the voting process. I won't speak much on it. Of course, the pros and the cons. The pros has more than the cons. There is nothing that doesn't have challenges. Definitely, it has a challenge, but the challenge is not severe as compared to the benefits. The benefits are more. So I think with these issues that kura zimeibiwa, kura zimepotea, sijui, it has taken, I don't know, 7 days for votes to be counted. Sijui some were being transported from where to come to the national tally. These are some of the things that this blockchain process of voting is going to curb and to reduce on it. And something else I wanted to contribute on is about the open governance and radical transparency. We should really push on that, because the first thing, there is no openness in this government, there is no transparency, there is no accountability, and that is what we've been demanding and pushing on the streets. At least we get some accountability and transparency. Right now, personally, I've tried to do my own research to get to know the amount of public debt that we owe as a country. I really don't have the exact figures. I really don't have. I really get I get hold on of very many different figures. So first of all, I want to say that we should push for public debt audits. The public debt should be audited so that at least we have a clear picture how much has been borrowed this far and how were the funds used. We want to know how were the funds used and what is remaining, so that at least we get a clear picture of what is going on and what is happening. Another thing that I will request us to push for is accountability from the NHIF sector. Most of us cannot really afford to go to private hospitals. Some countries like South Africa, actually public hospitals are free. Not only South Africa, but many countries, even Namibia, which is 80% desert, they give free medical attention on public hospitals. But here in Kenya, we pay for NHIF, but when you go to hospitals, medical attention ni mbaya, medicine, drugs haziko kwa hosi. So inakubidi you find other means to go to private hospital, but we all know not everybody is capable of that. So kindly let us also push for the health sector so that at least health can be available to every Kenyans. We want free medical attention so that at least most of them access medical health. And also education. Education I think from last year, the education system changed completely. It is not like before when there was this system of JAB and the rest. Right now, the system, you pay a lot of money. So education has become so expensive. And I don't think it's going to be affordable to everyone anymore, because as much as youths, you are complaining that there are no jobs, you want the government to employ us. We all know that there are no positions for everybody. Though I'm not that we stop pushing for that, but what I'm saying is we push for education so that when education is available for every Kenyan, even if you are not employed in the public sector, but at least when you go through the system, you get the knowledge to maneuver around, you get the knowledge to hustle, you can do 1, 2, 3, but the more it's becoming expensive, the more it will become unreachable to most of us Kenyans. So kindly, we should also check on that. My other main concern is on KPLC. I don't know how we are going to tackle this problem of KPLC. Electricity is becoming expensive day by day. So as we are occupying this other public offices and this other, I think we should also think of how we are going to check into KPLC, because day by day it's just becoming unbearable. KPLC, Chirchir owns part of it. This guy is called, forgetting the name. Ndindi Nyoro has a lot of shares there. Ruto is the one supplying this electricity poles. So at the end of the day, it is just business of individuals who are wanatunyanyasa ile kabisa. Personally, I don't have a problem with paying taxes. We are overtaxed, but now the problem is, how is this money being used? This money is just, we are overtaxed now, hiyo pesa hao ndio wanakula. So let's push for accountability, for transparency. We keep on pushing them, we keep on tuwafinye kabisa, tuweke pressure, and we should not get tired. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your contribution. I mean, these guys are not going to relent. I mean, we are dealing with war criminals here, so it's not like it's a walk in the park. If we relent right now, they'll just think, oh, we got the Garden of Eden again to ourselves. So paka pressure ikaiju. Next, let's have Professor. He's been having his hand up. Speak.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, Web3, together with Kimusi, who have hosted this platform, and of course, Vincent and other colleagues. I had attended this meetup some time back. I had actually seen the amazing stuff that this blockchain technology has, and as I've been listening to various insights, I also have a number of issues that I want to note. Number one, for sure, if you look at our country, Kenya, the reality and the truth of the matter is that we are moving towards the right direction. And I've heard people talk of Singapore, I've heard people talk of good countries that are having one of the best GDP. But then, if you look at our country, you will tend to realize that we have one of the biggest constitution, which has the largest number of pages, but with it's one of the states that is training. Yet other countries with one of the smallest constitution, some have just a number of leaflets. I think Kenya is one of the countries that is on the right trajectory. We are only affected by one thing. Our DNA is truly speaking a lot of corruption. If you look at the problem that we have in Kenya, it is the thing of the DNA already carrying the real blood of corruption. And the reality, to save a country like Kenya, the problem is actually one of the things. If you look at our country, let us just avoid or rather trying to say a lot of things. But the thing here is, we need transparency, accountability, and this is what blockchain is bringing. And one of the things that I want to tell you guys, I've listened to everything that we are talking about, and I've seen the reality that this blockchain is going to bring. This is something that is really going to help, particularly this syndrome that we have of corruption in our country. But then allow me to also just tell you one thing that I feel as a team, we also need to consider a lot. The genesis and the history of Kenya as a real direction to which we need to take into account for our success. I like the way Web3, together with Kimusi is one of the best guys who is doing a lot of hosting within our X space. I'm really requesting you guys that it is a high time this connectivity that you are bringing out. I think the real thing is that all of us to join this blockchain technology, that will join the conveyor, because the success of any blockchain technology, remember this is one of the best 21st techno skill that we have. And of course, as one of the guys I heard him say, it is ahead of, it's actually the technology is ahead of the legal issues. So what I'll be able to tell you is this. Let me give you a small story of Kenya. I've heard very many people talk of problems we have been having, particularly on our electoral system. And now we have a solution here that is being brought by the blockchain technology. Let me take you back. I think Even one of the problem we are fighting right now, I don't want this issue to be taken to politics, but allow me, because if we understand our genesis well, then it will be able to define our way forward. We are complaining of a system that is not working on our country, and that is an electoral system. It's not working, it is rotten to the core. We now need something new, like blockchain technology, which is transparent, public ledgers which cannot be compromised. We need them to come in so that it solves this problem of voting. But then look, we have one of the biggest problem, and the problem is the problem of the whole fabric. We have a lot of retrogressive brains that are already in parliament. We have a lot of retrogressive brains that are already in government. Look at how the elections of 2022 went. The same guy who has been elected right now, this guy who has been taken to roads, the guy they call Chirchir was the guy who was actually in IBC, and he was the ICT guy. Kenya has been having a lot of problem, particularly in giving out tenders. The company that was given a tender, particularly to give us the devices, the technology devices that did elections, what happened is that those devices, despite the fact that they were brought, the election was rigged long time ago. That means even this guy who has been reinstated back, this guy has a direction. Remember, this guy Chirchir has done ICT. This is a techno guy, and this guy is being maintained in government because they know this guy understands tech well, and his hand has really contributed to these people being in power, both in the years that they have been in power. So what does it mean, guys? As we move forward, we are handling smart people. And I know very well that this technology especially to be accepted in our country, is a big blow. They are not likely to accept it as fast as such. But then I'm actually recommending that all of us, we join this technology. Because remember, this technology is a technology that supports democracy. And if all of us are going to be on the conveyor, they are not going to get any other option, because all of us will join the chain. All people will support it, and if it is possible, we are going to allow you to go to a referendum that if you want us to vote, let us vote on this technology. But then we'll have one challenge. The challenge that our technology will have is the penetration. And that is why I'm very happy when you bring such kind of discussion, so that we get solutions. I'm recommending that Kimusi, Web3, Vincent, as you're bringing this blockchain technology, the real thing will only succeed if we have the largest number of people. And if possible, we have even 80% of our population to join the chain. But how is that one going to happen? It's just starting with steps. And these are the steps we are doing. The first mile, we are joining here tomorrow we'll have as more people as possible, and such kind of a thing. I had someone say this. I know, Vincent, it's going to be a challenge, particularly if they realize that this is a technology that is maybe coming from outside the country. It's going to have a lot of politics and a lot of such kind of stuffs. And that is why I'm recommending you look for a few guys within our country, guys who are good technocrats, people like Kimusi, who have good people. And if it is possible, extend this technology even to start actually giving hackathon. Let it be taken to all the universities we have in the country. We have smart young minds. Let them start being, okay, as we are actually bringing this conveyor, and as we are trying to, or rather make this blockchain something that will go to the masses, we have it in all the universities, so that we have our university guys going through it, discussing on it on their clubs, bringing in most. I think we can do this revolution from our universities, so that we start now making more public forums in these universities. They bring in more people.
Can I interact with you, Professor?
Yes.
Can I interact with you?
It's okay.
That's exactly the plan. What you're mentioning is that, look, myself as an individual, and my developers, we don't want to run this. We have basically taught people how to fish, and we've basically given the system out for free, and the system is completely open. So in the DAO that we've built, we already have, there must be 10 developers already on there that are looking through the code. And we also have lawyers, they're all Kenyan. They're all homegrown, and the system is open source. So, yes, it has to be a grassroots Kenyan operation, and that's why we've given the code, and we've given the code freely. It's totally open, and we expect. And I can be there to consult, but the direction has to come from the DAO. The DAO is the mechanism, and the DAO consists of Kenyans. And the DAO and the people that work towards how this system changes are Kenyans. So that's already been set up, and it's a very good point, and that's exactly what needs to happen, because there is a lot of, I mean, even though my wife is Kenyan, my kids are Kenyan or whatever, there's still an element of doubt in the community, and quite rightly so. And I fully acknowledge that, and I don't mind that one iota. My job here is to basically kickstart the operation, and we've done that. The code's there, and the code should be built upon, right? And this is why I recommended to Richard as well. The project that he wants to do is the community blockchain. Do it within that DAO, because we have a concentration of people already and specialists, and in the legal profession. I've already discussed with them, we're not doing anything illegal, and to implement this system doesn't require a change in the constitution. It only requires an act, and that happens every single day. So it's definitely achievable. We just need numbers. And great point. Sorry to interrupt. Please continue. I just thought that best we interact and say that, yes, that's what you want is happening.
Okay, thank you very much, Vincent. So we'll try as much as possible now to, I think the thing is more numbers, and that is exactly what I'm also trying to really rally on. So as we move forward, I'll also try as much as possible to join the DAO. I'll try and also invite more people so that we are more on the conveyor. And by being more on the conveyor, that is how we're going to win as a team. So I'll go through that. I'll actually join the DAO and also give contributions. Okay, I have interest in blockchain. I'll also try to go through the code, and maybe if there will be some smart contracts, I'll also be able to contribute. Thank you.
Professor?
Yes?
Hi, Chair. Could I interact with the Professor for a few seconds?
It's okay.
Oh, great. Thanks for your presentation, and I like the various areas you've covered there. And I just wanted to build onto some of the stuff you've said. A quick comment on the Constitution. It's quite large, and I'm old enough to know that every clause in our Constitution is actually a solution to a historical problem that we've had. And although it does that, it's that big, and it basically, like you say, defines who we are. We're we need to be highly controlled at some point. Maybe not so much as maybe the politicians. But, as you know, on blockchain creates a trustless environment, an environment with a lot of automation where code is technically low. And that's the environment or the future that we're building towards, making sure that where corruption exists, we code it out and allow the machines to transact and exclude the corruption. So so blockchain will be able to help us do that, and also by increasing transparency, it should reduce the corruption. And going to a point that Danny made where she was asking in terms of all these services that we're currently not getting. Well-read economists have said that the Kenyan economy is not suffering from an income problem. It's more an expenditure thing. So, and that expenditure is largely corrupt expenditure. So I think if we can control the transparency, highlight the transparency, introduce that radical transparency that we're saying, track expenditure, we should be able to afford all the services that we need, and there shouldn't be a problem. In terms of adoption, that's definitely challenging, and we have to constantly look at it. From where I'm standing, I think, small tasks, carrying out small tasks at scale would be a good entry point for a blockchain system. Personally, I think targeting tallying the next election and writing that directly to blockchain is a good place to start, and it's something that we'll be working on to make sure that we can at least do that. It doesn't quite go as far as voting, but at least tally those votes, because as per the constitution, they need to be counted at the polling station. And with a large-scale system as a blockchain, we should, in theory, have someone at every one of those polling stations, a citizen, a volunteer person that would take the results at the respective polling station and be able to push them onto a blockchain, and then they'll be available widely to everyone else. And that could be the contribution that the people make into the process. So yeah, these systems are proposed. I don't know if you're here during my presentation, but because of the intensity and the depth of the problems that need to be looked at and dealt with, we're proposing a blockchain built from the ground up, a blockchain decentralized within the country. So, like your proposal to have the universities involved would play really well with what we're proposing in terms of node operation. This is a hardware management within these universities and other academic institutions, knowledge transfer in terms of managing these hardware and software services to the blockchain. And I think together, not only will we build a platform that works for the people, but it will also deepen our technical know-how and also just transferable skills that would come from that to then be utilized in other areas of tech. So yeah, I'll be interested in knowing more of the stuff that you're doing, and we can see where we go. And then finally, a point for Danny, who complained about KPLC and others. And I think the DAO, which has been mentioned by Vincent and others, the Decentralized Autonomous Organization, I think that's an organization of the future. And it doesn't need to just be one that organizes blockchains and activities on blockchain, but we can adopt it to a people's organization that could maybe in the future take up some of these services that are provided by the parastatals, and they're run directly by the people, because a blockchain would allow for management at scale, voting for various initiatives within these organizations. And it's possible. So it's something that we should think about in the future. When we've got the right platforms in place, we should be able to do these things and encourage creative approach and use of the platforms that we're all collectively building.
Just to back up what Richard said there in terms of DAOs, there I'm sure Richard's aware, there's numerous decentralized DAO platforms at the moment that are extremely sophisticated. There's and well set up to manage hundreds, if not thousands, of people within a decentralized autonomous organization. So there's things that people can research, such as Aragon or SuperDAO, where they basically have a blockchain internal court system, an appeal system, a voting system, and all these mechanisms to basically manage maybe counselors and whatever structure that you want. So they're quite flexible in how you want to structure the DAO. So the systems are there. They're available right now. They're being used by a lot of blockchain organizations. Now, to implement them, some of them are quite expensive. But once the DAO grows to a certain point, I believe that the Treasury will have the resources to implement those systems. So Richard's right. It's not just a blockchain project that can be managed by a DAO. It can be all sorts of things. Your local community, sports, or what have you. So yeah, that's actually quite a good point. So I just wanted to reiterate that there are projects that people can research and look up, and yeah, they spend every waking day on DAOs and thinking about how to improve that particular structure.
Okay, thank you for the contribution. RK Mogeni, you can take the mic. RK Mogeni, are you there? Okay, seems she's not available as of right now. Let's have who came here first? Let's have Chris. Take the mic. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah, you're audible.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking. Okay, so the two of them, I think they are not. Abex, take the mic. Okay, seems there's an issue there. What about Karigi?
Hi, Chair. I don't think they have the mics.
They don't have the mics?
The listeners on my side. I'm not sure about on yours.
Oh, I can see them as speakers.
Yeah, I see them as speakers.
Oh, that's weird.
All of them.
So maybe they're seeing themselves as listeners. I can see them as listeners.
Okay, so let me approve Mutinda here. Well, I'll just take out a few then.
On my side.
Let me take out a few so that we are able to remove. And then Karigi, let me remove just remove. Okay, let me approve others. MK Jeff. Jeff, you have the mic. Jeff? Okay, let me try Adan. He had requested the mic here. The speaker. Adan, can you hear us? Okay, let me add someone else. Seems like they put the mic on and they nothing. Let me see. Add. Okay. Can you hear nothing? You can have the mic.
Web3, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Who am I speaking to? Because I'm just trying to get reorganizing itself.
Oh, Buire.
Oh, Buire. Okay, that's good. That's good. Go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity. I'd heard of the Mukumu's point earlier about political representation and stuff. I think what he meant mostly was delegation. What he wanted to mean was delegation. And I agree with these points. And delegation would work, but we need to reduce the political seats, because at this point, I don't agree with the point of depending on the political class to represent us. If we reduce the number of politicians and we just improve on delegation on only people who can raise a few points for us, it's okay. But at the moment, we want to forward this movement to push our generation to move mostly towards IT. Bigger countries are investing in technology and stuff. And it's time that we teach people on how to move to that side more and stop depending on these manual systems that rig things, bring havoc in the society and stuff. Also, there's an issue of public debt raised by Danny. I think that point is very crucial, because even me personally, I don't know the debt situation of Kenya at the moment. Just hear rumors. Today it's 10 trillion, tomorrow is 11, the other day is 13. Don't know the figures. So we need to push for a public debt audit so that we know what we are currently owing the rest of what we are currently our debt standard as per now. Also, there's an issue raised about implementing this blockchain. Most people don't understand what it is. Okay, I'm into fintech. I'm a fintech developer. So there's also like my two friends who are in this space. They didn't know how blockchain will influence maybe voting or stuff, how we can use it for that. And for me personally, I'm not looking at blockchain as a means to an end of voting or stuff. I'm looking at blockchain technology as a means of implementing a vast thing. Like it could help us to govern the entire system. For me personally, the thing with politics and voting and stuff is not my major concern at the moment. And also even those people raising issues about let's bring political parties to the system at the moment. I'm just tired of all that. And looking at solutions, and that is the way to go. So for those who don't understand what blockchain is, maybe you can look at it from this point of view. Just imagine blockchain as maybe a transparent ledger where every single transaction is recorded. That's how I'm seeing it. I'm looking at it as a financial way of curbing corruption in the current system. So if we could use the same coding technique or like the same goal to implement this financial way of a way of handling our finances and corruption in the country, could look at it as a transparent ledger where every single transaction is recorded. And it's not just for cryptocurrencies, because I'm not looking at it in that direction only. So it could be used as a public record book for like these funds that are disbursed to the government, for where maybe we could give every government official or officer or an employee to have a digital card that is linked to a blockchain, so that every transaction that they make can be tracked, and so that, because this is not a ledger that you can just go and delete, because we'll be able to know what you did. It's like we're keeping a live record of what you're doing. So it could be used as a digital diary where every action is logged, signatures are attached, every expenditure, every contract, every financial decision is visible to every Kenyan. Now, let's talk about accountability. We're not just stopping at transparency, we're taking up a notch strict, scaled sentencing for corruption, like the manifesto I read from Web3. It was very detailed and I liked it, where maybe if someone embezzles a certain amount of money, they could face years in prison, or it could be a life sentence. And if someone is caught stealing, maybe they could do jail time, or his assets could be I'm even looking forward at a point where if someone is proved to have done a major corruption scheme, let's just confiscate all his money, then it will be used for government projects. Let it build schools, let it do something that is significant to the public. Because at this point, people just steal, tomorrow they're rewarded with new ministries, new positions, and nothing happens. So maybe the best punishment is just freezing all the assets. Then if he stole the shambas, we can put there schools or something, or hospital. They're made in schools at the moment. Maybe do their government projects, like clean water projects. I've been in places where there's no clean water stuff. We could do such things. So, and also, I had a concern also about the same blockchain. I had Vincent talking about smart contracts. Now, I'm not the best speaker, but I've been following on things. I've been following up on some blockchain related scandals in the past. And concerning smart contracts, looking at it this way, speaking of security, I think what Vincent should be clear to us about is re-entrancy attacks, because that has happened in the past, especially if you are a crypto person. You remember when Ethereum switched to ETC, that because of a scandal in the past. So re-entrancy attacks, for example, let's say, for example, in my way of using it, maybe financially, there is blockchain systems that handles critical functions like distributing financial aid or for managing voter registration, as you're putting it. If a smart contract within this system is vulnerable to a re-entrancy attack, maybe a malicious contract could exploit the system or repeatedly calling back into the original contract before its internal state is updated. So it could allow attackers to withdraw funds or to leak in weird digital data, or even draw sensitive personal identification data or voting records, because these digital systems are also vulnerable to attacks, especially when you're involving things like smart contracts, because smart contracts, it's about entry and re-entry. So that means there could be an underflow or an overflow. If a cybersecurity person is here, you understand what I'm saying. So
can I address that? Well, and let you continue.
Yeah. So I don't know what measures you're taking towards this, because when me was following up and I liked your idea, but the moment you started mentioning smart contracts, and when I even had the professor saying I'll take up a smart contract, I was already worried, because you have not expanded a lot on your architecture. That is the only word that I had.
Yeah, sure. There's the smart contracts that are used for the voting system at the moment are contracts that have been used in the industry for the last 6 years. They've never failed. We use the voting system that's adopted from snapshot.org. Pretty much every blockchain project that's out there right now, it's a $2.5 billion trillion industry, sorry. They all use snapshot technology for voting within their DAOs, and there's never been an issue. The things that you're talking about were growing pains that happened early on. The fact that these days it's very uncommon to get any of the issues that you're speaking of. I can count on maybe one hand the vulnerabilities that have happened in the blockchain in the last sort of maybe 4 years. That's really is that rare. And we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in smart contracts at the moment that run DeFi protocols worth billions, and they haven't become vulnerable. Where the vulnerability occurs, particularly in blockchain, is bridges. So there's nothing to do with bridges with what we're doing or what we're what we're proposing in terms of decentralizing government. I don't think that we need bridges. In terms of privacy, that's been addressed also. We can use zero knowledge proofs. You can probably do a little bit of reading on that. You have to admit, where most of the breaches are occurring, even yesterday, a global shutdown from an update to Microsoft. Right? And I've been talking for 25 years about how bad Microsoft is. It's the worst operating system on earth. It has been from day one. The vulnerabilities are never ending, and it shouldn't be in the enterprise. So, look, these are things that I care about very deeply. And, the systems that I've had to fight tooth and nail when I've been in major institutions that, run dealing rooms for the biggest banks in the world. And people get sold in senior management, things like Microsoft. And hence you've seen a global shutdown of systems that happen today in centralized systems. So in the decentralized world, it's been around for 14 years now. It's developed very, very nicely. The incidences of smart contracts is particularly in open source systems are quite rare, like very, very rare. And once there is a vulnerability, it gets shut down extremely quickly because it's in the interest of a $2.5 trillion industry that will grow to 10 trillion. Centralized systems fail all the time. And people that want to build their systems on Microsoft, well, then you go ahead and do that and wear the pain. Whereas you could be building on Linux or Unix that's been around since 1960s, 1970s, and is bulletproof. And you never hear of those exploits on those type of systems. So, being a technologist, you should be aware of, how smart contracts have developed. They're very, very solid. There's no need for fear. And the fact that it's open source makes it so that we can put audits in place. And any project that we've ever done, we always get it audited by external sources by at least 3 different companies. And they go through they're paid to go through the code with a fine-tooth comb. Other projects do that, and they introduce white hat exploiters, which basically means that they're people who are basically paid to try and find any vulnerabilities in the system and get paid a bounty if they do find them. There's also black hat penetrators, which are nefarious and they want to break the system to try and get financial gain. We know that those attacks happen all the time, but these systems are standing up. As I said, DeFi at the moment is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and the vulnerabilities are far less than what happens in the centralized space. And I think probably Richard might attest to that as well.
Nice on the clarification. Yeah, I get it. My problem was only
hybrid,
the issue. Yeah, but nice on the clarification. That's good. Okay.
Could I add to that?
Definitely.
Oh, great. Can you hear me? Yeah, you raise important points, and I support everything that Vincent has said around smart contracts. I add that, we also get our smart contracts audited, and, open source is undefeated because you've got that many more people looking at this stuff. We can all stand here and say that, I'm happy to actually say it without fear of contradiction, that I am certain that the number of open source auditors out there and everyone that's looking at code and reviewing various smart contracts, they outnumber the entire tech team that's at the IABC, and they do a better job. Every blockchain that I've been involved in, we run bug bounties and various other rewards for finding dodgy bits of code. But I have to say, like Vincent said, the vulnerabilities are on bridges, and there's a blockchain that I've been involved in maybe 3 years back. While building a bridge to Ethereum, we actually, our auditors, not us, but the auditors that we employed to review the smart contracts covering the bridge, actually identified a vulnerability in the original Ethereum code. So, you find a situation here where, although we were not reviewing Ethereum itself, we were using bits of Ethereum code to build a bridge. We found an issue with the original Ethereum code that was reported and quickly patched up and fixed. And I think these issues, as we go by, they don't crop up as often as they used to, and going forward there'll be fewer and fewer. But the industry has developed a fairly robust way of identifying and managing vulnerabilities, and the fact that it's a collective effort, it makes it much more effective. And again, open source systems have today stood the test of time and pressure, while everything running on Microsoft stopped. The entire Amsterdam airport stopped today, and that's a busy place, and that's because of Windows.
Yeah, it's not just Amsterdam Airport; it's banks, it's pretty much every institution. It's quite amazing. And look up the other thing that I want to quickly point out is that look at the issues that happened in the last sort of cycle of blockchain. All the institutions that were pointed to as, oh, blockchain has an issue, blockchain is basically not safe and what have you. Every single one of those, like FTX, and all the other ones that broke down, were all centralized. There was virtually no system that broke down that was open sourced and decentralized. They were all centralized systems that were on the blockchain, all legislated, and they were the ones that failed.
So, Richard, I support this idea and I'm good with it. My other question is, how do we cover for all those jobs that will be lost once we do this?
I actually think we'll be creating jobs, and maybe even better quality jobs as we go through. Our proposal includes job creation, but we've also got to ask ourselves, some of the jobs that we have there, the checkers, the reviewers, like in finance, in a lot of countries, the clerks level doesn't exist anymore because it's been taken over by ERP systems and various other things. So I think with innovation, jobs will be lost because of the old tech analog stuff, but there'll be jobs created elsewhere, and the general development within the economy will be much more improved. I'm reminded of a case of an MP in Kericho, those parts, that resisted the mechanization of tea picking, which was a strange one because although our tea is in fairly high quality, the volume of it isn't that much, purely because you can't pick it fast enough. And I think those jobs could have migrated from picking to maybe more qualitative work down the supply chain, maybe value addition, because we still pick our tea and process it very minimally, and then it's blended. Like in Yorkshire, in the north of England, is where this tea is received, blended and graded, then sold at a premium that never filters back. So maybe if we spent less time picking and more time adding value, then we would derive the value ahead of the tea getting to the north of England for grading and value addition. But yeah, we are proposing to create jobs in all the counties where node operations will be, but crucially, there'll be tasks that can be completed by citizens across the country to support the system, auditing, and various other tasks. So, yeah, we'll be creating jobs.
Okay, thanks for that submission. Next, let's have Lorraine and then Mr. Chebukati, the Gen Z election system, I think, in that order. Lorraine, are you there? Okay, I think we can offer that spot to Julie.
I'm not sure about you, brother, but like I see both Lauren and Julie as listeners, not speakers.
Oh, I think I see them as speakers on my side.
Speakers, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre how this happens. We had that issue 10 minutes ago.
Okay, I think Sophie, can you hear me? Okay, I'll just Mr. Chebukati, go ahead. Okay, I have a lot of speakers. I'll just add someone else. There's a speaker, name and shame, Mutinda. Then Nothing. Can you hear us? Nothing, Kenya? You can take the mic.
Certainly, I can hear you. I'll start by condoling with the families that have lost loved ones, for the injured, and to thank you guys for what you're doing. It's incredibly resourceful for us. I'd like to acknowledge that this crisis has actually brought us together for greater good of this nation. Because as I listen to every speaker, what I'm learning by day is that we had a very big gap in terms of information sharing, because you find there were many Kenyans who probably were going for low-hanging fruits, and that's where the issue of employment comes up, which is something I'm very passionate about. But I want to believe that when we get some things off our hands, then we'll be able to do greater things with ourselves. But we have been raised in a system whereby you're supposed to pursue education, and this education is supposed to give you a job. Well, on the contrary, the education should help you to open up to newer horizons on what you can do as a person, how you make decisions, how you approach different perspectives in life. That said, I'm very excited about the conversation we're having, and there are a couple of areas I'd like to touch on. One is blockchain. I'm not a techie, but I'm very hungry for knowledge. And when we were going through a lot of cyber attack, especially banks were hemorrhaging a lot of money. And I got interested, and then that's where I learned about blockchain and the success of it, especially in Singapore. And I think Singapore comes up a lot because we gained independence around the same time. And from a trip in Singapore, they actually said that the blueprint to build a nation, they actually borrowed from here, and ours is still at the National Archives. So with what we're going through, I think it's time as Kenyans, we pick ourselves up and build our nation from the ground. On the issue of IBC, I think it's important, apart from looking at IBC and how we can make it more effective, we should look at making sure that all services are effective, like how fast we can get our IDs. And it's about time we reject introduction of new IDs, because I think we have too many identifications as Kenyan. We have a unique number for our driver's license, our birth certificate, our national ID, our passport. The list is endless, and they keeps hemorrhaging money to introduce new things. It's about time we say no to all this madness. And we should resist what Bill Gates is trying to introduce as a new ID, because that man doesn't mean any good for Africa. In fact, we should ban him from ever setting foot in this country. Now, and apart from looking at his success, you need to look at how many botched products he has introduced to different countries, the damage he has left in his wake in different countries, just because they can buy the leaders. And that's why this election issue needs to be looked into, and we support the people who are coming up with this blockchain. And apart from just election, we need to look at what are the numbers of people who are born in this country. Who are they? Who have identification? Which Kenyans don't have ID? All that needs to be looked into, so that when we synchronize our data, we know for a fact. Like people keep saying we're 55 million Kenyans. Is that who we are? Because I tend to think sometimes they manipulate the numbers so that it favors them during election. So all that needs to be looked into. We are leaving no stone unturned. It is time we fix our country. Now, on the issue of election, I think part of what we are going through is decolonizing our minds, because there's all this hula baloo when people think about 2027, when people are telling, even people in diaspora, telling Kenyans, you should look into establishing an outfit so that you can get funding. With that funding comes strings attached. And that's why you're seeing the government behaving the way they behave, because there's a master, there are puppets to a master behind, and mostly it's the West. So what we need to do is, first of all, cut the strings of this nation from the West. And how they interfere with our country is through IMF and World Bank. Those projects like Stay Hidden Explained is that they're not meant to benefit us. The corruption we want to audit, they are aware 100% it is by design. They knew that if they strap us on these loans, they will come in. Like, I don't know why people are not raising the issue of the dollar. That dollar was manipulated. They tell you, we're going to give you the leadership, but we are going to devalue your currency. That way they earn an income for their country. So that whole story is, they were telling us that we were propping the dollar prior. It's a lie. But because we were not having this conversation as a country, people went along with it. They robbed us for a long time. The same thing Vincent was talking about, COVID. COVID was a hoax. I got blocked. Actually joined Twitter in 2020 during COVID because I was following up on the issue. And I kept writing to them. I was asking them, why are you removing the barriers for CDC? Who are we going to blame when COVID leaves a trail of a mess in our health? And nobody was answering. And then I poked a hole and asked, really, is it COVID or is it the effect of 5G and people's cells were shading off because of that? And when I sent that tweet, I was actually blocked. My email was blocked, and I was told I have to delete it before I can be allowed back, and I got a warning. So around that time, I followed some researchers who initially everybody was trying to support the cause, but eventually there was a split. Because before you give a vaccine, it's like being bitten by a snake, and then someone is telling you to take a venom from a different snake. The first thing they should have done was get into China, find out the origin of COVID before they create vaccine. But that's not the process that was followed. So some scientists decided to part ways. They said, we know we will lack funding, but we will stand with humanity. And other side, we will support the cause because then they do not want to lose the funding. So when they come up with something, don't be too quick. I'm among the people and some member of my family, we didn't take the vaccine because of saying you cannot come up with a vaccine before you know what is the cause of the disease. Number two, on the issue of COVID, before you trust any multinational, please look into who are these people. Look at just Google any pharmaceutical company and look at their payout. They don't want a healthy population. If you become healthy, they stay out of business. Look at their out-of-court settlement. So to them, you have no value. For them, it's about how much money can they make out of you. So even when you hear your parents getting diabetes and hypertension, one drug for hypertension actually spike your sugar, and then the one for sugar spike your pressure. That is why you find a lot of people who have blood pressure are also diabetic. And on the issue of COVID, the reason why they wanted people to stay home, and that's why I'm so excited to see the rebellion from the younger generation, is because they knew if you stay at home and you're not moving, if you get sick, the reaction time becomes very slow. So if you look at a pattern, majority of people who died around that time are people who are in quarantine, because by this time your body reaction time is slow. I kept writing to them and asking, why are you against this issue of Africans taking natural remedy? It's not harming anyone. And they were up in arms, but they could not answer the question why. That is when I realized international media is actually used, and even locally, I can't say they are saints. It's just that they find themselves in an awkward position, so they're trying to align themselves with the masses. So the international media was being used for propaganda purposes. There was nothing going on, because I kept asking them, why are you scaring everyone? Why are you telling us about the death? Can you tell us? Can we talk about the data of those who recovered? What were they treated with? And all this time, nobody. I wrote to embassies. I wrote to literally everyone I could, the media houses. I kept asking them, why is Bill Gates on the screen? He has no medical background. What are you telling us? What is your interest? So I started looking up at him, and I saw this story on TEDx where he said if he had one last dying wish, it would be creating vaccine. He's obsessed with population. Around that time, I found a doctor who's a gynecologist who was confessing that Bill Gates was telling him how he destroys African women when he's here for those community, call them community destruction events. So I think Bill Gates is one person we should ban from stepping foot in our country, because these are when people talk about these billionaires, they put them on a very high pedestal. But the wealth of the world is not with these people. They're just decision makers. But the wealth of the world is in the masses. And that's why in everything they want to do, they want to drag the masses into it, because that's how they profit from COVID. So anything they come up with, just resist and poke holes into it. There'll be a lot to learn and lives to save. What is the other issue? So when we start, apart from rescuing our country, one of the people we need to make sure they get hands off this nation is IMF, and we need to coordinate ourselves, make sure that we put pressure on human rights, because they decide to do, you need to figure out exactly what are these people trying, what are they up to, what do they want with this nation. And we've heard that the number of trips, even this thing of putting the president among the most influential people, it was simply because they're saying, oh, by the way, we are auctioning this nation, because what they do when they give you those loans, they ask you to sell the most profitable institution. That's why we are seeing a lot of privatization in the country. And so when we saw the war between the president and Attorney General, when he asked for the instrument of power, we don't know how many institutions have been privatized. So apart from our debt, we need to look at what are the profitable institutions, what are they doing about it? Oh, and sometimes they identify something profitable, they run it down, buy it, prepackage it as a multinational. So the tricks are way too many. I was offended the other day when the ambassador, US ambassador, was talking about Kenya, and she actually called it a company. So I went to look at, is it because she's a businesswoman, the reason why she made these utterances? Apparently, in their inner circle and discussion, we are viewed as companies. So there's a lot of madness, and that's why I'm saying the first place we need to go knock at is the US Embassy. We need to, because they don't want us anywhere near them. Because what they do, they light a match in a nation, and then they leave you to fight amongst yourself. At the same time, the economic assassins are putting pressure on the presidents, and that's why they assassinated in State House, they assassinated through plane crash, and so many tricks. So they're pretending to be good people, yet they're the ones lighting the fire. So we need to take this battle at their door. One, they cannot shoot at us like our country is doing, but they're there offering him support. We've seen videos where there were white people on Moy Avenue, fully in combat gear and armed. We need to ask questions. We need to hold them to account. What were these people doing on the street? Then the other irony, the reason why Kenyan police are in Haiti is because Americans, as soon as they realized that their president go to war to destroy countries for their benefit, they stopped, and then they don't even support the veterans. They stopped joining the military. So right now, America is very vulnerable. If there's a third world war, they will suffer, but people will still hold them to a high pedestal, but Americans are not joining the military. And then they figured if we send Kenyans there, first, they reduce the number of enemies they're creating around the world. And secondly, it's cheaper for them. So we need to take back our voice and say no to those international contracts. We need, apart from the debt, and we are so lucky to have an auditor general who just spits as it is. We need to look into what is our debt situation. What is our revenue? Why are we borrowing? Senators, after Parliament was attacked, they were saying that the housing levy, they collect so much money that Ministry of Finance, Treasury went back to Parliament to ask, can we sell Treasury bonds? Because the amount of money they're collecting is a lot. So the question is, where is this money going? So we need to look into the banking system. Even this whole story, they talk about money laundering. It's a lie. They're simply saying, you as citizen, you cannot do money laundering, but governments to governments can do money laundering. So we need to audit how much money are they collecting from housing levy? What have they done with this money? And even this thing of Kenyans are so comfortable when the government talks about we've put billions in education. Show me one educational institution that you can actually look at it and say, actually, they put in $1 billion in this thing. So we shouldn't accept just because when we're talking about over a trillion budget when we have no facility. So one of the ways to save the nation is, first of all, make sure that basic amenities are available: water, shelter, roads, electricity. That is not something anybody should ever campaign on. We are paying taxes so that they can give us those things. Once that is out of the way, then it will be possible to actually have issue-based politics. When it comes to things like electricity, the West does not want us to have cheaper electricity. Because if we have cheaper electricity, it means we can go into industrialization. And this is the war you saw in Ethiopia. When they built the dam, they tried to pitch them against Sudan and Egypt. They're saying, oh, they're going to drain the Nile and I don't know what, but they put up a fight. Instead, what did they do? They armed their citizens against the government. And this is because there's so many tribes I've been to Ethiopia, there's so many tribes in the country. It's like, say, for example, today someone says Kalenjin is going to be the national anthem. Everybody, language, everybody else will have something against that. And those are the gaps that are available in Ethiopia. So the president held a very tough line. He continued with the construction. And then they started making him look like a monster. Oh, he's refusing for food aid to get into Ethiopia, which he totally refused. Eventually, he agreed, but he positioned military in civilian clothes to receive the donation. When they were opening the food, and it was WFP that delivered the food, there were actually guns. And he was asking, is this the kind of food? There was food, yes, but then they had stashed weapons in them. So they're very big on insurrection, and that's why even as we push, they're trying to bring this fear of, oh, this country will crash. Kenyans are not interested in burning their country. We are fighting for good governance, but then they pair people, and also people are afraid that something could go horribly wrong. But I tend to believe that Kenyans are not interested in destroying our nation. What we are trying to do is rebuild our nation, take it back from the people who auctioned it, because that whole ceremony in the US, they auctioned this institution, and that's why they are quiet when we are dying on the street and getting destroyed. So I'm excited to see the direction we are taking as a country. We should be open to learn. I'm so grateful, as much as I'm hurt, that we have crossed the borders for tribalism, religion, age gaps, because now we realize, we are fully awake that these people were using those lines to destroy us and to keep us in poverty. But keeping Africa in poverty, that is a plan for the West, because they're really interested in our resources. I came across a website where, hey, let me tell you, Africans, we are asleep. These people, including the constitution, I'll get to that in a minute, they have an audit. When you see these government embassies here, they do an audit of the minerals. When you guys think, oh, they're such good people, for them, they're here for their interests. When they left this continent, they knew where the resources are. If you ask people in Turkana, because I was raised by a gracious person who taught us Kenyan history on the road, and Turkanas knew that there was a shell sign in Talo where they finally got the oil. So they knew where the resources are. I followed the story of Magufuli. And Magufuli was saying the constitution, citizens only know about the human right aspect of it. But then the bulk of it is actually harmful to the country. And he was saying that he knew all this when he was an ordinary citizen and shut his mouth until he became president. So when he became president, he changed some clauses to make sure that the government can do business with itself. Because what they do with the constitution, it says government can't do business with itself, yet they're the ones with the most money. So you bring them back in, you bring the multinational in to do the excavation of your mineral. What do? They inflate the loans back at home. So the value of the mining is worthless to the country. And they're very proud of that. So Magufuli said, if you're going to take loans, those loans have to be taken in Tanzania. They said half the board has to be from Tanzania, even for your company, so that we know what is the exact value of extracting the minerals in our land before you take them out. And then this issue of value addition. Imagine our coffee. The majority of countries where there's all this coffee craze, they don't grow it. But our farmers are poor. But then what is against them right now is the time is coming, they cannot meet the demand. And that's why you're seeing Starbucks and other companies coming back to Kenya to renegotiate with farmers, because they know now the production of coffee is reducing. I've traveled, and you go to most of the supermarkets, you will never see Kenyan coffee. And that's what he was talking about, the value addition abroad. We need to do that value addition here. Where we are hurting is because Kenya is highly a consumer market. We import things that we have no business importing, like during COVID. And you should be very careful with a foreign institution and governments during crisis. During COVID, the UK, when they were facing this Brexit issue, they wanted to bring their products to Kenya tax-free for 25 years. And I kept writing and writing. And finally, I got through to, it was Motula Kilonzo Jr. He's the only person who actually responded to my email. And I said, you have to reject this. How can, why even teachers using in 21st century using chalk? That's not even safe for them. But some of the product they wanted to bring in is chalk. So moving forward, we need to look into how can we make our electricity cheaper? Because if we can make our electricity cheaper, then it was possible to capitalize, first of all, on the African market. We look at what do we produce. I was in Rwanda, and I was shocked that Rwanda imports carrots from China. And I was asking them how and why. They said there is nobody trying to pitch for Kenya. And I was saying, do you know, Kenyans, you don't even need to teach anybody how to grow carrots. It's one of the easiest product to grow. And so we need to, first of all, decolonize our mind, thinking that we need to do business with the West. We need to take back our dignity, because that's what they have robbed us for many years. They lie about everything, including about the size of the continent. It has taken technology for us to know that Africa is way bigger than they actually say. Then we'll start looking at what do we really need. We need cheaper energy. We have an ocean here. We can harvest energy from that. Oh, and another trick they use, they come into Africa, they ask you, oh, can you pitch your product idea so that we can finance it? They finance one or two. Then they take away everything else, go work on them and bring up the product as their own. So I want to urge each one of you that you are enough, that we are the most brilliant of people in the world. But what they have exploited over the years is our respect. Our culture has taught us to be humble, to respect other people, and that's what they have exploited. And that's why nobody can believe that actually Kenyans can rise against external interference, because we were known to be, oh, you know, there's people who are nice and polite and they can walk all over us. So I'm passionate about unemployment. The way I look at employment is you don't need anyone to employ you. You need to look into what am I passionate about? And that on its own can be a source of creating employment. In fact, I keep telling graduates, I tell my classmates, you guys, in future, maybe even the person who will employ you is someone who's never gone to school, but they have a craft. When you look at what our Juakale sector does, they're still creating Asian products, and we have engineers who are unemployed. So we need to, I'm glad we have leveled the mountain that was separating us between tribes and class and professions. We are now Kenyans. So we need to come together and figure out, what am I passionate about? Oh, I'm good at this, but my limitation starts here. And then I have someone who, like Vincent, is offering his expertise, and so many other people. And we come with different strength. So someone could have an idea, but they can't package it. But we need to wake up as a country. At least finally we are awake to the fact that politicians don't care for us. I'm very disappointed in what Raila Odinga has done. I was raised by a father who didn't believe in tribalism. We supported my dad supported him even before I was born. And now we support someone who had no goodwill for the country. But we are grateful, because I also believe this is a spiritual battle we are in. And so we can face them out as a team and bring up the Kenya we want. On the issue of the fear of who our future leader are, I think this thing has changed us. Why are people up at 1:30 talking to stranger? And because we are so wounded. We have woken up to our reality, and it's very confusing. We have information overload. We just realize that whatever happens in this nation is actually our business. So don't look at it as a bad thing. Keep hope alive. Let's be our brother's keeper. Let's soldier on. And I don't even know what else to do. So we need to run hashtags like hands off our nation for IMF and World Bank. We need to hammer the Human Rights Watch and ICC. What are they doing? We're being butchered right in front of their screen. We need to hammer American embassy and say, by the way, that is our first stop. They do not want confrontation with us. They do not. They've learned that, by the way, we can be crazy. So they don't want confrontation, and that is likely to be the button we need to press to for them to put pressure and say, hey, look, they cut a deal with him. But then instead of him saying, you know what, I'm going to pick the nation over external influence, he has decided, I'm going to stay in the boys' club and burn my nation. So to get our country back, we need to ensure that we put pressure on the external monsters, and then now we can start rebuilding. And when I say this, I don't want people like Kina Vincent and so many other people. It's not everyone. Like initially we thought Trump was the most evil person. Then we are realizing he's the better choice compared to Biden. So it's not everyone. It's not a blanket issue that everyone is a bad person. We're just saying, hey, Africans awaken to what is our worth, what is our value, then join hands with like-minded people across the globe who have our interest at heart. Because until we awaken to that fact, we'll have the best leaders like Kina Magufuli, who built his nation within 5 years without a single external loan. And that's why they had to take him out. I thank you for listening to me. And I'm grateful for the conversation we are having, and I'll be excited to hear to so many other people. I don't think we should rush into picking a leader, because as we move along, we are realizing different people that we didn't know existed. You just need to grow thick skin when they come for you, like they are coming up against the people who've been hosting the spaces. You just need to figure out, finally, by the way, I know who I am, I know my worth, and I'm going to dignify myself regardless of what people want to do to me, and move forward as a nation. I thank you, and God bless you. And
Okay, thanks.
I'm praying for you guys.
Thank you. That was quite a lot of information, and it was very good you contributed to the space. But let's have Vincent talk, because he's about to drop off, and then we'll continue with the other speakers. And I know Stay Hidden reached to me in the DMs. He wants to address something about the debt that he had left out. And then we'll continue on. After Vincent drops off, we'll have Stay Hidden, and then we can have solo timeout as we continue. And then once you made your point, you can drop the mic so that we can add other people. Thank you. Except Stay Hidden, you can stay in the chat after the presentation. Vincent, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Look, nothing. That was very, very heartfelt, and so many points in there. Look, I think the point that we need to make at the end of the day is, look, we're the whole world is fighting the same forces at the moment, and you mentioned even the country that I was born, which is Australia. I'm actually, my parents are Italian. They're facing exactly the same issues there that you're facing here, and I think the establishment, which is what we'll call it, is basically undertaking a form of globalization that is destroying sovereignty all over the world. And unfortunately, that's what we're up against. And this is why we want to introduce things like blockchain technology to start decentralizing these systems and reducing the power base that these people have. We're in a bit of a window of opportunity now because the US is essentially, which we know runs the IMF, is the major voting power, is the major voting power on the World Bank, systems created after the Second World War that have been destroying countries left, right, and centre since their inception. The US is facing a lot of issues now, and with the power base of Brexit, that's coming forward, and virtually half the world's population is in Brexit. Once they get off the petrodollar, unfortunately, the whole world is going to have to expect some really tumultuous times, because effectively, the petrodollar is the only export that the US really has, and that is going to die. And we're headed for some really hard times shortly. I believe there's an announcement that's going to be made this October with reference to BRICS and the unified currency. Once they introduce the unified currency, this is really going to change a lot of things. I don't know when it will be released. I've heard that it could be based partly on Bitcoin, partly on gold, partly on the member states' currencies in the form of a digital currency. I hope that it's not CBDCs. We're yet to find out. So, look, hang in there. The time is very ripe for Kenya to stand up. We work together to put these systems into place so that our children can have a future in Kenya. I think that that's my whole point. I mean, I've completely abandoned the West. They mean nothing to me after what they've done to me over the last 10 or 15 years. I'm a very big proponent in fixing things where they can be fixed. And, my children being half Kenyan I want them to have a future in a country that, has really good longevity and has smart people like yourselves that acknowledge these systems have basically broken. And the only people brave enough really in the whole world right now to fight against these systems are Kenyans. So, as I've said before, it's the demographic because they're young. But we have to let these young people guide us by the hand and tell us the future that they want, because it's their future. It's our children's future that we need to change here, yeah? And these people in power now, we must decentralize them. We must introduce these systems whereby their power base is reduced and the power is brought back to the people. Look, I really thank everybody for hearing me out tonight. I will join the space again if there's another one, and if I'm allowed to be here, please join the DAO. Look at my profile for links to the DAO. The DAO is for you. It's nothing to do with my business interests or anything else. They're totally separate. I don't make any money out of this voting system or the code that we've sponsored and given to the DAO. What we're about is empowering, Kenyans in what I think is the most impactful way, because I really do not see any other way of breaking down these power systems other than via technology and introducing decentralized open systems. I'm very passionate about it. I'm so glad that people are coming on board now and we're holding these spaces. Thank you so much, Web3. Thank you, Kamuzi and Boniface. And, we've got people like Richard contributing and Stay Hidden that are contributing to, what's going on behind the scenes and taking, the initiative to, learn about, how the hell we got here and what needs to be done. So understanding how we got here is a good thing, and, moving forward, let's build these systems that break this power base down, and protect the sovereignty of everybody's nation. So by having these open systems. So thank you again. I need to jump off. It's nearly 3:00 in the morning over here, and God bless, and God bless Kenya.
Thank you, Vincent. Yeah, stay hidden and take over.
Can I proceed now?
Yes, you can.
Web3, can I proceed?
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah, yes, you can. I can hear you. Proceed.
Okay, so our total debt balance yenye inafaa kulipwa 2024 to 2027, we have total external debt of around 8.9 billion in US dollars. Hiyo inafaa kulipwa before Ruto atoke, 8.9 billion US dollars. In 2028 to 2028 to 2039, our total external debt should be 13.3 trillion in US dollars. Na hiyo it's only external debt, hatujaongelea domestic debt. So that's where we stand as at now. Na another thing about why our education is so expensive as at now, ukiangalia in the financial year 2024 to 2025, you realize that other than development, education imekula the highest percentage of our expenditure. What does that mean? How comes education iko na 13.5% expenditure per the total expenditure? Now, at the other hand, education, especially higher learning, is still expensive. Numbers don't lie. Ukiangalia down the numbers, problem inakuja kwa pending bills. From 2013 to 2022, the politicians have been using universities to squander money. And I think I'll make a thread on this because so many people have asked about education. How is it education is so expensive? So kuna pending bills mingi sana ziko hapo. Na pending bills is one of the biggest problem we have as a nation, both in national government and in county government. We have at least 48 billion in pending bills in the national government. So that's how ni contractors hawajalipwa Kenya, na much part of it unapata ni NHIF, NSSF. That means anyone here who is almost going to retire, ako sure pale kwa NSSF atakuwa na problem being paid. So yeah, pending bills hapo pia, it's another problem why our systems don't work. Na it's by design. And another thing, if you want to know about the Bill Gates story, about the COVID story, if it was a real thing, ama nini, pitia on my pinned tweet. There is a whole thread about the COVID scenario, how it came about, how it was planned, na what were the goals. Pitia my pinned thread, utapata everything. And through that COVID, before today, after today tumepata Ruto atakuwa na press statement on 4. Nilikuwa nimeshasema since Biden is about to step down maybe this weekday, na according to the press statement yenye ilikuwa ishapeanwa, ukiangalia there were direct instructions pale yenye ilikuwa iforce Ruto ataje his cabinet as early as before this weekend. Na nilikuwa nimesema before and it happened. Na Kenya ilinishangaza zaidi ni the choice of cabinet secretary, the appointee for health. Experience yake ni WHO na infectious diseases. That's a red flag considering that Bill Gates is one of the biggest funders of WHO, one of the biggest fund of mRNA vaccines. Na ukiangalia Kenya, Bill Gates has awarded Kenya 6 billion to develop more on mRNA vaccine. Here is another red flag. na tusipokuwa rada, Bill Gates will take control of the country and will take control of this nation. I have done some tweets about it. Kuna ukiangalia Bill Gates in I think 2012 ama 2016 hapo, there was a polio vaccine, of which hiyo polio vaccine had some abortion pills in it. Na mademu wengi wenye walikuwa wamedungwa hiyo watakuwa na fertility issues later. Kuna study ishafanyika. This is the same thing that happened in India. So you can, unaweza angalia, nimeweka hiyo study, iko kwa one of my tweets. Another thing, Bill Gates is one of the biggest funder wa mRNA vaccines. That's a big threat kwa sababu mRNA vaccines anasema malaria, TB na these infectious diseases zote zitakuwa zinatibiwa na mRNA vaccine. So unakumbuka Bill Gates akiwa in computers, you create viruses, then I'll sell antivirus. That's a business is still replicating in health. At a create virus so that he sell the antivirus. I'll give you a simple analogy. In September 2019, alienda akanunua a health company. Hiyo health company ilikuwa imemake losses for the past, I guess, 18 months. Losses. But coincidentally, that health company ndio ilikuwa the first company to recognize the mRNA vaccine some days some months into COVID yenye imekuwa sasa ishakuwa declared pandemic of the whole world. So ikakuwa coincidentally that company ndio. Pitia that pin thread, it has all this in detail. But as Kenyans, tusipokuwa rada, Kenyans will be like Nigeria. Why am I choosing Nigeria? Nigeria as a case study kwa sababu Nigeria imetumiwa na UK for very many things. The same thing that Kenya, right now, we are being controlled by the USA, by the Biden and the Iyombogi ya Biden, akina Kamala Harris, akina George Soros. Those are the people really calling the shots behind the curtains. Ukiangalia ile press statement, kuna tweet yenye nime quote hizo press statement nikaeka specific words na Ruto amefollow exactly as ordered. So that's a puppet. Na ukiangalia pia hiyo appointee ya CS ya health, that's another red flag. But Nigeria 80% of their exports are oil. But on 2017, I mean on 2009, 2007 hapo, there was a international law yenye ilikuwa inakab sijui specific, but it was meant to curb exports on non-renewable energy sources. But biasly, ili affect Nigeria sana, so that Nigeria ikakuwa inaendea loans on World Bank. Nigerians imeishia loan on World Bank na IMF. Na through corruption na hiyo debt trap, kuna hiyo thread yangu through debt traps, you can check how IMF is debt trapping Africa. Through hiyo debt traps, IMF ika debt trap Nigeria ikakuwa. Through corruption, Nigeria haiwezi fanya anything. Currency yao ika devalue. As of now, Kenya tukicheza pia currency ita devalue. But this is why I want to use Nigeria as an example. Nigerians people chose to use Bitcoin juu currency yao isha devalue, they can't, I make sense. Nigerians walianza kutumia Bitcoin. So UK wakatumia case study ya Nigeria kama labrats, wakaingiza CBDC in Nigeria. Already Nigeria have a national CBDC currency inaitwa Naira. Already hiyo Naira ilikuwa sponsored na ECB, European Central Bank. It did everything. Kila kitu Nigerians hawakatwa tax, but hiyo ilikuwa case study yaone venye government, yani ione venye the population wata accept such measures, just like a pilot study hivi, but to another nation. After that wakaambia the Nigerian government, wakawapatia some draconian laws zenye zinawaforce watu wakuwe wanatumia hizo do. So hata ukipeleka do bank, do hazitoki, lazima ukuwe na Naira. But Nigerians people right now still use Bitcoin. As Kenyans, we can take it as an example. We can use blockchain in passing in our policies, na pia we can use a blockchain form of currency yenye ni decentralized. the decentralized part is the most important part, I guess. Anyway, most of these things zenye naongelea ukipitia tu through my timeline utapata through my threads. I guess to me I'll thank Web3, Boniface, co-host, and all other speakers wenye tumekam through na all other listeners. For such, it's a great thing that tuna open up na we're educating each other on these things.
Yeah. Thank you a lot, Stay Hidden. I mean, man, we appreciate your work, 'cause, man, I know that the audits take hours for you to compile this information. The only other person I've seen do similar work, except, that he's not in government or any benefit right now, I guess, is Wanjigi. So, I mean, you have good quality work on the threads that you've put out there, and thanks for educating us on the debt issues and the odious debt. We'll continue. So, by the way, just a quick, man, Inaka, we are having a very good listeners. Even Scotty Pippen is in the house, man. Shout outs, man. Okay. It seems that we are international. Maybe there are some people who are listening from the States. Thank you. So as we continue, let's have Julie, and let's try to keep it to 3 minutes now, at least, so that we have more people speak, because we still have people who are queued up with requests, and I would like as many people to just have their voice heard.
Chair. Hello, Web3.
Go ahead.
Hi, sorry, it's Richard here. I wanted to...
You dropped off. You dropped off. So in the meantime, as we wait for Richard, let's have Paul Makolaka Abia.
Yes. Hello, guys. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you audible? Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks so much for this space. For me, I would just like to say a few things. Number one, blockchain as a technology has already been tested in terms of capacity to be able to be used as a voting system, and that was done way back in 2013. That is more than 10 years ago, and so you'd ask yourself, why has it not become mainstream? And of course, the answer is obvious. Those people in power do not want such kind of systems, because you have to understand that there are a lot of people, there are a lot of powers that benefit from the confusion and chaos that we have. So that is the reason why such kind of systems have not become mainstream, and especially in public or government institutions. So it is not in their interest that we progress. And as I've always said, I compare politicians with a rat. Now, what a rat does is that it bites you, and when you're about to react to the bite, what it does, let me say it in Swahili, inakupuliza, so that ikikupuliza, you will go back to sleep. So that is what politicians do. And so that is the kind of problem that we've had since independence. And with blockchain technologies or other decentralized ledger technologies, is that they give us an opportunity to actually, get power back to the citizens, so that they can be able to to take charge over affairs, over their future. And I mean, we can see this with there have been very, very good examples that have been demonstrated on what these technologies can do. For example, I mean, a very, very good case study is the example of Ukraine. When Ukraine have had the war, and both, and we have seen both sides, both Ukraine and Russia, really using cryptocurrency as an alternative to the mainstream form of currencies. Yes, and if you look at, for example, when you talk of these technologies, there are so many far-reaching applications that can be done. That for me personally, I've always believed that variety is the source for life. So what that means is that, for example, I've always made this disclaimer that for me, I'm in the space of blockchain and crypto and Web3, but I've always had the opinion that I am not a maximalist in any way. For me, I believe that we need to have people need to have choices. So that means that we need to have options. That, for example, depending on the need and the use case, there are times where I could use, like a credit card. There are times when I can use crypto. There are times when I can use, I can use M-Pesa. And there are times when I can also use cash. So as a citizen, I need to have those different choices. But then, unfortunately, what we have today is that we have monopolies by, with governments or established, powers, that it makes it very difficult for people to, have choices. So I think that for me, I believe that, these technologies now, they're actually giving us an opportunity, and they have come at such a better time, or a good time. They are timely, in that even now, as we start having these conversations in terms of like how we can, especially now, for example, as young people, how we can chart our way forward in terms of the kind of future that we want to have for our country. I think this technology, they really offer us a very, very good opportunity. And given that African population is, is majority are the young people, I think this is a good opportunity for the young people, because, as young people, we are technology savvy. We can learn these things quickly, and so this is an opportunity of a lifetime that I would want to urge everyone that we don't let this opportunity go, because as a continent, as a country, we have an opportunity, and the kind of opportunity that these technologies offer us, the other countries or the other regions of the world do not have it. And the reason why I'm saying this, if you look at developed countries, they already have mature systems. So that, for example, if you look at the payment systems, like Visa, like MasterCard, those are very matured systems that a lot of massive investments have already been done on them. So for them to even, for them to be able to transition to these other technologies, they would have what we call transition risk, because they already have a lot of massive investments that are tied into these systems. But for us in African continent, we have less of that transition risk, because our systems are not mature. We have not invested massively in the legacy system or in the traditional system. So that gives us an opportunity that for us to be able to transition into this technology that you're talking about, we are better placed than any other regions of the world. So I would really, really want to urge, these young people, to take time, learn about these new technologies, know what they are, know what they are not. And then I would also want to also say categorically here that, of course, it is not true that these technologies are panacea to all the problems that we have. Yes? So we also need to get that very, very clear. However, they can help us to solve some of the many problems that we have. So let me leave it there so that I can also give other speakers an opportunity to say something. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. A lot of good points you've raised, man. I can't thank you enough. Very enlightening, because I mean, one of the things we have in Africa is that we don't have to come in and follow the traditional path where developed economies followed, where they went through the clank of the entire technology cycle. We can just leapfrog, and that gives us opportunities to invest in more streamlined systems and systems that are efficient. So it's just about our mentality at this point, and the mentality of the entire society and the leadership. Thank you. I'll have Jojo speak, because he was unable to speak before, and then we'll go to Patrick. Jojo, you can speak, Jojo.
Yes. I'm actually driving. Thanks for giving me this chance. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a comedian. After following the education system, it's called the legacy education system, and achieving 5 degrees, I could only become a comedian, because, let us all be sincere to one another.
I can't hear him from this side. Can you hear him?
Yes, I can hear him. Continue. I think just check your connection. I can hear him. Continue.
Okay, let us all be sincere to one another. And thank you, American celebrities, for coming to discuss with Kenyans something that is affecting the entire world. Actually, right now, I just left Canada, and now I'm in US. Houston, we have a problem. So we are here talking about technology, but every time I come to Kenya, I was in Kenya, I'm from Gedo, where they committed the genocide. I saw it. Every time I come to Kenya, I wonder, we're talking about development. We're talking about development, but we cannot even build roads. We have an education system that cannot produce people who can simply build roads. When we're talking about the development on the same level as Singapore and those nations, Malaysia, we don't even talk about building roads. Something as so simple. What can be done? Even the education system that we are following is a slavery form of education system. And let me bring another attention to you. President Ruto does not know that he is black. You rarely know that you are black until you come to the West and know where people have put you, where the world has put you. And once and again, we are talking about respect. The reason black Americans die in our cities so much. Like now, I'm actually going to pass through Chicago right now. The reason why at least 10 people will die in Chicago this weekend is something we call disrespect. The government of Kenya and the Kenyan system is a very good system that shows an example of how older people disrespect the Gen Z. And the Gen Z has woken up. Eventually, thank God. And this happens in the entire world. Listen to what Rigathi was talking about. Torn jeans. You know, he's giving an example of Gen Z with torn jeans. Oh, they love torn jeans. If you bring them a good jeans, they won't wear it. That is nonsense. There's a lot of nonsense that's going on. Let me ask you, a company like Walmart, a global company, these global companies that employ so many people, how do they learn without the CEO of Walmart being at the cash register? How do they, without someone stealing nothing? We have some ERP systems that run these companies. Kenya, okay, they said it's a company. Okay, let's run it with the software. First of all, there is the big 5 consulting companies that go all the way to the World Bank and the IMF to do lobbying. This lobbying, you see, like the money that was given to Kenya to construct a highway from Nairobi to Mombasa, 1 billion shillings per every kilometer. Most of that money is coming like back to America. It's coming back here. The system is fucked up. Kenya is a heap of trash where the young people will have to kiss ass of some stupid ass people, not because of anything. And then you even bring Nyubakumi to kill our young people. You know, when I come to Kenya, I live in Githurai and Kahawedani. Nyubakumi has even come for me, telling me this guy with dreadlocks, what is he doing? They came for me with the pangas. That is the kind of a system we have. We have a president who have, but you are giving an order to go kill other children of other people. Come on, what kind of a system are we having? We're going to learn this shit on Twitter. How do we learn? How does Microsoft learn its entire system without the CEO being on the cash register of each and every one of? We can learn Kenya on softwares. It's a new world. And we're not going to learn the new world with the old wineskins. Everybody better understand that. And I want to give you a lot of strength, tell you are doing a very good job. Keep fighting. If you're in the diaspora, please, at this time, this is the best time to send some money to your people. All money should be directed to Kenya right now. And I'm telling you, Ruto, we're giving you a chance to fix shit. The problem is that you don't see. You see the system of religion. It was forced on our parents with guns. That system of religion is also a problem. You are telling me the way people used to come together. The first thing you do if you want to fuck up people and make them slaves, screw the family. The family is the simplest unit that you can have for people to excel. Gen Z don't even see no future of owning a family. Because this religion is stopping me. If I was told my forefathers to kutoa mulatina and kutoa buzi, I need to come to produce those buzis, call people, we stay together so that we can continue together in one piece. This religion you are trying to force me from Palestine. And then we have Palestine where we are dropping atomic bombs on an entire state like Nairobi. And nobody, none of these PhDs, talking about PhD, Kenyatta University, right outside your gate, every time it rains, it is flooding, despite all those PhDs. This system of education is fucked up. We gotta change. And there's a lot of things that is gonna change. My people, on Sunday we are occupying the churches. Maybe it's time to say, you know what? These churches came in 1963, 1940. I don't know you. Shit is fucked up. I don't know you. I did not even know you. At first, I did not even know you in 1900. I'm done with this engagement. This relationship with this system is over. I am done. I did not know you, nigga, and I'm gone. My people, keep fighting. I love you. And on Saturday, we occupy those churches. Maybe it's a new time to create a whole new belief system. Because this shit ain't working. Gen Z, Ruto must go. The new Kenyan revolution on the way. We ain't stopping. And we coming like never before. I love you all.
Thank you, Jojo. Thank you, Jojo. We need that kind of motivation sometimes, because man, you've energized us here, man. believe me, we are dealing against a system that has for decades been so corrupted, and the root of the corruption is just everywhere these days, and the solutions actually we are talking here are just a start. It has to be a society-wide transformation. We have to reform at the systems. Thanks, man, Giorgio. Thank you. Between Paul Maloka Makloka, I think is the one who addressed us. Dr. Milton and Paul, I couldn't see the mic. I think one of you addressed us. So whoever didn't address us between the two of you, go ahead and take the mic. And then after that, let's have Achau Levy. Achau Levy has some important, I think, information about the repository that was shared. Thank you.
Okay, I think I am the one that did not address the congregation or the gathering. I don't know whether you can hear me.
Go ahead. I can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to also weigh in on this very important discussion. First of all, I want to begin my remarks by it is never too much by commiserating with the families that have lost their loved ones in the course of the fight. And it is my prayer, just like many others before me, that the Almighty will comfort those families, and He will also give us the strength to ensure that their death is not in vain, and that they remain heroes of our liberation struggle. Now, having said that, I want to put a disclaimer to what I am about to say. And my disclaimer is on the basis that I am highly biased against the leadership of William Ruto. I have never seen anything good in them. And if there is anybody who thinks, that anything good is going to come from this man from Sugoi, then I can assure you that nothing good will come from him. And I think the best opportunity we have is to keep the pressure, keep it growing, keep it alive until he steps down. If he survives this purge, I can assure you that we will unleash a monster on ourselves that we will never liberate ourselves from if we allow him. Now, the issue of technology, I want to echo the sentiments of the many that have said that what we need is to deploy the technology. But as we do so, I want to sound some caution that Kenya has never had the absence of the deployment of technology. What we've had is a political of administrative goodwill, and that administrative goodwill is mostly driven by political interest. We have a cartel of politicians who do not want to see anything done straight because they are beneficiaries of the rot. They are beneficiaries of failed systems. They will not want to see systems being deployed. And that is why they take advantage. They pass legislation that is watered down so that it becomes easy for them to manipulate the system. They manipulate the system through appointments of their cronies and people that they can control, and they are yes men. That is, and I want to go back to 10, 15 years ago to the history of the elections bodies that we've had since 2007. And I've had some people talk about Davis Chirchir and why he has to be in Ruto's cabinet. Now, I want to take the country back to 2011 or thereabout, when the then Interim Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission was being constituted, so that we can see where Chirchir emerged from. At that point in time, Davis Chirchir was appointed. He was the head of ICT at the then commission, chaired by Isaac Hassan. And the reason why Chirchir will never miss in William Ruto's cabinet or anywhere is because of the role he played in manipulating the elections of 2013, manipulating the elections of 2017, and even now. The administrative weaknesses that we are witnessing were started at IEBC, then by Chirchir, who recruited people who feel they owe him a ton of gratitude for giving them a job. Therefore, when the initial system at IEBC was being set up, Chirchir was the man in charge. They plotted how they were going to rig the elections in favor of William Ruto's ambitions in future at the time, in as way back as 2012. And that is how anytime you take anything to IEBC, the staff at IEBC, if they would be vetted today in the ICT department, 60-70% of them owe their allegiance to the man called Davis Chirchir. And that is why even the issue of opening the servers has never, court orders have never been respected since 2013. Why? Because those people, they have their allegiance not to the Kenyan people, but to the individual that gave them the job. I stand to be corrected, but you can go back in time and you would realize that is how the system was rigged to favor William Ruto. It favored him in 2013 as Uhuruto, and it favored him in 2017. I'm going to give you another dynamic why administrative loopholes are created deliberately, and we put individuals there who we can control. Today, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Gladys Bosch-Sholei, the woman representative for Uasin Gishu, she was at IEBC, and she left IEBC at the time. They were there with Chirchir. They set up a secretariat for IEBC, and they set it up in such a way that it would favor whichever political godfather they had through over time. And then when Bosch-Sholei left the IEBC, where did she go? She became the first chief registrar of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya. So all the staffers in the registry of the Supreme Court are loyal to one Gladys Bosch-Sholei. That is why in 2017 and 2022, even when the judges would give directions in certain way, when they go, and I would give you the classic example of 2022 when Azimio was complaining, the court gives orders, the report that comes from the clerks and the registry says the servers were opened, the documents, there was compliance, and the court adopts those reports. That is how you have had all the cases on election results petitions being thrown out, or we have a charade of a judgment like we had in the 2022 presidential election petition results petition. I'm telling you because I was involved in the 2022 elections up to the Supreme Court, and I saw what was happening. All those clerks, the moment Gladys Bosch-Sholei was there representing William Ruto as an agent, and any time those clerks were trying to suggest that certain demands or certain directives of the court have not been complied when the scrutiny was going on, especially with the 54 constituencies where there was